Check. Ladies and gentlemen, I have this uncanny knack of starting events very differently. So before we start off this morning event, I want you to take exactly 20 seconds and shake hands with the person on your right and left. Just take a minute, just shake hands with the person on your right and left. Greet each other, good morning. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, congratulate each other. You've battled Mumbai traffic and reached on time. Give yourself a loud cheer. Zordar talia ho jaye for each and every one of you. And welcome to E4M Presents TechManch 2024. This is a very special day for us because this is the 8th edition of TechManch 2024. And good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, and valued attendees. It's my honor and privilege to welcome you to E4M TechManch Conference 2024. This year's theme, as we all know, is the future is now, redefining digital marketing in a tech-driven world. Perfectly encapsulates the essence of our gathering here today. In an era where technological advancements are transforming every facet of our lives, our world, digital marketing is equally impacted. It stands at the forefront of this revolution. Today at TechManch 2024, marketers will navigate their way through enormous possibilities, share insights, and innovate ideas for the digital era, and shed light on how emerging technologies would help marketers in the long run. Throughout the day, yes, make sure you stay completely attentive to what I say because this is very important. You'll hear from visionary leaders, industry experts who are pioneering the use of AI, immersive technologies, data analytics, and more to drive growth and innovation in digital marketing. Each session, mind you, each session is designed to equip you with cutting edge tactics and fresh perspectives, helping you stay ahead of the curve and thrive in this dynamic field. We are fortunate to have an incredible lineup of speakers, panelists who bring a wealth of knowledge and experience. Their insights will not only inform, but also inspire us to embrace digital revolution and unlock new avenues for growth. I encourage you all to actively ask questions, network with your peers, Root Mobile. Communication simplified. Then we have a huge round of applause for our partners and everybody that puts together E4M TechManch 2024. A round of applause for everybody joining in, everybody. But let me share this with you. Yes, this is RJ Rahul Manjul, and today I'm going to talk about one force that binds the best of the best in the industry. When he comes together, the world comes together. And with every spoken word on stage or off stage, he redefines the industry. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome and introduce on stage Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of Exchange for Media Group and BW Business World, one and only one, Dr. Anurag Batra. Let's have a huge round of applause for Dr. Batra, everybody.
Uh, Good morning. It's my honor and privilege to be here at the TechManch, and in the evening we have the IDMA, which is the largest entry-driven, jury process-driven awards in the digital and marketing space in India. So I'm glad we are able to start on time in spite of the rain, and we have a almost full house. I just want to say I want to welcome Mr. Dale Immerman, who's the VP Immersive Technology and AI at WPP. I read your interview in the Impact this week on Monday morning. So thank you, Dale, for being here. I'd also like to welcome Mr. Gopal Asthana, who's the CEO of Tata Click, and he's going to make a presentation on the tech trends shaping the future of digital. We also have Ms. Meenakshi Bura, who's the CDO of Hindustan Unilever and the VP for Technology, Analytics and Services, South Asia. So thank you, Meenakshi, for being here. And we have lots of CMOs, marketing leaders, business leaders who will talk to you about what's happening in the digital space. Just to contextualize today's discussions at the E4M TechManch, the global ad spends have gone to 1 trillion in the last few months. Out of that, almost 650 billion is digital. And you can guess out of that 650 billion, almost 500 billion is amongst two players. I don't have to give you the names of, they're not sponsors of the event. If they were, I would take their name. Out of this and the rest, everyone is, all the digital players are about 150 billion combined, and 350 billion is traditional medium like television, print, and everything else. So clearly, digital is already mainstream. Everything else is smaller than digital. In India also, for the last 18 years, we do the Pitch Madison Advertising Outlook, and the ADEX in India is growing at 10-11%, vis-a-vis at the global average of 5%, 4.5%. So clearly, it continues to be an election year in India. It is an election year in the US. So clearly ad spends are growing up. The digital spends are growing up. A particular party in the recent elections did well because their digital strategy seemed to work for them. The share of voice on digital was huge. So clearly digital is becoming mainstream, and already digital is more than 40% in India, out of which almost 70% is programmatic. So clearly, digital and programmatic have become mainstream. I leave it to Mr. Asthana, Ms. Bura, and all of you to dive into what's happening in digital. But I want to take this opportunity to talk about three things that I believe all professionals and business leaders have top of their mind, but sometimes in our ambition and in our responsibilities, they become secondary. I want to ask this question. How many of you slept 8 hours last night? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How many of you slept less than 6 hours? 70% of you have slept less than 6 hours. Now, me and Naval started Exchange for Media 24 years back. Last month, we completed 20 years of impact. Some of Mr. Asthana was asking me, it's your baby, of course. But I have senior colleagues like Priyanka, Shraddha, Rohel, Tushar, many of them in the room. And it's their baby now. But the reason we are able to do this is because I and Naval put a lot of focus on sleep. I rarely send mails to my colleagues in the night. Rarely, I can't say. So I do want to emphasize to you that whatever you want to do, please sleep 8 hours. You'll be able to build better campaigns. You'll be able to have better ROI. You'll be able to have better health. And Meenakshi talked about balance in my early part of my life. I'm first generation, so balance was missing. It was missing. I would send mails 10 years back in the night. I'd be up in the night, but I'm rarely up in the night. Rarely. Maybe twice a month, maybe once a month. Sometimes I get carried away, but mostly I sleep by 11. And I try and sleep 8+ hours. Last night I slept almost 10 hours. The night before I slept 12 hours. Why I'm talking about sleep on a conference on tech and digital? Our screens are rewiring our brains. There's lots of research. A friend of mine, she sent me research on what does, she's a voice coach. What does looking at the screen whole day? And I'm not stopping you from looking at your screens and being digital, um, citizens, so to say. But we have to minimize screen time. I keep my phone away when I sleep. In a hotel room, I keep it far, and at home, I keep it away. I read this book many, many years back by Matthew Walker called Why We Sleep. And once you read this book or see the YouTube video, whichever you want to prefer, you will never compromise on sleep. Sleep has a long-term impact on your health. Uh, So my urge to you is sleep 8 hours, keep your phones away. Sleep discipline is an equally important part of accomplishing your goals and your organization goals. Second, I want to talk to you about, you all are leaders. You have an impact through your organizations, through your responsibilities, and you are digital leaders. And digital is what makes impact today. And it's not either or. Digital in conjunction with television, print, outdoor continues to make an impact. To say that other medium don't have an impact. Most media brands are in the business of content and audiences. They are not in the business of print, television. They're in the business of audiences. So as leaders, we have a responsibility towards the environment. We can see the irregular patterns of climate. We can see the temperatures going up. We can see the oceans shrinking. So in whatever you do, and I'm sure leaders like Mr. Dale Immerman, Mr. Gopalastana, Ms. Meenakshi Bura, and all the leaders that are in the room are able to use their sphere of influence to spread awareness about sustainability and ESG. Like Trump is wrong on lots of things. He may still become the president, but he's wrong. He said in 2019, he said, climate change is a hoax. It's not a hoax. It's a reality. Oceans are shrinking, and that's leading to lots of imbalances in the environment. So as leaders in the business domain, um, in whatever you do, raise the ESG consciousness. You have a responsibility. And, let's not talk about my children impact. It is impacting us in our lifetime. Look at the temperatures going yo-yo. The last thing, I'm very work driven and there's nothing wrong in it. I want to talk to you about an Israeli. His name is Nether Ben Yehuda. You can Google him in 2012. He had an ambition. He trained for 10 years for that. He set on a climb to Mount Everest, and he almost became the youngest Israeli to climb the Mount Everest. He was somewhere between the base camp and Mount Everest, and he encountered two friends of his. One had died, and the other was about to die. So he had two choices, either to become the youngest Israeli to climb the Mount Everest or to save a life, to save his friend's life. What do you think he did? What did he do? Of course, that's why I'm talking about it. And he practiced for many years to be the youngest Israeli to climb the Mount Everest. But when he saw his friend who needed help, who needed to be brought down to the base camp, he chose to bring him down to the base camp, and subsequently his friend survived. He, in the process, had three of his fingers amputated, and he couldn't climb the Mount Everest. but he chose to save someone's life rather than have a personal accomplishment. We all are driven. We have personal goals. We have family goals. We have community goals. But in a world which is very me focused, which is very individual achievement focused, I think a bit of kindness will take you a long way. In the end, if we feel good about ourselves through the right practices, we're able to achieve all business goals. So I do want to talk to you about sleep. Do sleep 8 hours. In whatever you do, bring your focus on ESG and sustainability. The organizations that are represented in the room are anyway very conscious about and they've made sustainability and ESG a very integral part of their business strategy and their business operations. And third, in whatever you do, spread kindness. And I know all of you do it. I want to wish you all the best and look forward to a day of learnings. In the evening, Mr. Suresh Narayanan, who's the jury chair of the IDMA, will be here and he will talk to us about the power of purpose and value-driven marketing in a digital age. Purpose is the single most goal that drives organizations, individuals, and projects. I wish you a day of purpose, connectivity, and learnings, and I look forward to celebrating your success in the evening. As I said, this is the 24th year of exchangeformedia.com. This is the 20th year of impact. We're celebrating the 21st year of impact in July. So thank you for your patronage, and thanks to you, we continue to be the #1 editorial platform in the world of advertising, marketing, media. And I'm sure with your patronage, we'll build on it and make a meaningful role in your life. Thank you. God bless you. Look forward to Mr. Gopal Asthana's address and Dale's address. Please give Gopal and Dale a big round of applause. Thank you so much. Back to you, Rahul.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Dr. Batra, for always inspiring, engaging, motivating, and setting the tone for TechManch 2024. Can we give him a louder cheer, everybody? A big round of applause. He speaks about such kind words and such interesting things that I'm all ears for him. But ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our first keynote speaker of the day. And before I invite him on stage, a little bit about him that actually inspires me as well. He has been driving omnichannel growth and innovation at the forefront of Tata Group's e-commerce strategy with more than 24 plus years of expertise in retail and e-commerce. He has a proven track record in building sustainable businesses across omni-channel environments. His journey spans strategic leadership at Nykaa Fashion and very important roles at Shoppers Stop Limited, where he honed his skills in luxury retail and brand strategy. At Tata Click, he drives growth strategies for Tata Group's e-commerce ventures, including Tata Click Luxury and Tata Click Palette, reinforcing the group's dominance in the Indian digital retail landscape. And ISB Hyderabad alum, he is just not a leader, but also a passionate music enthusiast. And since I'm a radio jockey, I love this part. He's also a sports lover. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the multi-talented industry leader, Mr. Gopal Asthana, CEO of Tata Click. Let's welcome him with a thunderous round of applause, everybody.
I'm a retailer by blood. I think I have been building retail and building brands for almost 25, 26 years. So that's why I say retail is in my blood. For the longest part of my journey in retail, I have been a brick and mortar retailer. And a few years back, I decided that I need to take a dip into internet e-commerce, and therefore I moved into e-commerce. And so while a person who has spent almost 2 decades in brick and mortar retail and then getting into internet e-commerce, one thing I've realized that you cater to the same customer. What happens is that in this very dynamic landscape, the customer behavior is changing, right? How he or she has started consuming a big shopping habit is quite different from what it was now. The goal of brand is to ensure that whether it is offline, whether it is online, this serve to whatever lifestyle the consumer wants. Yeah. So what is important for online customers to ensure that they give that unparalleled experience to their customers uh, on their platforms is just to replicate the offline experience into online experience, right? Uh, I will take some examples, during my brief talk on how things have happened, and we'll work on that. So, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, my esteemed colleagues, good morning. The whole agenda is set. We will be speaking a lot about digital, its applications, what is happening in the country. I'm interested to set a tone on how the entire day will begin, and also just to talk about that, how do we bring that experience in online customer through digital and through tech interventions. So we are not just the observers, right? We are the participants into this entire global so-called internet and e-commerce evolution. Now, this is one of the latest data that I could put together. And we see out of a total population of almost 8 billion, there are 69.7%, okay, who are the unique mobile phone subscribers. Just look at the size of this information. So 5.44 billion people around the world, okay, were using the internet at the start of April 2024, which is 67% of total population. Right? Social media users also continue to grow. Almost 54.8% of internet users aged 16 to 64 buy something or the other online every week. There is also one data point which shows that on an average, a social media user spends about 2 or 20 minutes every day, okay, on various devices. And an average shopper across the world spends close to about $1,000 a week on online. So just this entire stats show that where the whole world, okay, is moving, is going, okay, when it comes to online activities, internet commerce, right? This is something which is mind-boggling. Now, this is something which is, which is very kind of, favorite topic for me to talk about, which is the India stack, the India story. Let's look at this, what's happening in India, right? And also for all those people, who are there in this country, in this environment for last 10 years, 15 years, okay, just think. Our total population, 1.44 billion. The so-called social security numbers, right, across the world we hear. I think 10 years back, we know what is the status 12 years back. Today, 94% of Indians hold a social security number, which is Aadhaar card. Right? That is the growth. It's not a small job, okay, to bring Aadhaar card to 94% of the population, which is growing at the rate of 1.56%. Right? Now, let's see. Interesting. Number of internet users, 63%. 0.9 billion smartphone users, 0.66 billion social media users, 0.53 billion. Can somebody tell me what is the population of United States? Right. So each of these three are individually more than the population of United States. This shows what is the size of consumption and the opportunity this country is sitting on. Right? So we are just starting. We have just taken the first step. There are a lot of things which are, being done by government sector, by private sector, right? But this is mesmerizing. Yeah. So accessibility of inexpensive smartphones. So US has more than 99% of penetration of smartphones. Indian penetration is also increasing day by day. I don't have the exact number, but we all know that data is cheapest in this country, right? I think one of the cheapest data available is in this country. Then we spoke about Aadhaar. We'll talk of something about on UPI payments as well. But let's see, this online shoppers already talking about 1.18 billion. Now, this is the India decade, right? Since 2013, what has happened? Let's read. The mix of digital payments have moved from 10% to 20% in last 7 years, right? In 2023, there has been 84 billion UPI transactions in this country. Yeah. We are saying that there will be more than 900 million, almost a billion mobile wallet users by 2025-26. And there will be 220 million online shoppers in India by end of next year. Okay, by no standard, this is it. Sometimes you might see that you can actually club 5 European countries, okay, and they together will not be able to give this kind of consumption. Yeah. Two important data points again before we go ahead. So according to a survey conducted, around 79% of the households in India have used some or the other kind of third-party digital payment apps like Paytm and PhonePe. 79%. We know how many metros, mini metros, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 cities we have in this country. We are talking about 79%. And second, which is again a very, very important data point for digital, right? According to one market report, the digital India payment market was valued at 1.4 trillion in 2021, $1.4 trillion in 2021, and is expected to reach 23.2 trillion at a CAGR of 25% in next 10 years, 8 to 10 years. Now, just imagine that if we are talking of a $25 trillion digital market, what is that scope that every brand is sitting on, right? What is that kind of pie, okay, that we want to pick up, okay, from this entire data set? So India is moving, world is moving. Let's see what we can do. Yeah. So before we go ahead, I also wanted to actually just talk a little bit about what is happening, to the digital behavior, and what actually goes into the mind of a digital customer. So this whole digital customer thing is redefining in the way the whole market dynamics in this country, right? In the recent past, we have seen a significant shift from people buying offline to online, and e-commerce platforms have started making it more convenient day by day for the customers, okay, to shop from the home. I'll give you one more example, right? And this is a real life example. And one of my colleagues, he told me that he left his Apple charger at office. Yeah, while he left his office at around 9:30 in the evening, he was working for a presentation, and he reached home, and it was like really raining heavily. And he wanted to, have a dinner and start walking again. And so around 11:50, 11:30, he realized that he has forgotten his charger at office, right? And he desperately wanted that iPhone charger because it was important. He didn't have internet. He wanted to connect. So he actually browsed through one of the quick commerce site, okay, and placed an order for a Apple connector. And he said it was pouring, right? It was raining like cats and dogs. And he said, I had very less optimism about getting this. And I really wanted to understand, what do I do? And he says, to my big surprise, in 10 minutes, there was this guy, in raincoat, fully drenched, standing in front of my door with an Apple charger. So this is what India is going through, right? The whole quick commerce, the way it is actually changing the consumer buying habit, shopping habit, so different. I think, for a lot of us, okay, for a lot of your families, for your moms, okay, what we had done initially, right? We used to sit on first of every month and make a list, right? Wheat, rice, oil, soap, salt, right? And then we make a list, and then we go and one day to one of the marts or food market and buy. What is happening today, right? You so forget the Gen Z and the early millennials. Today you don't do that, right? You don't. The Gen Z tell their moms, "Why are you doing this? Don't make this list. What do you want? This? Okay, tuck 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 tuck. 5 minutes salt has come. 5 minutes. Oh, oil is over. Tuck 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 tuck. 5 minutes oil is on." So the internet e-commerce companies are changing the whole landscape of how business is being done in this country and online. They're spoiling the customers, right? I'm included. But this is how the whole reshaping is happening in this country, and the customers want a lot of personalization. They want direct communication. They want clear communication. They want data security, right? They want their personal information not being given out. So a lot of these things, okay, are important in in online e-commerce. And the last example which I want to take is about luxury. Right now, luxury is one of the biggest example in this country, okay, which is being shaped by online. See, uh, for all those, okay, who have done some work or are consumers of luxury in India, how many places, how many luxury malls are there? 2, 3, 4. That's it, right? In a country of 1.44 billion, there are only 2, 3 billion malls, okay, where luxury stores are there. Long back in India, luxury stores were only in 5-star hotels, right? For many, many years. Now there are 2 or 3 malls. What percentage of population can this serve? Very difficult, right? I want to give you one more data point. 57% of the wealth of this country lies in tier 2, tier 3, and tier 4 cities. Okay. Higher wealth is lying in tier 3 and tier 4 cities. But there is no accessibility for luxury. So once luxury has started getting into e-commerce, okay, it has democratized the entire access. I can tell you something about Tata Click Luxury. We serve more than 20,000 pin codes in this country. And while we sell a lot of products, which are $1,000, $2,000, they're ordered, okay, from places from where the nearest luxury mall would be 500 kilometers. So that's how the whole landscape is changing in this country and how consumers are redefining what do they want. Right. The other thing, again, we did discuss the whole penetration of mobile, okay, is redefining the consumption again. Okay, there is a significant shift. I think we are still waiting for a better 5G connectivity, but when that comes in, data is already cheap in this country. So it is going to be, again, a big revolution. But what I wanted to say here is the omni-channel experience. For the brand, it's very important to give the omni-channel experience. You cannot think of giving an experience to the customer when he or she is visiting a store which is physical or visiting a store which is online. So I think through tech interventions, through digital technologies, we have to ensure that we provide a very similar experience to the customer, and a lot of things which will be driven by data, okay, are going to help us in future to do that. So let's see, which are the things which actually shape up the internet e-commerce. There are many more things. There are many experts, okay, sitting here in this room. There will be a lot of interesting panel discussions which are going to happen. I really don't want to get into that. I'm not a super expert as many of you are sitting here. Okay, but whatever I have learned, I can say that these are the few things: AI and ML, okay, AR and VR, Internet of Things, cybersecurity, sustainability are extremely important. Yeah. So let's say with AI and ML, okay, we are bringing a lot about how do you know customers, how you make your analytics stronger, how do you say that, I will understand you better and I'll understand you better in how you behave with us. Okay, and how do I make myself better with my operational efficiencies overall? AR and VR, I really want to take in example of Lenskart. Who thought that you can put a glass, okay, prescriptive frame on your face and see it on the screen. So it's making the whole landscape very very realistic. Okay, you can just put a glass and see how your new house is going to be. So all these are influencing the decisions. IoT, right? I think the data driven decisions are a lot impacted by IoT. Real time inventory management, okay, on shelves. Your stock is getting over, auto replenishment orders are being fired to the warehouses, the stocks are getting replenished. The customers much more. Cybersecurity, I can't stress more, right? The customers are giving their data to us. We have to ensure that we follow all the protocols in the legal framework and otherwise take some advanced precautions and ensure that we are keeping the customer data as much as possible, not as much as possible, 100%, confidential, okay, and follow all the government rules which are there and try to see that in advance we are prepared for it, right? I think Anurag spoke a lot about sustainability. There's nothing more. We have to create this world, keep this world for the future generation. Okay, we do a lot of things at Tata also. Okay, I don't want to get into details, but yes, with advancement in technologies, there is a responsible or other responsibility on tech to ensure that there is enough and more being done for the sustainability. So to conclude, I just want to say that, for brands, it's very important to understand the confluence of online and offline as a channel. Ensure that, you or rather we all give a similar experience to the customers, okay, in whichever way they are visiting. Take care of their data, be extremely good with the customer service, do a lot of personalization, give a lot of discovery to them. And I actually open the whole day for all of us with a lot of tech interventions being talked about. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
I think there's one saying that says that experience is one thing that you cannot it cannot be just picked up. You need to spend that much time in the industry to speak on the stage as a keynote speaker. Let's give him a louder cheer, everybody. Zordar talia ho jaye. And may I take this opportunity on behalf of the Exchange for Media team, may I request our Managing Director for Channel Factory, Mr. Chirag Bhatia, to join us on stage to present a memento on behalf of the team. Let's welcome Mr. Bhatia with a huge round of applause, everybody. Gentlemen, a little at center of the stage, please. Let's keep the applause going, everybody. Thank you so much, Mr. Asthana, and thank you so much, Mr. Bhatia, for doing the honors. With this, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to introduce our next session and our next speaker. Well, what should I talk about him? He is somebody who came here. He's a perfectionist. He came before time. He came before me, and he was planning his entire act on stage. What should I say? He is somebody who has been a renowned educator with a passion for demystifying tech. He merges creativity and innovation to drive global changes. He talks and unveil practical applications of cutting-edge tech, empowering business worldwide to embrace transformation. Join us as he shares invaluable insights, equipping you to harness technology for unprecedented growth and success. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome on stage Global VP of AI and Immersive Tech at WPP, Mr. Dale Immerman. Let's welcome him with a huge cheer, everybody.
Hello, everybody. Firstly, thank you so much for having me in this beautiful country. I haven't been to India in many, many years, so it's a real privilege to be back. And I'd just like to say thank you to Dr. Batra for creating this incredible platform that we can all attend and learn from. And a special thank you to Priyanshi for organizing all of my travel and my trip. It's been smooth and the hospitality has been just absolutely fantastic. So I am the Vice President of Immersive Technology and Artificial Intelligence at WPP. I am a remote worker. I live 2 hours outside of Cape Town in South Africa. And my work really focuses on our top 5 markets, being the US, the UK, Germany, China, and of course, India. So I get to engage with a lot of teams and a lot of clients in this region, which is a big privilege. And since joining WPP, I haven't been able to visit India yet. So this is a very exciting time for me. My role, I sit within our CTO team, and I engage very closely with our data teams, our creative technology teams, and our global strategic partnerships team. And so I get exposure to all of our agencies across the globe and almost all of our different markets. And the role that we play is really a research and development role to uncover new technologies and to create new solutions that we can commercialize and scale so that our clients can benefit from these new cutting edge innovations. I think it's important to firstly say what I'm not going to speak about today. I'm not going to talk about AI in the realms of legal or ethics or fear-mongering or data privacy. While these are all very, very important issues, we have huge teams that engage around these topics and focus on them. I believe we're living in possibly one of the most exciting times that we've ever experienced as humanity. And so I view all of these advancements through, I suppose, a lens of optimism. And I try to speak about things through positive provocation. I feel this is how we get the best outcomes. Now that you know my perspective from which I see things, I think it's very important that we contextualize what I'm seeing in the world at this point today. And so if we look at our inevitable context, going back sort of 5 to 10 years and looking forward 5 to 10 years, we're seeing a major shift in that the internet is moving from a 2D web to a 3D web. The second thing we're seeing, which was pointed out in the previous keynote, is that we're seeing the convergence of numerous technologies. Now, whether you call this the fourth industrial revolution or the singularity, these technologies are all maturing, and it feels like artificial intelligence is actually the final piece in this puzzle. And at the same time, we saw that AR and VR or immersive tech is one of the key things that's emerging. We look at this through a lens of something called the reality virtuality continuum. And that continuum is showing us a shift from reality to augmented reality to virtual reality, and ultimately to that concept that we call the metaverse. And it's not important how we define that, but we need to understand that this is a bit of a journey that we're going along that particular continuum. For me personally, the most immediate opportunity in this space is augmented reality. And I think it's also important that we look back in time as to what has happened so that we can see the trajectory that we've taken to help inform us about where we are right now and where we are going. So I'm going to talk a little bit about, I suppose, the history of immersive technology and AI. If I were to say to you 10 years ago, imagine a computer that can learn and adapt like a human, but much faster, you probably would have thought I was a little bit crazy. But that's the basic idea behind artificial intelligence. And immersive technology in parallel, including AR and VR, has also evolved and is creating very realistic and interactive digital environments. We're also going to touch today on hardware innovations like VR headsets, AR glasses, and the advancements of our smartphones. Software advancements like machine learning, natural language processing, and computer vision, and how these are all coming together and contributing to the rapid growth and adoption of these technologies across every single industry. So let's look at it in a little bit more detail, right? Because artificial intelligence has come a long way since its early days of rule-based systems in the 1950s. In the 1960s, we saw programs that emerged that could help, well, that could play chess and solve very basic maths problems. And in the 70s, we saw the emergence of expert systems. And in the 80s, machine learning, which you've all heard about, techniques were introduced, allowing computers to learn from data and improve their performance over time. And in the 90s, we saw the rise of neural networks, trying to mimic the structure and the function of our brains. And of course, in the 2000s, deep learning techniques were developed, allowing AI to tackle very complex tasks using vast amount of data. And today, these technologies are used in almost every industry, like I said, to automate processes, to improve decision-making, and to enhance customer experiences. And so if AI has been prevalent for so long, then why are we seeing such a huge hype in the last 24 months? Well, it's because AI got a user interface. Previously, you had to be a developer to integrate or use these solutions. You had to know how to code. But with the emergence of large language models, now we can simply type and talk to engage with these technologies, unleashing power for everybody. But AI is a very broad and big realm, and there's two specific areas that are driving the current boom, and those are machine learning and generative AI. I like to think of machine learning as a computer program that learns from data without it being explicitly programmed. Think of it like teaching a child by showing them lots of examples, right? Here's loads of pictures of a cat. Now you know what a cat looks like. Every evening it gets dark. We know it's going to get dark again this evening because it's happened every single night before. And if we look at generative AI, it's a computer program that can create new content like images and text or music. And by using what it has learned, using massive amounts of data, allowing us to write news articles or poems or create original artworks or compose music, a full range of modalities. And we're not stopping there. Because AI is not just about generation or creating things from scratch. It's also has the ability to see really well. At first glance, I think most of us would see breakfast here. But when we put this image through ChatGPT, we see actually a very different picture. This is a white cat curled up on a gray bed, and someone's placed an orange in the center of it, making it look like a fried egg. So arguably, if you saw the fried egg too, we can acknowledge that AI might have the ability to see things clearer than we have the ability to. And so think about the implications that this has for people who have disabilities and impaired vision. One thing that we're going to see a lot of is this. This lucky emoji has become the poster child for AI and generative AI, and it's coming to a button near you. In fact, I give it 24 months before we see this symbol on a toothbrush powered by AI. Now, computer AI vision makes one of my favorite things possible, and that's augmented reality. Augmented reality, believe it or not, was conceived in the 1960s, but it was only in the 1990s where the term was actually coined by the US military in their Armstrong laboratory. And in 2008, we saw our very first augmented reality app, Wikitude. In 2013, you might remember Google Glass, very premature, but gave us a taste of what augmented reality eyewear might look like in the future. And in 2016, I think the most significant moment for augmented reality, the iPhone launched with 2 cameras, allowing us to triangulate content and stabilize it in reality. And the phenomenon of Pokemon Go spread across the world. In 2021, Snap released their AR spectacles, giving people a true taste of a form factor that people can wear and have hands-free augmented reality. And today, AR is everywhere. It's available on every single digital platform, in native apps, in the smartphone browser, and it's being used across every single industry in the most incredible ways. And so if we look at all of that research and development and decades of advancement, and we look at then how the young generation is using this technology, we get this. But in reality, AR is saving lives. This is a campaign created to help people learn CPR. Not many people know this, but 7 out of 10 cardiac arrests occur in front of bystanders, but less than 20% of people know how to provide first aid in that scenario. This campaign created global awareness and education to help save lives of people who need it most. And it's going to revolutionize different medicine disciplines and people with disabilities. So getting back to interfaces and device, this is a slide that I showed 2 years ago at Cannes, really looking at the development of hardware as we're moving forward. Currently, we're using our smartphones, and I assure you they're not going anywhere. We have the Snap glasses. Companies like Mojo Vision, funded with millions of dollars, are developing contact lenses, and they were able to shrink an LCD screen into a contact lens. And of course, Elon Musk's Neuralink, looking at computer-brain interfaces. But in the last 2 years, things have changed. Snap has not evolved this technology, but Meta have launched their Ray-Ban Meta glasses featuring AI, available globally in Ray-Ban stores. Mojo, sadly, has gone out of business. It's very difficult to put a camera, a screen, computing power, connectivity, and a battery into a contact lens. But someday this will emerge again. And what we have seen being introduced is the advent of spatial computing from Apple, giving us a device that really shows us the true full potential of eyewear. And it's just a matter of time before it shrinks. And Neuralink has advanced in the last 2 years, getting FDA approval for human testing. And here we can see a short clip of their first patient. Can we play that video?
I mean, when I first actually moved the cursor with my mind, it blew my mind for like the whole day. And to be helping to be able to be useful in some way, it completely changed how I live.
Great. So what you see there is the first patient, and he's able to control a mouse cursor with his mind as well as play games. And so if we jump into gaming, which includes virtual worlds, they've also received a shot in the arm with AI. In the early days of gaming, players were limited to 2D graphics and very simple gameplay mechanics. And I'm sure many of you are familiar with these digital gaming platforms. Today, gaming in virtual worlds continue to grow and evolve, offering players new and exciting ways to not only engage with digital content, but with each other too. Here's an example of a very basic augmented reality game that you play in your smartphone browser. This game uses AI to understand the environment that you're in, and it adapts the gameplay to that environment so that you can play in your own home dynamically. Isn't that just absolutely fantastic? And so artificial intelligence and augmented reality are very interconnected. They rely on each other's technologies to advance. AI can analyze user behavior and preferences to tailor content and interactions. AR uses computer vision and can integrate with natural language processing, 2 key AI technologies, to recognize and interpret the world around us and overlay information on top of it, providing a platform for AI to deliver engaging interactive experiences. And together they perpetuate the advancement of each other's technologies, creating new opportunities for us all to innovate. This is the power of convergence. Some work that we were lucky to participate in with Shopify, which I showed last year, really encapsulates this convergence as well. And it's one of my favorite video examples to share.
Hey, so if I wanted to get into latte art, like really get into it, what would I need?
Here's a few options, depending on how pro you want to go.
Like something nice, but not too expensive.
Definitely. These are both great choices. This one is smaller and manual, so you will also need to buy a milk steamer. And this one is automatic and has the steam one built in.
Yeah, great. Let's go with that. And also like a nice mug.
Absolutely. There's this local potter who does gorgeous work. Here's a few color options.
Ooh, one of each, please. What does that come to?
$6.99.99.
Great, bring it up.
Fingerprint, please. Awesome. Looks like it'll be here on Thursday.
Fantastic. So what you're seeing there is a person wearing a Meta Quest VR headset with pass-through. Okay. It's linked into ChatGPT via voice, and it's connected to a Shopify e-commerce store and payment gateway. And that's an actual working demo. And to reiterate what was said in the previous keynote, what we're seeing is that e-commerce stores and online stores that offer a way for consumers to preview a product before buying it or try on a product before buying it are seeing a 70% reduction in returns. For most of you that don't know, e-commerce sites, returns is the biggest killer of new e-commerce sites, and it's probably one of the largest expenses of existing e-commerce sites. So perhaps these technologies could support how you engage with your customers during the commerce process. But I think it's important that we dive deeper into AI. I think these sort of technological advancements of this magnitude demand our full attention. And I obviously cannot go back home without showing you what's happening in this space, what we're doing, some work that I love, and what's in store for us in the future. So there are well over 2,000 large language models now available. It's becoming a commodity. In fact, some people are never going to recoup their investments in this space. And in the open source AI landscape, just on GitHub, there are almost 1,000 generative AI repositories with at least 500 stars. We will soon see billion-dollar one-person companies emerging in the world. And of course, the financial stakes have never been higher, right? We've all seen the NVIDIA and Meta share prices rocketing. And with all this advancement, it can be very difficult to understand and even harder for marketers to manage. So how do we become leaders in AI? Well, at WPP, we knew that this change was coming. We've been working really hard for half a decade. We've been building our marketing operating system, WPP Open. We've committed to invest large sums of money into artificial intelligence. We've centralized our data and asset capability within GroupM Choreograph. We've been training our people on the applications of AI in business. In fact, some of our teams were responsible for writing the curriculums on AI for business at Oxford University. And we've been deepening our strategic partnerships globally in which we co-invest. But none of this would be possible without vision. I think vision is extremely important because it helps guide us. And what we're seeing is that clients are looking for answers. They're asking, how do we understand this? Can you help us with a plan? How can we implement these technologies? And that's because it is not about just generating text and images. It's an entirely new paradigm for enterprise software development and process automation. So along with a very solid vision framework, we've developed a use case framework, as well as a strategic framework of our own, talking about reinvention. Disruption calls for new commercial and business models. And if we're wanting to accelerate, we need to embed AI in our products and services like WPP Open and offer that to our clients. And from a productivity perspective, AI needs to be embedded in our core back office tools, all of our tools, things like Copilot on our Microsoft solutions. And if we delve into the use case framework, you can see there are many, and this is barely scratching the surface. But through inspiration, we can augment our creativity. And within the automation realm, we can gain content efficiency and scale. And by optimization, we can get content effectiveness to skyrocket. And this framework helps us get traction today in the present. And we do this all with a key design principle when we look at all of the aspects of our business. This very loosely describes, I suppose, the entire marketing process from idea to production, right? And so we look at what are the high empathy and low empathy tasks that people in our industry perform. And where we see high empathy tasks, this is a massive opportunity to augment these people with artificial intelligence, giving them the tools to do this faster and better. And where we see low empathy tasks, for example, versioning an advert to be shown in different languages across 100 markets, this is an opportunity to automate the task with artificial intelligence. So let's take a look at another video to see what we've built and what we're using ourselves and what our agencies are using and what a number of our clients are using today.
Marketing.
Video, please.
Marketing is getting more complex. New platforms are emerging and more data is being generated than ever before. For businesses to keep up, imagination is essential, and so is intelligence. The question is, how can imagination and intelligence work together? Introducing WPP Open, an operating system that amplifies human creativity and intelligently connects the end-to-end marketing process. And with the power of AI, it's getting smarter every day. Every team across WPP can access Open with innovative ways to generate new ideas, target audiences, and analyze performance, and create the wide array of assets brands need, all seamlessly integrated into the marketing process shared between WPP and our clients. And with AI, WPP Open isn't just intelligent, it's highly intelligent. Underpinned by our proprietary AI products, WPP Brains, WPP Open offers unprecedented benefits. With intelligent briefing assistance, synthetic audience testing, and live in-flight dashboards at your fingertips, you get more tools to support decision-making, enabling WPP to collaborate with clients creatively, whilst delivering audience building, media planning, execution, and the delivery of content at scale, all augmented by AI. WPP Open empowers teams to deliver better work faster for the world's leading brands. Creative transformation through imagination and intelligence. WPP Open, the AI-enabled operating system for marketing.
And so we call this human creativity augmented. And this combination of tools and technology paves the way for augmented human creativity. A new world where the prompt is the new art direction, where creative, production, media, and data are all integrated parts of an idea. You'll notice some work coming out of India right there. But I'm going to show you one of my favorite pieces of work relying on AI currently out there in the market. Video, please. Sorry if you...
So come, celebrate your anniversary, your birthday, or just generally being fabulous.
Really, Kyle?
It's good, right?
Gen AI is supposed to be inviting people to Virgin Voyages, not doing whatever that was. Just give me that.
As I was saying, why not celebrate on an award-winning voyage with Michelin-starred chef-curated menus?
World-class destinations, award-winning.
Boring. I'll hop in there. I'll hop right in that suit.
So simple.
I can't watch this. Give it to me. There's no kids here. That's all you need to know.
Oh, can I live there?
Gen AI. Invite your crew to voyage. Create your custom invite at virginvoyages.com.
It's not just a yacht, it's a super yacht.
Cool. So that campaign was launched in the US. It was highly successful, and users could scan the QR code and create a video that they sent to their friends. And Jennifer Lopez would say their name as well as their friend's name, inviting them on a voyage and to enter a competition. And so if we look at scaling content and AI personalization use cases on a continuum of sophistication, with WPP Open, brands like Nestle are using a variety of tools underpinned by integrated large language models, multiple large language models, as well as their own brand information to generate creative ideas that are brand compliant. Things like social media posts and digital ads in the realm of ideation and content editing. In terms of scaled adaptation, one of our teams is creating a project to help the visually impaired understand what is being shown on TV or in video ads by creating audio narration that overlaps on the video only in the gaps where people need to see something and the audio does not indicate what that might be. And our AI content engine is being used by Coca-Cola to enable the creation of thousands of product-grade Coke and meals content. that can be generated by their own marketing teams on a self-service basis. And this brings together USD 3D models with generative AI backgrounds and environments that pave the way for 3D-driven generative AI. And that's an example of a new business model from us. And finally, if we look at what it means to have a fully integrated content supply chain.
WPP is building the next generation of car configurators for automotive giant BYD's Denza luxury brand, powered by Omniverse Cloud and generative AI. OpenUSD and Omniverse Cloud allows Denza to connect high-fidelity data from industry-leading CAD tools to create a physically accurate, real-time digital twin of its N7. WPP artists can work seamlessly on this model in the same Omniverse cloud environment with their preferred tools from Autodesk, Adobe, and SideFX to deliver the next era of automotive digitalization and immersive experiences. Today's configurators require hundreds of thousands of images to be pre-rendered to represent all possible options and variants. OpenUSD makes it possible for WPP to create a super digital twin of the car that includes all possible variants in one single asset, deployed as a fully interactive 3D configurator on Omniverse Cloud GDN, a network that can stream high-fidelity, real-time 3D experiences to devices in over 100 regions, or used to generate thousands of individual pieces of content that comprise a global marketing campaign. The USD model is placed in a 3D environment that can either be scanned from the real world using LiDAR in virtual production or created in seconds with generative AI tools from organizations such as Adobe and Shutterstock. This innovative WPP solution for BYD brings generative AI and cloud-rendered real-time 3D together for the first time, empowering the next generation of e-commerce.
And so this work is for those who don't know, production is one of the largest emitters of carbon in our industry. And what this work allows us to do is to have virtual production that virtually eliminates those carbon emissions. And it's a sustainably made solution that is available in India via Hogarth, one of our agencies. And so we're seeing this radical evolution of marketing and the world right now. It's filled with lifelike assistants. Just yesterday, my partner and I used ChatGPT-O to communicate in Hindi with a tuk-tuk driver so that we could get to where we wanted to go and come back. We are seeing the emergence of small language models designed to perform well for simpler tasks and be more accessible for organizations who have limited resources. And generative AI modalities are broadening from text, images, and video from text and images to include video. This is OpenAI Sora text to video and Google's VO. And the work that we're doing with NVIDIA is taking text into full 3D. Just look at those lilies and violets and the perspective that you get from 3D generated with text. And finally, the future of creativity demands diversity. This is our creative technology apprenticeship in the UK, something we've achieved with the support of our amazing partners and clients like L'Oreal. 2 cohorts have gone through this program already, and many of the students are now working in agencies like Hogarth and Ogilvy and Group M. Lastly, I want to talk about India. WPP is working very, very closely with our teams in this region, providing access to our strategic partners, the latest technology, the best tools to power the best capabilities on the planet. So I hope that we can launch similar programs like our apprentice program in India. And so if there are any people in the audience who wish to support that, come and chat to me afterwards. I want to acknowledge our local team. We have over 150 creative technology and innovation people. We've built an out-of-this-world center of excellence experience center in Delhi. And this market is geared for the advancements that I've shown today. India has over 200 million 5G users. There is no other market in the world that I've seen that is as ripe for artificial intelligence and augmented reality today. And in comparison to other markets, I see India being best placed for innovation thanks to your curious, can-do culture and integrity. In fact, most of the work coming from this region I use as examples when I go and present in the UK and in the US and other regions. From my global perception, India has achieved way more in this realm than most first world regions. But if I can offer one piece of advice, and that is to continue to test and learn. Test and learn, test and learn, test and learn. Thank you very much.
Can you have a loud cheer for Dale? I think he presented something which is eye-opening, and it's really nice to hear from you. I wish this session would not stop ever. But may I request Priyanka Badoria from the Exchange for Media team to join us on stage to present a memento to Dale Imaman. A big round of applause for Dale, everybody. Sure. I actually love the JLo creator which you showcased. She's amongst my favorite actresses. But the way it was showcased was really good. If you capture visuals, I saw a lot of people clicking videos there. If you capture any of those visuals, make sure you share it using the hashtag e4m TechManch, and we'll make sure you receive a gift hamper post-lunch. But now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the first panel discussion of the day. And we've got, well, industry stalwarts, as you promised you. But before I proceed with the session chair, let me first invite the panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me immense pleasure as you welcome them on stage. Put your hands together for Anushri Ghosh, General Manager and Head of Digital and D2C ITC Limited. Let's welcome Anushri with a huge round of applause. Joining in will be Harshit Shah, Head, Digital Media and D2C, Piramal Pharma Limited. Also joining in will be Sanket Save, AVP, Sales, India West Region, Root Mobile Limited. Joining in will be Rijesh Nagathan, CIDTO, Marico. And it gives me immense pleasure to welcome a gentleman on stage who could take away my job with his quotes and his anecdotes. Please welcome Chief Growth Officer at Media Smart, Mr. Nikhil Kumar. Let's welcome our team with a huge round of applause, everybody. And yes, I was on blitzkrieg mode. Over to the team. You can join us at the chairs. Check. Hello.
Great. Good morning. I think it's great to always host the first session and with a very diverse panel. The good thing about hosting the first panel is the energies are up. It's not post-lunch, so there's no desperation to go for lunch either. So I think let's start. We're on time. So good morning and welcome to our data-driven exploration of emerging technologies that are reshaping the future of media planning and advertising. Today, we delve into the transformative power of AI, IoT, data analytics, key drivers propelling industry towards unprecedented growth and efficiency. In India, AI adoption in advertising and media planning has surged significantly, with 37% of digital marketers fully leveraging AI-driven tools to enhance targeting and optimized media campaign performance. Globally, the adoption rate is even more pronounced, with studies showing that AI-powered advertising solutions are expected to grow by 65% annually over the next 5 years. These technologies are not just shaping how brands connect with consumers, but are also redefining metrics of success in digital marketing. Our panel today focuses on these quantitative advancements with qualitative impact. And with a very distinguished panel, let's begin. Very generic topic. How do we start? So let's start with a generic common question. And Anand, since you're on the extreme right, I'll start with you. What do you think, in your opinion, in terms of technology, and you're hearing a lot about technology, right? What do you believe is the most transformative impact technology that will bring in digital marketing in the next 5 years, and why? Because some of them have come and some of them have faded. Let's have an opinion from each one of you on the next 5 years. Your bet on what?
Yeah, thanks, Nikhil. Thanks for this beautiful question. Good morning, everybody. And the most important factor today is like where we are shaping. Today, where we are, I don't think where we should be. But as Dell said that you have to learn, learn, and learn. So my funda is like you have to unlearn what you have learned for now to start with the technology. You have to learn again and you have to relearn again. So unlearn, learn, and relearn. That is what the technology is talking about when we are talking about AI and ML and automations that per se from a market perspective. So when we are unlearning, we are making sure that the shackles there in front of your eyes, those are going away. We are learning the new things, which is nothing but AI, ML, what we are talking. Everybody is talking about AI, ML, but this is just a tip of an iceberg. But there is huge things which is coming up. There are AGI which is coming up where we are learning and relearning again. We are making sure our models are getting equipped with the information which is feeding by the technologies. Our models are making sure that whatever we have learned up till now, how we are optimally utilizing those models. And the machines are making sure that whatever we have learned up till now, how I can optimally use those knowledge.
Yeah, I think that's a great starting line. That leaves me to you, Anushri. I think you manage a very large organization's media planning and strategies, right? I mean, there are so many people that you might be coming across from the technology world, and everybody has a new toy. What is actually making your fancy go on, yeah, this wants to stay? And I think from my perspective or my years of experience, this is an technology for the next 5 years.
See, I think the conversation around AI and ML has been there for a few years now. But I think, to your question on what's going to transform, I would imagine it's the power of generative AI. And I think it's still a playground for most people, for most brands to really even kind of fathom the possibilities that it can kind of drive when it comes to larger marketing thinking or even business thinking. So yeah, to me, I think we are probably at a very, very crucial juncture, which would create multiple unlocks in the space of media, data, content, and even business at large. And of course, who will take away, the possibilities that it unlocks when it comes to data and analytics as well, especially more so predictive. I think that's a large conversation to be had. And I don't think we are even scratching the surface like the gentleman here pointed out. So yes, to me, generative AI and predictive way of looking at data, how do you apply the same across the marketing funnel and then drive business? I think there is a lot of unknowns at this point of time, to be honest.
I was worried that Anushri is going to say taken away jobs, but I'm glad she didn't say that. But
I will not. It's a
probably we'll
contentious
get there.
topic. I'm not going to touch. We said we are not going to touch on such topics, but yes.
So we'll get there, I think, at the later part. Rajesh, I think you have the best knowledge when it comes to defining what is technology and what's not. And I think, why don't you explain firstly to people what is Gen AI and the difference between Gen AI and AI, and not qualitatively just defining it. And obviously your take on the next 5 years, because Marico has been at the forefront of doing a lot of exciting things as well.
Thank you so much, Sanket. So look, if you have to simplify it and understand it, at the heart of it is all what lies about, how deep you can go in terms of statistics, which is exactly what people call it as data science. How you are able to take that data, extract insights on one hand, other point is also to kind of use regression prediction models, etc. So that kind of, I would say, data science, machine learning, etc., has been around quite some time, and it is gotten refined. Now, what we saw as a add-on to it, or the newer capability which got unleashed, was around large language models, which is why you were great at dealing with numbers, extrapolating those numbers, giving a narrative to those numbers is what your large language models kind of figured it out. And of course, they are getting refined. So with those particular capabilities coming in place, you're not just able to analyze it, but you're also able to create something out of it. It can be text, it can be image. To some extent, it can be even animation-based videos. It's not really realistic-based videos. So we've been experimenting with those. Some of it is also in a gray space too. Sorry. So some of it is also in a bit of gray space in terms of saying that how will copyrights look at if you kind of do a creative and put it out. So we're figuring out, we're exploring, we are trying to get the tech right. More importantly, the tech also has to be affordable. You can have all of it, but at what price? Will it make sense? So I think that is exactly where we are in terms of moving from one league of, I would say, AI and ML to generative AI. Not sure, like, if it was clear.
I think you're quite clear, and I think we'll come back to some of those points. But I think Rajesh touched upon a very interesting thing, Harshit, right? I mean, there are things which come in, and then can you afford it, right? I mean, I remember a time when metaverse used to be like the thing, and everybody was making shops within the metaverse, and I don't know then what happened, right? And how have you been seeing technology play a key enabler at Piramal, or just in your personal experience as a marketer? And some technologies that you're seeing are catching your fancy and saying, no, I need to learn this, right? I think some of us are traditional marketers who've spent, we saw the first era of Facebook marketing is like, yeah, it's a fad. Till that guy became really important in all meetings, right? And I think we've seen so much transformation over the years in marketing that becomes like, okay, we need to either, learn skills or you will be outdated. What are you seeing which is catching your fancy?
No, so I'll talk about 2, 3 aspects, right? And you rightly tap. I don't think AI is going to replace. I think humans who are using AI are going to replace the other humans. So we'll start with that. But other than that, I think the way we are seeing tech enabling our businesses, right, is we're keeping things very simple, right? Let's look at it from Gen AI perspective, or we look at personalization aspect where AI is enabling it. We're looking at aspects with regards to AR, we're looking at aspects of ad fraud. Now, these are 3, 4 facets that we're looking at, and how basically AI or any other technology can help us solve for it, right? So we're trying to keep it in that domain, so to say. Honestly, I think next 5 years you've touched upon, but what Anushri mentioned, right? The unlocks are just started to come in, and we are seeing that unlock happening across all pillars of digital, right? So we're talking about SEO, we're talking about campaign optimizations, we're talking about content creation, and a lot of that is still at a very superficial level, because you can clearly make out, say, an image if it's generated by AI, and if an image is generated from a creative person, right? But those lines are going to get blurry as we progress, and I think that's where we are headed. I think the creative piece, and that's where AI and Gen AI is obviously going to be one aspect to it, but that's what we see as one aspect which is going to help marketeers in years to come. And second is the larger aspect of ad fraud, which I think, there are partners today in the market who's helping us to solve for that, counting those viewable impressions and ensuring those impressions that are being delivered are the genuine impressions or the legit impressions. So those are the aspects I think next 5 years are going to touch a lot about on those viewability aspect, ad fraud aspect as well, because a lot has been pushed into the digital domain. Not sure if everything can be attributed, can be measured. So, and then layering it on top of it, an analytics arm.
I think it's interesting because I think I was seeing a large tech giant drawing the Mona Lisa and doing it so well that, they were saying, you could apply technology and do it better than how it was done. But clearly, there's only one Mona Lisa, and that's you're predominantly replicating it, and that brings perspective. What do you think, Sanket? What's your opinion on the next 5 years? It's a common question to all
Yeah,
panelists.
so next 5 years, I think the way we see, we actually help brands communicate with their clients, so engaging for marketers with their customers happens to be core at our the way of business. What we're seeing is it's not just one particular technology, it's a combination of two or more technologies which kind of would help marketers to gain in next 5 years. For an example, let's say big data has been in for a while today, you've been collecting a lot of data through big data. Now you combine that with AI, AI ML kind of technology that gives you a very, very killer proposition to the market. Now, when you're starting to engage with your clients and, there is always a risk of a fraud coming in. So then you also try and integrate a technology like a blockchain kind of a technology, and you combine all three pieces together. So now you have a faster, secured, and much more authentic way of communication. So we see it would be a combination of all these technologies. We are already working in those kind of fields, right away. And I think that is the way to go for us.
I think there's such a diversity on the panel, and I think without some specific examples, I mean, I'll be a really poor moderation job. I mean, you've got ITC, you've got Group M, you've got Marico, you've got Piramal, you've got Root Mobile. I think it's to not ask specific use cases will be injustice to the audiences. So let's start with you, Rajesh. I think we've all known, we don't need to read it, that Marico aims to leverage technology to deliver seamless customer experience and firmly believes in digital disruption, always had. Could you highlight some of the stuff that you guys have been doing recently to enhance your customer interactions and innovations within FMCG sector, which not only impacts you, but I think overall helps the overall CPG ecosystem?
Sure. So there have been, I would say, interventions which started with the virtual try-ons, especially in the hair care, the live-on part of it, etc. And then similar things also with the other personal care products. Now, how do you kind of engage beyond that? For example, whatever we did on the Saffola honey part of creative, which was there, wherein you can kind of not exactly use a VR kind of a setup, but how can you simulate it on a mobile, right? So that is one way of doing it. The other way of doing it is also experimenting with, to what extent can you allow a LLM-based chatbot to actually, interact, and where exactly do you need a human intervention or guidance is something, again, which we are trying out. And hopefully we get it right, then that will unlock a large bit of engagement possibilities going forward. I would say, especially in terms of creatives, we just talked about it. So how can we actually do that? And in terms of also creating that unique experience for each of the consumer, how exactly can that get enabled? So these are the spaces where I would say we've covered some ground, but we can also see that there's much more to be explored, more to be worked upon as we really get into it.
We're living in a world of Can you hear me? Yeah. We're living in a world of a lot of ecosystems versus becoming open are becoming more walled. And I think there is a sudden requirement of first party data for a lot of CPG guys who said, yeah, it used to be just a phone number and a POS collection ecosystem. But I think first party data is becoming so important. Are data cleaning room conversations becoming very relevant for somebody who manages conversations at your level?
Yes. So, how can we partner with, let's say, an e-com provider wherein we don't really give away the data both from a privacy perspective as well as our own kind of, I wouldn't call it as an asset, but our own kind of a data, but yet benefit from each other is an area being explored. But have we gotten really ahead in that journey? The answer is not yet. We are still kind of testing waters on that.
Anushri, I mean, the distribution mega powerhouse of ITC, but also at the forefront of technology and leading a lot of stuff, right? I saw some exciting stuff that you did, predominantly GenAI, which was for brands like Sunfeast, clearly interacting with Shah Rukh Khan. I mean, it probably won everything that I remember from last year. And I think the kind of stuff that you guys are doing is super exciting. Tell us a little bit more and what's in the repository for consumer lens, because I think we're all avid marketers. We're also consumers of some of the stuff that you do. what's in the bag and what have the interesting things you guys have been doing?
So I think yes, things have kind of changed in the last few years, and that's predominantly because the consumer has changed. The consumer really, there has been a little bit of a transformation when it comes to the way consumers actually interact with brands today. So I think marketers changed or businesses changed because of that. So typically, this entire story of consumers trying to control what they consume is a very, very big challenge that marketers have faced today, right? I mean, I can just skip, swipe, and just end a communication with a brand, or I can unsubscribe, right? So I think this entire story of driving a value exchange with consumers in terms of how do you really, how do you add some value to your consumer's life, whether it's providing information, content, entertaining them, or even plainly moving them forward in terms of, if they're looking for purchase after they have seen a piece of communication that interested them in a very, very personalized fashion. All of these became table stakes. And that was compounded by, the digital first brands, whether it's entertainment, whether it's e-commerce. I think that became the basic expectation of the consumer, that it needs to be, content needs to be served in a particular manner, the immersiveness needs to come alive in a particular manner. So I think brands had to kind of change, and hence even a manufacturing company like ITC has a tech suite to kind of talk off today, simply because you really, really need to be where the consumer is. The go-to market needs to really, really be relevant and in time. So which means that that entire quick prototyping, test, learn, launch, and then really correct and course correct, and then create a different prototype and test. I think these things are becoming the way we actually create products today. And then, of course, even communication. So I think, everyone's kind of touching upon the agility of creating communication. And that's where kind of AI or generative AI-based solutions do find a lot of relevance. The cost aspect of it, I mean, if it really, really kind of is efficient and effective and really cuts ice with consumers through an immersiveness window, yes, it does make sense to really adopt something like this. And of course, how do you measure and consistently learn and really spot opportunities in data? And I've seen the best of creative opportunities for marketers have been, in data, so to speak. So across the funnel of, whether it's making a piece of content discoverable or a piece of product even discoverable to the consumer, and then moving them forward, in terms of really making or adding value to a consumer's life and retaining them from a lifetime value perspective. Perhaps those are shifts that are emerging, and technology actually, or technological solutions, so to speak, kind of really play an important role there.
I think excitingly also, sometimes a lot of us use these jargons and, it sort of scares the people that, hey, man, I don't know what Gen AI is. I don't know. I mean, a lot of the technology innovations are also happening from the front of how a lot of the large biggies were looking at traditional marketing. TV used to be it. Now there is the hottest topic is connected TV. I think within connected TV, I know that ITC has done some great stuff, and not just exposures of ad, but obviously with some of the tech called household sync, where you can actually look at the ad, create an experience to recall. Then the user is actually buying that data, and you're saying you could actually drive the whole funnel. For the first time, you could answer the guy who saw the ad on TV, hua kya? And it is not left on that post-mortem of next month where the body is lying there, media spends have happened, Big Boss is not successful. You don't have to do it, because with connected TV and stuff that is evolving, and with household sync technologies which are leading to consumer journeys, it's just exciting. And I think I was in a panel where people were saying, what if the TV advertising could have the fragrance of the shampoo? I was like, okay, guys are thinking, man. I think I was talking to one kid in that panel who we specifically got, and he was a college youngster, and he said, I don't like touching the remote a lot. It's like, okay, what more should we be doing in connected TV? It's like, I want gestures. I want TV to understand what all content I'm going through, OEMs to, sort of enable that kind of same utilization optimization that a mobile does. And we're not far away. And I think all that is using LLMs, all that is using generative AI, even from a targeting perspective, right? User fatigue. At the end of the day, a lot of us media advertisers saying, you know what, we want us to be in the best channel in all possible mediums. It's the same guy. You did end up showing him, you said frequency cap of 3, but you used 4 mediums, that 4 into 3, 12 times that guy saw the ad. And is it user fatigue, or user favorability. And that is where I think Gen AI is enabling DCO. It is saying that show
I
them.
mean, to me, I think it's how do you really transition the consumer from one stage to another? I know that it's not a linear journey, it's a web of multiple journeys, but essentially, how do you really, in whatever touch point that you create with this consumer, whatever connection moment that you create with this consumer, how do you really make the most of that touch point and then move that consumer forward? And I think that the larger umbrella term to me is always value exchange, because unless that happens, whether it's, am I delighting this consumer from an information perspective or an experience perspective? And I'll just give you the example of, you touched upon what happened during the Sunfeast Dark Fantasy launch, the Shah Rukh Khan communication launch, where a generative AI tool was used to kind of really create replicas of the ad where you could actually feature alongside the celebrity. That essentially was probably the most entertaining thing that would have happened. And what happened then was we just could not run ads to kind of promote it, simply because there was so much of organic traction. We had to invest in servers actually to ensure that we are able to deliver those experiences to the consumer. So I mean, a powerful idea which is rooted in consumer expectation, immersiveness, and that's where the role of, and done at a cost which is not overwhelming. It needs to make sense to the business. I mean, at the end of the day, these are companies which are manufacturing or experience companies. Then it needs to financially make sense. It has to provide some transformational talkability or shares or some kind of brand metrics, whether it's all possible top box metrics that we chase, and even market shares. So it needs to fit in that relevant frameworks for it to really be really find adoption in the life of business.
So I think at the heart of everything that technology produces is obviously the consumer, right? Anand, that gets me to you. I mean, the guy with sitting with the data hat, right? I mean, doing it inside out, day on day, obviously. And how are you looking at data analytics? I mean, can you share some examples of technologies being used to derive actionable insights for marketing strategies?
Yeah. So the thing is, the best part is that we have data. Now we started to learn what data is. Now everybody is having this terminology on the internet saying that data is new oil. So, but the factor is that how to read that data. So wherein our importance comes in play, where we invest a lot of amount, time and energy into assessing the data. So data is available in the unstructured format. So our first job is to make sure that the data which is we are getting from different platforms, how we are structuring that data. That is the most critical part, because it is coming from different umbrella, it is coming from different sources. So making sure that you have your fundamentals very clear, you have your nomenclatures there in the place, then only you will be able to put that data from unstructured to structured format. When you have a structured data, you are making sure that the life of my team members, my company's life in terms of assessing that data, making a prediction on that data, taking a call on that data, which gives them immense pleasure that yes, earlier it was like 2.3 CTR ho jayega. But how? That was the biggest challenge everybody had.
And क्यों हो रहा है?
क्यों हुआ है? नहीं हुआ तो क्यों नहीं हुआ तो क्यों हुआ? So that was a challenge. But now, at this age of data, that we have the data, we have past references in our place, we are making sure that our models that we are building in-house, those are making these predictions. They are making by chhati chaudi karke bolta hai, yes, I can deliver this because I have the data. We are making sure that we are giving immense update to our clients, to our partners, making sure that how your business is getting known to community. Ultimate aim of ours is like who's, hands and legs and brains to all the advertisers out here. And the way e-com is booming, so I think we will play a wonderful role out here and handshake with everybody in this panel and make sure that the e-com is the way it is booming. And we are seeing beyond e-com. It is not only e-com. We are making sure that the analytics that we are putting on board, it gives you, you're talking to your system, you're talking to your data. We are making sure my technologists are making those codes available for my end user, because my end user is not going to understand the code. But what they want is like the LLM to be involved there. They want to see that how I can ask question in my language or whatever I understand. So I have to make sure that the codes are been written in such a way that any Tom, Dick and Harry can pick up that chatbot and he can ask a question. So that is where our importance is coming on place. So we are making sure that the analytics, which is building on top of this data, is visualized by the advertisers. They can make predictions based on the data. Earlier, it was like cases, everybody used to put forward the Excel reports in front of the clients. Avi filter maro aur dekho. So that is never the case now. So we are making sure that we are giving a visualization. We are making sure that these clients can take decision on the visualization, because the picture tells you more in terms of what Excel tell you. So this is how we are making sure the benchmarking of my products, benchmarking of my assumptions are, backing you with your databases. So the data lakes are getting created. We are making predictive analysis is getting generated. We are making sure that we are having chatbots for our clients. We are having chatbots to talk about our reports. So this is how the data is going to be.
Perfect, Anand. I
Yeah.
think you talked a lot. I think I heard WPP is a powerhouse of data. We all know that. And I heard a little hinty pitch to some three large CPG brands on the on the panel. But I think you can always do that. But from data, and everybody's talking about 0p now, 1p now. What do you want to do with that data, man? I mean, nobody is asking that. And that leads me to you, Harshit. I mean, Piramal is doing some really exciting stuff when it comes to DTC, right? And I think, what do you want to share with the consumers? You were quite excited about that field, and I saw that excitement. We were talking pre-panel. Tell us a little bit more what you guys are doing.
So again, right, from the D2C perspective, what we've realized is, look, your acquisition is always going to be expensive, right? So one is, how are you going to drive the retention funnel using a lot of these tech layers, using MarTech implementation to drive better ROAS? But more importantly, even from the acquisition perspective, how can you improvise your, ACOS, so to say? So we kind of divide the D2C space into all of these, let's just say, an acquisition and retention from a larger perspective. And from the acquisition perspective, let's just say whatever we can test and learn, we're doing that, right? From with regards to using Gen AI in creatives, in copies, using say multiple platforms with regards to creative development, and then see which creators are the AI-led creators doing better. Using AI to actually scout audiences as against my in-house team working on the audiences, right? So one is that layer to improvise my acquisition funnel. Once I have the consumer on the funnel, how do I basically drive retention? And for that, again, there are a host of things, right? So with the conversation piece coming in, and layering Gen AI on top of your company data, because a lot of our products are pharma-led, a lot of our products are intimate health-led, right? You don't want an open web to answer those questions, right? So you want to layer or overlay your Gen AI on top of what your information exists within the ecosystem, and that's something that you want to share with the audiences. So we're driving education, we're driving retention through that. There are minor aspects in MarTech implementation. For example, a consumer A will prefer interacting with me on WhatsApp. A consumer B prefers email, right? So those optimizations are now available with me with these tech implementations. There are best times to send kind of an optimizations available today, right? I don't want to be disturbed during office hours, or I do. And that's when I basically would prefer sending out those emailers, notifications, whatnot, right? So I'm looking at the entire funnel from the time a user is unknown who is browsing my website to the time he has actually converted and purchasing from my platform again. I see there was a buzzer, so I'll keep
There's
it
a problem with the tech at e4m on that. So we'll quickly wrap it up. Your 2 cents on this conversation and how you guys doing it at Route 19.
Yeah. So we're doing multiple things at multiple levels, I mean, right from earlier when we used to communicate to a customer via simple text message, from moving the same customer onto a WhatsApp and having more of an interactive kind of a conversation with him, to getting into an NLP based bots wherein you can even kind of do some kind of sentiment analysis, and then present your products according to his mood and according to his preference, according to the channel of his preference, because some people would still prefer receiving an email or a WhatsApp or maybe a phone call. So based on all of that, we partner with a lot of CDP players, and we communicate the way a customer prefers to be communicated. And on top of it, what we're doing right now is, we are also working on something called as an OTP-less kind of authentication. So because OTP has its own set of drawbacks, it comes delayed and all those kind of stuff. So it's just you just log into an app and you authenticate it in a much more secure way. You carry out your transaction in a secure way, and it can be traced end to end. Those are the few things that we are working on, and I understand that a lot.
I'm sorry. I think that's us. But before we end, we're going to take 30 seconds more. I'm known for this, so I'm not going to do it as good as the person who does it really well on television. But we have a certain something which I didn't tell you about. It's called the rapid fire round, which I always do. The idea is why I didn't tell you that is because it defeats the whole purpose of the rapid fire, right? So these are the rules of the game are quite simple. I ask you a question. I don't want to put you on a spot, but I put you on a spot and you got to answer it, the first thing that comes to your mind. So I'll start with you, Anand. You would have to think you're not answering on the behalf of your company. You can answer as yourself. If you're invited to the grandeur Ambani wedding, who would be you most keen to meet?
Of course, Ambani.
Himself. Which one?
The big one, Papa one.
The top. Okay, Anushri. If the T20 win that India just had, if it had to be named into a movie, what would you name it?
Dawn of cricket.
Dawn. Not bad. Not bad. Rajesh. Marico, make a difference. If it had a face, would it be Virat Kohli or Rohit Sharma? Rohit Sharma. Nice. Arshit. Poonam Pandey marketing virality. Ye or nay?
Nay.
Nay. Sanket. Cage match between Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk. Who would you bet on?
The first one.
Mark Zuckerberg, the first one. All right, that's us, guys. Thank you so much for bearing with us for the extra time, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let's have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our esteemed panelists and our session chairs. Zordar talia ho jaye. And may I request Dale to join us on stage to present a memento on behalf of the team. You can join in the picture, sir, as well. First a picture and then handing over the mementos. Come on, we can give them a louder cheer. Huge round of applause, everybody. They've taken time out and they're joining us this morning to share their knowledge. And may I request the team to hand over mementos. Let's keep the applause going, everybody. A huge round of applause for Anshri Ghosh, everybody. We can't miss out on our session chair. Mr. Nikhil Kumar, everybody. A round of applause. A round of applause for Mr. Harshit Shah. Zordar talia, everybody. And a special thank you to Sanket on behalf of the entire team. Let's keep the applause going, everybody. A huge round of applause for our esteemed panelists and our session chair. And thank you so much, Dale, for doing the honors. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, we'll have some amazing moments happening at TechManch 2024. I just love the logo. And yes, make sure you keep on capturing those moments, sharing your thoughts, your comments, your ideas. Keep it active on social media using the hashtag e4m TechManch. With this, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to move on to our next session. And it gets exciting from here because now what's coming up next, and we've got, yes, a panel discussion in some time again. But before that, let's move on to our next session. Joining us in our next session is somebody who's got varied experience and a decade of leadership in global data and digital transformation. She spearheads the Reimagine HUL program, driving digital evolution towards an intelligent enterprise. Her passion lies in harnessing technology, data, AI to redefine business paradigms, making her a very important force in shaping the future of the industry. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the CDO at HUL and the Vice President of Data, Technology and Business Services South Asia at Unilever. Put your hands together for Meenakshi Bara. Zordar Talia. Meenakshi, we've been talking when you were sharing the PPT. Over to you.
Okay, so good afternoon and hope everyone is doing well. Thank you very much to E4M for inviting me and have really appreciated the sessions this morning. Really nice to hear some of the practitioners share their thinking, and hopefully you will hear confirmation of some of the themes you've heard, and hopefully you hear something new as well in the session today. Let me start with a video that sets a little bit of context and also sort of captures how we are looking at the opportunity of data and AI. This is a topic very close to my heart. And through the session, what I'd like to share with you is how data and AI can be a growth driver for consumer markets.
There's an Uber 3 minutes away.
Give me your number, I'll add you on WhatsApp group.
You know that? Okay.
You also kickstarted just last Alexa.
My daughter can't stop using TikTok. She thinks she is a real life.
Your number. There's an Uber. It can be never concerning.
Tomorrow, instead of Christmas Day being devoted just to family, a record number of people are expected to be shopping online.
So AI is really all around us. Data is the soil oil for the AI. And we are using it every day, everywhere. And in all honesty, sometimes we may be using it without even realizing we're using it, right? How many of us? So first thing I do in the morning is I check on the Maps app. What is the quickest way to get to office? How do I avoid the traffic this morning in Mumbai? Or I come back home in the evening, I have to do some shopping, and I'm seeing these recommendations, and I say, hey, this looks like an interesting product that I can purchase. Or what about this great new show on Netflix or one of the other platforms that I might, see to wind down. Someone was mentioning chatbots. How many of us are using chatbots to, really do the things that we need to, which earlier required human interfaces? So AI is all around us. We're using it. And in our market, this is definitely being accelerated by the Digital India stack, the penetration that we are seeing of digital all around us. We have, as we also heard this morning, high smartphone penetration, one of the most affordable costs of data in the world. And this is absolutely complemented by the, increased internet penetration that we're seeing in the country, right? And so our consumers who are there in this geography are buying more online. They are exploring trends online. They are coming back and connecting with like-minded people on social and sharing their feedback, and they're sharing what they would like to see more online. The retailers, right? And we shop online, but we also significantly still shop offline in this part of the world. And we have about 10 million retailers all across the country, from our modern trade, large format stores to the small kirana stores, right? And our retailers are not really being left behind in this digital revolution as well. They are participating in this digital economy. What are my consumers interested in? What are the trends that they are looking at? And so they are consuming a lot of brand and product information online as well. And so for companies like us, AI and data and technology become an incredible opportunity. They become an incredible opportunity across all our ecosystems, our consumers, people who are buying and using our products, our customers. So we're manufacturers. Our customers are the retailers in this country. So how are they, having the right product on shelf? And ultimately, all of this is going to be possible with speed and accuracy when we are imbibing all principles of Industry 4.0 and digitizing all aspects of our operations. So let me share with you a few examples of how we in Hindustan Unilever are doing this. So let me start with one of my favorite examples, right? So all around the world of beauty and how we're leveraging beauty to drive digital experience. So in HUL, we have a number of beauty brands, right, which are embedded into the day-to-day of so many consumers that we have. So this could be Expertise Hair Solutions from Tresemme, Expert Skincare from Dove, or looking runway ready with Lakme. We are helping our consumers look good, feel good every day and everywhere. Now, a lot of these consumers are going digital. So we have to be able to have seamless digital experiences so that they're able to experience the brand in the accessible comfort of their own home, right? And so we have a number of examples like virtual try-ons, recommendation engines, even interactive quizzes to help consumers select down to the products that are of relevance to them, and really be able to see some of this in the comfort of their own home in the same impactful way as they would have an experience in the store or in the salon. Moving on, we talked a lot about how media and content are really getting augmented, and I absolutely agree. I think data and AI is really positively augmenting, positively disrupting this space. And in HUL, we are seeing this as a really big enabler and a big sort of shift that we have to sort of also partner and lead as we are going forward. So we look at this from machine learning and analytics helping us invest in the right channels. So where our customers are going, where our consumers are going so that we are present there. Looking at AI augmentation in the whole generation of content, the content ecosystem, the content supply chain is going to be so much bigger because we're going to have so many more variants of content all coming out much faster. And how do we therefore leverage all of this data and AI to ensure that we have the right message going to the right person, the right consumer at the right place at the right time? And not do it once, not do it twice, but do it every time so that we have the right presence of mind for our brands with our consumers, and we ensure that we are helping them get the best out of life. One of the interesting examples of data and AI, and this one is something that we've been working on for the past few years, is not just about helping the digital experience for our consumers and helping them purchase, but it's also about how do we use data and AI to be able to create the right products and the right product innovation. So we have this agile innovation model that we've been working on. And for those of you who understand CPG and understand product innovation in CPG space, right? Traditionally, it is a sequential, iterative, and human-intensive process. So we have a lot of consumer research, a lot of engagement with consumers, a lot of work that our scientists do, and all of that works iteratively in a traditional sense that used to be able to, there'd be many months, and then we would have that innovation in the market. But today, with data, AI, technology, automation, a lot of those new tech trends that are coming in, we are seeing those cycles can be crashed. They can be substantially crashed, and they can go from months to weeks. Yeah. So where we are doing this, we're looking at the wealth of data that we have from our consumers, that we have from social sentiment analysis, to be able to understand what trends are coming in. We're able to use machine learning to be able to identify and shortlist what are those trends that we want to sort of pick up and build products on, and do that fast. We have generative AI that can come in and help us create multiple variations of concepts so that we can work much faster to be able to, bottom out, converge into what our product is going to look like. In silico design, where you can actually work, iterate on product formulations in an efficient manner. And definitely having digital twins, having 3D printing, all of these kind of capabilities that allow you to scale manufacturing with speed and with accuracy. And with using range of tech, data, and analytics, we've then been able to really sort of cut down the time it takes for us to pick up on a trend, to be able to land a trend. And I think this is a really exciting area that I will be one of the big emerging areas, I believe, in the coming years on how we leverage technology to drive growth. Now, one of the things that we talked about consumer, how we get them the right product, how we get them the right communication, how we help them on the purchase journey, right? But what happens when the consumer is purchasing offline? Omnichannel journeys are very much here to stay. This is something that is becoming a bigger and bigger trend for our consumers and in our market. We see a lot of them search, shortlist, explore online, and then they come to the store to shop, right? The last mile is in the store. But what happens that, you do all of it and then you go to your store and actually the product is not there. That is going to really sort of disappoint the customer. So in a market where we have around 10 million sort of shops that are there, so points of purchase, and for us at HUL, probably have 70-75% of our sales still going through traditional trade or the small kirana stores. I think it's really important to help them navigate this era of e-com, quick com, and really enable them also to be able to continue to help and create impactful experiences for their own shoppers and customers. So Shikhar, our eB2B app, is what we use to be able to do that, to connect with our customers, to shortlist, give them recommendations, much like we see e-com doing, and we use a wealth of data and AI behind that to recommend assortment. We use computer vision to be able to help them order very, very quickly instead of going through the painstaking process of saying what's on shelf, how much do I have, how much do I need, and really make it efficient for them. And we saw a couple of these examples. We partnered with Arshad Varsi to be able to create a campaign for the number of our stores, I think over 1.3 million stores that we have on Shikhar. And they were able to create their own sort of video to invite their customers to come to their store and shop. And in fact, this was a really exciting campaign, Gen AI-based campaign, where I think when we launched it, we had a new video created once every 10 seconds. And that is a phenomenal number. Now, as we've been doing this, and these are not the only examples that we have, but some of the exciting ones that I thought I'd share today. But I also wanted to sort of come back and say, what are some of the lessons that we've learned and some of the underlying principles that we use? And I think the first one is really about leverage AI where it matters. It's the shiny new toy. We can do many things with it, but what is really going to create impact for your business and what is the business outcome that you want to drive? Really important, I think, for us to know that. The second is within your organization, create a culture to leverage AI. You need sponsorship and you need adoption, and people need to understand and be able to embrace this. And that's, I think, really important. And finally, you need data. So don't, with the AI program, forget that you really need a data program to underpin it. And that is truly the foundation for great insights and recommendations. And lastly, all of this needs to be underpinned by digital trust. Really important when you are storing and caretaking data that belongs to your consumers, your customers. You have to do it with care. And as we're doing this, let's also look at AI from a responsible AI lens. Really important to test your algorithms, test the data sets that you're using to ensure that AI does not have bias. It is transparent and it does not, it really helps you achieve the outcome that you want. So it says time's up. And so thank you very much. And I hope that session was very useful.
Thank you, Ms. Bora, for that enlightening address. Can we have a louder cheer, everybody? A huge round of applause. I really love those examples that you shared. And may I request Ankit Banga, Chief Business Officer for FCB6, to kindly join us on stage to present a memento on behalf of the entire team at e4m TechManch. Let's keep the applause going, everybody. Thank you so much, Mr. Banga, and thank you so much, ma'am. With this, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our next panel discussion. And this is going to be very exciting. But before that, yes, I know we are a packed house. We've got the best of the best from the industry stepping in. Make sure for the people who just stepped in, in the midst of all this, we've got our hashtag right there at the very top, which is hashtag E4M TechManch. Make sure you share your thoughts, your comments, your videos, your pictures, the selfies as you're meeting your peers. Make sure you share all of that. And we're going to give out a gift hamper on behalf of the team to the best comment post question of the day. With this, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our next panel discussion. And I promise you it's going to be very exciting because this is on adapting an agile approach to digital strategy. And it gets very exciting because I know 50% of the panelists. Starting off with, may I have a huge round of applause for VP Marketing at Mondelez International, Mr. Nitin Saini. Let's welcome Nitin with a huge round of applause, everybody. Also joining in will be EVP and CMO at HDFC Securities, Puneet Baker. Let's welcome Puneet with a thunderous round of applause. Also joining in will be Ajay Dang, President, Head Marketing at Ultratech Cement, Aditya Birla Group. Let's give Ajay a huge cheer, everybody. And not to be missing out on the Chief Marketing Officer at Airtel Payment Bank, Shilpi Kapoor. Let's welcome Shilpi with a round of applause, everybody. And our session chair is the CEO of Digital Technology Business at Publicis Group India. Put your hands together for Amrish Godbole. We need more mics. We've got mics. Check. Check. All of it.
Lovely. Can you guys hear me now? Yeah. Awesome. So now that we've got the technology issues out of the way, which is true for any presentation or discussion, good morning, everyone. Thrilled to be here. We've got a wonderful panel of marketing leaders from across sectors. So I think that should make this a pretty interesting discussion. I'd just like to start by talking about the fact that as humanity, right, this is the first time in the history of humanity that we are experiencing technology acceleration at the pace that we actually are. And it's pretty crazy. I mean, it's leading to a lot of phenomenon like, content gluttony, for instance, right? People are hungrier and hungrier for content. Every significant moment is now becoming a global moment, thanks to the power of social media. And what that really means is that to be a successful marketer in today's age, to get the attention of the consumer, you need to be agile. You need to be always on. And it's not an easy thing to do, right? It's absolutely not an easy thing to do. And I think there's a word that keeps getting thrown around a lot, which is called reactive, right? Being reactive to what's happening around us. But my personal view on this is that to be successful at being reactive, you need to first be proactive. And what I mean by that is, set up the systems, the people, the processes that actually allow you to be reactive easily and, move quickly when the opportunity presents itself. To give you an example of that, we've created for our clients agile content marketing teams where people are trained, they work in shifts. We've got prior approvals for templates, so you can go live very easily. We've got AI tools embedded in them so that you can create content quickly for insight analysis. And I think the people who sign off on that are all here with us. And I'd love to start with Nitin, because I think Mondelez, from what I've seen, and I mean, we work with Oreo in the group as well, has been first off the block when it comes to leveraging new technologies like AI to deliver customer experiences, whether it's with celebrations, Oreo, and some of the campaigns that you've done. So Nitin, I wanted to ask you, is there a method to the madness at Mondelez? How are you guys always able to get first off the block?
Thanks, Amrish, and hi everyone. I think there are a few things that have helped us on this digital journey. And if I kind of reflect back, what comes to my mind is, firstly, I think we did invest upstream on building a digital COE. There is a separate team that looks after digital, which includes things like data and artificial intelligence. And it's a senior leader who drives that team, and the person sits on my team, so it's not like a layer below. And what that really helps us is on identifying what are the big things we want to go after. But then equally, I think it is also the mindset within the whole marketing function. So it's not just the COE, but that is very well embedded. And I think there is a culture of wanting to experiment, particularly in the area of digital. And then once you see a few successes, that kind of grows on, it becomes a virtuous circle. So I would say, firstly, the culture aspect of it is as important as, having a separate team and investing in a separate team. So that's the first thing I'll call out. The second is what we've also seen is when it comes to digital, it's marketing first, but not marketing only. You have to take the whole enterprise along with you, and many other functions such as the digital services and even sales in many cases, have played an important role. So making sure that there is alignment on that one across functions, cross functionally, is very important. And then finally, a big learning for us has also been that as you start on this journey, and we did it many years back, in the beginning, there is always a lot of ambiguity. It's important to navigate through that ambiguity. It also requires upfront investment, particularly, let's say, if you are starting on the data journey, then require things like setting up of a CDP infrastructure, and also investing in the acquisition of the data, and you don't immediately see the return of it. It comes after some time. So there is upfront investment, and there is also some ambiguity in the beginning, and the leadership steer therefore becomes very important. And if the leadership is constantly questioning around, or what is it doing, in terms of actual return on investment, it's not very helpful. So the leadership steer and the leadership alignment is very important. So those are a few things that have helped us on this journey.
That's actually very insightful. I think the big thing I took out of it is you can't just have a team that is supposed to do this and is mandated. It's an organization culture. Leadership needs to set the vision and create the psychological safety to allow people to fail. So that's a brilliant point. And that actually brings me to Puneet. And Puneet, financial services obviously is a lot more regulated, and it's probably not easy to create that psychological safety to be agile, to make mistakes. So just wanted to understand from you, is it more difficult in your industry to be agile, and how do you work around it, and what are some of the successes that you've seen?
Yeah, hello everyone. Can you hear me? Yeah. So I'll just take a step back on the question specifically. See, if you look at the number of Demat accounts opened in the month of June, there were 4.2 million accounts were opened, and this is a regular average number of accounts which have been opening for the past 8 odd months now. The total number of Demat accounts is around 162 million in India, right? And the penetration is just about 7%. So this industry is just going to explode. And but at the same time, the industry also should be responsible, because this industry can be an enabler for consumers to aspire to reach their goals in terms of financial goals and benefits, right? With that into consideration, I think what the regulator SEBI has done in this case is created guardrails for the industry and the brands and the organizations for responsible marketing, which I feel is in very good stead. And especially for a brand like HDFC, which has always been known for trust and reliability and building those guardrails on its own. For us, it also becomes an opportunity to push ourselves or push the envelope to look at touch points beyond your traditional marketing touch points to engage with consumers. I'll give an example of how we are looking at. This is just one of the many examples that we're working on. We have launched a new app called HDFC Sky, which is primarily a DIY app, a discount broking app, specifically focusing on new investors. Now, for new investors, unlike an app like a Swiggy or a Zomato, where you just enter your mobile number and OTP and you get started, you have to do the entire KYC. Now, it's a little more complex journey for anyone, So what we've done is we, at the back end, because of the digital tools and what we have at hand, what we've done is we created an entire digital telesales unit at the back end. So if when we come to know that, okay, this person who has downloaded the app is got stuck at step number 3, the call goes to the consumer to assist him and handhold him to move from step number 3 to step number 10.
And this is almost real time.
Real time. So the idea is that, we are now engaging with consumers at all levels of trades and actions to guide them for responsible investment. And purely in terms of marketing campaigns, I think it also is in good stead for us because if you look at it on a year-on-year basis, the market is cyclical and behaves in a certain manner. So today we know the key points and highlights of where the market peaks and the consumer interest peaks in those specific months or quarters or whatever. So we already now planned much in advance from a messaging perspective or communication perspective or campaign perspective, because we know the lead time it takes to go through all the approvals from a regulatory perspective. And secondly, like I said, it also has pushed the team internally to reach out to consumers in a manner and touch points which are outside of your traditional media touch. So I think for both for the regulator and for the industries.
I think these are fantastic examples because, for a lot of times, especially for people from advertising marketing, when we talk about agile, people are thinking about agile content. I love the fact that you touched upon things like, assisted consumer journeys and calling real time. And that's really a business solution, right? It goes beyond just marketing and communication. And which actually brings me to Ajay. And I've been with Ajay on an AI panel before, and he had spoken exactly about this, about, the superficiality about technology and instead how you can look at it from a holistic business perspective. So Ajay, I'd love for you to free flow a little bit on multi-pronged digital strategies from a business standpoint.
So I think I come from a slightly basic old school kind of thinking. So when things get too complex, I think you've got to simplify. And we don't look at technology. Technology is just a tool, right? I think we are very, very focused in terms of not getting overawed by the shiny object. But the ROI that we think about technology is, can it aid the process? Can it do the jobs to be done? Can it help our company and a brand do the jobs to be done that the consumer has in a better fashion? Is it enabling us in a better fashion to do that? And so our product is a fairly involved purchase, right? A lot of people I know, oftentimes are surprised with that. So it's not like a bag of wafers or a candy or kind of stuff. People really get involved into it because RBI had put together that for an average Indian, about 80% of their assets are in real estate or stock. So it's fairly involved. Second, it's a product that people get into, a decision that people get into very early. Today, the average age is about 32. Now, imagine a person 32 getting into home building, a complicated project where things are irreversible. You can't change stuff and you've got to make decisions. You need personalization. At a very simple level, you need personalization, you need information, you need trust. These are three things that somebody needs to do to make a good decision. Now, rather than treat technology very superficially for marketing, communication only, we look at it, can it enable helping the customer in a very crucial journey, giving him information, giving him personalized information in an environment where oftentimes he doesn't know what he doesn't know, right? It's a once in a lifetime purchase. And therefore, technology, we are actually not surprised that why other people are surprised how we are using technology in such an embedded fashion. So I think we've focused the job not so much from a marketing ROI perspective, but can it deliver, create value for the customer? And we are strong in our belief that if we create value for the customer, it creates value for the brand and the business, right?
Brilliant. Could you give us a couple of examples of, the things that have really been transformational in that regard?
So think about it. I've got to construct some stuff and I have a particular problem. I don't know how to go about it. I don't know how to articulate it. I don't know how to converse with that. Now, we were the pioneers in this country where we had nearly a 1,700, 1,800 force of engineers telling people how to go about stuff. Now that goes to, let's say, 3-4% people in this country, right? Even the largest field force goes to 3-4% people. Now, if you've got to help me find out as to how do I construct, how do I choose land, how do I choose my contractor, if I'm going there, what do I supervise? We treat this journey akin to getting married or getting your father's heart operated, right? It's that complicated and that involved. Now, if you've got to make decisions within that and you are in a low trust environment, you need somebody who is constantly and in a very personalized fashion helping you. That's where we get digital and technology in the process. So whether somebody has got to put together a 3D map for the site, whether somebody has got to choose kind of rainwater harvesting per se, whether somebody has got to choose for a particular piece of soil, land, how should he construct or how he should go about it. Those pieces are, I think, on personalized scale and provided at scale, deep knowledge being shared with some of our customers. That is enormously, some of it is not linked to all the products that we sell, but we believe solving issues for consumers, I think, builds value for us.
Understood. And this is a great point, right? Because I think when we talk about agility, we're only a lot of times we're only thinking about moving fast, but agility is also about building the tools that allow the consumer to move fast, and you're helping them make the decisions faster.
In fact, people, I have a little bit of a grouse in terms of how digital has marketed itself to the world, right? I think to consumers as well as to marketers, I think they've created a sense of FOMO, and they've created a false sense of need for agility. I think our real issue is that you've got to step back and ask the basic questions and frame the basic questions rather than go out and have a large strategic thing as to where does the opportunity fit? Where does the tool fit? Otherwise, I think the tool is not good or bad. Is the tool useful? That's the question that you need to ask.
Absolutely. So, Shilpi, coming to you on this note, and it's an interesting one, right? The point that he made saying, is there actually that much need for agility? And that may change from sector to sector. Like, for a Mondelez, it may make a lot of sense to move a lot faster. Now, you're in a absolutely, relatively new sector like payment banks, which is also heavily regulated. We were just talking in the room about RBI regulations that you have to follow and everything. So what does agility mean to you? I mean, is that something you even seek to, follow, and are there successes around it? What are the struggles there?
So, you know how it is, like you rightly said, we're in a very regulated environment, but payments bank being, very new way of banking. So I think just for the uninitiated, payments bank are banks which provide, connect the last mile, provide banking to the unbanked and the unserved. And on the urban side, we obviously are on the Airtel Thanks app and we provide digital banking. So the first thing to solve for me is not agility, is how do we simplify banking? I think that's the first solve that, the bank is trying to do. And how are we doing that? Using technology. So, the space that we are trying to carve out and a niche which is there is that while we know and we understand very well that all of us bank with mainstream banks and we have, our main accounts in which we do, we have our stack of money through which we do our EMIs, etc. But with the kind of digitization which is happening, there is always that risk in your mind. There is always that apprehension which most customers face, that am I doing the right thing? Am I clicking on the right link? And there is so much awareness which the regulator is also doing on telling you, just to be aware, fraud awareness. So when we understood that this is the consumer insight, it was about simplifying. So we got into this conversation and understood that in India, consumers are looking for something what we call is a safe daily transaction account with which you can link your daily payments, your QCOM, your regular payments. Typically, you do your, you go for a cup of coffee, etc. You don't want to do that digital payment through your main account because you don't want to risk that. But with the payments bank model, you can set up a certain amount which you want to spend in a month, for doing your daily transactions. And you can link that account for doing all your digital payments. Also, on the other hand, is the convenience side of, of banking. With the, the payments bank and with the Airtel Payments Bank Thanks app, you can actually open your account. We understand that, people, all of us sitting in this room, and I always quote this example that, say maybe 5 years back, anybody had to go somewhere, the typical excuse or alibi used to be, today I have to go to the bank. I would be 4 hours late. I'll come after half day. So we've tried to really like solve that. You open your phone, you get your PAN in front of you, you have your Aadhaar card, and your account is opened within less than 5 minutes. Right? So simplification and providing safety is what we were trying to solve for. And agility. So I think agility for us is again around creating these use cases and letting the customers or consumers know that why is it that you should have another account? What is it that it'll solve for you? It'll reduce this tension. It'll reduce your risk of getting defrauded, and you have a safe, transaction account. And the other thing which, I think we as a payments bank really pride ourselves in is that because of this awareness, we're almost having close to 1 million people, switching to having a daily transaction account with us. So which is a huge thing. And all of this is happening through digital because payments bank don't have branches, right? So all of that is happening through digital campaigns.
That's that's insightful. So in a sense, your business model itself is agile, right? I mean, being able to open an account in 5 minutes. I mean, that's agility at a business level. And I love how that theme keeps coming up, right? We're moving far beyond communication, and it's all about how do you solve for agility at a business level. A thing I wanted to ask all of you is, I don't think any panel today is going to go without discussing AI and Gen AI. So is there anything that you're, in your perspective, and this is open to all of you, you can start, are you embedding any AI tools which are then helping you either on the marketing side or the business side in terms of improving your agility?
Yes, of course, like I said, the entire backbone is digital because everything that we are doing is in the digital space, right? The the account opening that I spoke about is CKYC. So you scan your face. There's a face authentication which is happening. And then when we get all these insights about the consumer, when he's opened an account with us in terms of the transactions, where is he banking, what is he using us for, then we further use that data to customize communication, to the customer, to tell him this is what is, relevant for you. I think that is something which, and also we're investing heavily into creating more products which are, more innovative in nature. Like I just spoke about is that we've just launched the industry first tap and pay watch, which is again the need that, we saw in the customer, which is again the backbone is technology. You have a chip which is embedded in a watch through which you can make your payment. So you don't now also need to carry your phone. You can just go on with a watch and you can just go and pay, right? So, and I think there's a lot of investment, and also not just to do with the technology stack, but also in terms of how we're using the kind of data that we have with the customer and using it effectively.
Understood. Nitin, you want to jump in here? Because I know for a fact Mondelez is doing a lot of work in terms of embedding Gen AI into your processes.
Yeah. So I think we have some successful use cases around AI, Gen AI, and I think AI, as many have said already, has been around for quite some time. So, for example, our salesmen, when they make a call, there is a recommendation that comes to them on what needs to be sold to a particular retailer, which has been around for some time, and you can argue it's more AI, but that's been really helpful in driving productivity on the ground. And on the marketing side, in the last 1 year, we have had good success with Gen AI. And the way we have used that is more to create delightful, personalized experiences for our consumer. So it's not so much for creating kind of basic content, but it is more for creating personalized experiences as an amplification of a creative idea, because we strongly believe that what's most important is a strong idea and a strong insight. And then I think, like Ajay was saying, how can technology help in amplification of it? So for instance, one of the activations last year was creating a personalized birthday song. While you create a personalized birthday song, but what was sitting behind it was the insight that there are 6 billion people on the planet, but there's just one birthday song. Why does it need to be that way? Why can't there be a personalized birthday song for everyone? And then Gen AI came and then enabled one to create that. So just as an example, but what we have seen is actually people receiving it quite well.
Understood. No, that's great. And I think, when we talk about creative personalization at scale using Gen AI, I mean, that basically allows you to do campaigns in real time where earlier you would have had to respond to consumers in days, right? Go back in, take their inputs, record, write, everything. That's all happening real time with AI. What about Ajay and Puneet in your sectors? Like you mentioned real-time calls, for example. I've heard people talk about using synthetic voice for real-time calls and things like that. So I was wondering, or Ajay, if you want to talk about it.
So I think it was an interesting conversation last week with my boss, and we were discussing some meeting. We were discussing about use of AI and we should start doing this versus that. And we had an interesting discussion because we shared that there are lots of things where we said this is already on. Okay. So the beauty of good tool and integration with the use case is that you don't see from a consumer's point of view or from the outsider's point of view, you see utility, you see value, but you don't see the complication behind, right? I think that so we do a huge amount of stuff in terms of, because what are things that we are dealing with? Materials, we possibly deal with the cheapest material in the world kind of stuff. But what are we dealing with? We're dealing with information, we're dealing with timeliness, and we're dealing with personalization. Those are three tenets where we believe we excel in terms of delivering to our customers at scale. And the other piece is, I think a lot of times we focus on outward examples of where there is an interface which is delivering to the customer. There are lots of internal solves that you need to do, which normally skip the issues that you typically have with these technologies of accuracy, of fidelity, and so on and so forth. I think we've solved for a lot of questions internally so that the person upfront is able to deliver far better at the consumer's end. I think that enabling and that empowering. So there are hordes of examples that we do, but I think at the core of it, we've identified that information, trust, personalization. How can we put together at scale in a very, very highly involved purchase? I think that's something that we do. And I could name down 10 things, but yeah.
Understood. Understood. Thanks. Puneet, you want to add to that?
Yeah, so we are primarily an app first organization, digital and app first. So for us, in fact, I would say that everything in every process that we have, AI, some part is ingrained into the process itself. For example, we have a CDP platform, which gives you a full funnel visibility from an engagement to acquisition to post acquisition in terms of transactions. Now, the CDP is also AI, integrated from a point of view to clearly understand that which are the channels are giving you specific, cohorts of consumers onto your app, and which is also resulting into specific into revenues. The CDP also changes the weightages in terms of budget spent on your digital platforms automatically depending upon the optimization, the efficiencies of the creatives that you build in. That is just one part of what we do, which is a day in, day out process for us. In the app itself, the messages that consumers get is personalized, and it's also bases the AI tools which we have integrated in the app. For example, there are cohorts of consumers that we know are divided in basic terms. Obviously, there's much more complex at our end, but for the benefit of the audience here, is someone who's just begin the journey of investment, someone who has invested but a passive investor, and someone who likes to engage with the app on a weekly or daily basis, and someone is a seasoned trader. So for each of these cohorts, we have identified basis of behavior at the back end, and the personalized customized communication goes on a daily basis to these cohorts depending upon their behavior, so that it is easier for us also to guide the customer. For example, a new investor, it's easier for us to guide him to a mutual fund than to a stock SIP as compared to a seasoned trader who's already doing F&O trading. So that again is an AI-enabled piece. The third piece, which is a very interesting one, and is also a differentiator for us from a brand perspective, is that we would be one of the very few brands who has a very rich team of research analysts. In fact, I would say that our analysts would be not only the best in India, but best in the world because of the performance and track record they have. They track not only India market, but global markets too. Their recommendations is up to the mark. And we have reports which come out weekly, daily, and monthly. Now, unfortunately, these reports are PDFs which are long, technical in nature. So what we have now started doing is we are now using AI tools to convert these reports into video reels, into stackable content, into infographics, which is easier 2-second, 3-second read for consumers. So in all our processes today, actually, to be honest, AI is integrated in and out. In fact, our content studio team is enabled with AI for anything they would want to do. To a point also, having an AI influencer instead of looking at a real influencer online.
Brilliant. So I think we are almost running out of time, but we got some really good insights here today, right? I mean, it's starting with asking the question, what pace do you really need to go as an organization? Once you set that pace, creating the culture and psychological safety to actually deliver on that, like we heard from Nitin. The other big thing I learned was that agility is not just about the marketer going faster, but allowing the consumer to go faster as well. And how do you build a journey so that, you kind of make it easier for people to make decisions, to complete transactions and all of that. And therefore thinking beyond marketing, but solving from a business lens, keeping the complexity at our end and creating a frictionless experience for the consumer is what agility is all about in today's world. I think we have a minute and a half left. If anyone has a question for this fantastic panel that we have, please raise your hands and I'm sure someone will come to you, right? No Q&A. Oh, okay, sorry. There's no Q&A. Then we'll wrap this up.
Can we have a loud cheer for our esteemed panelists, ladies and gentlemen? May I humbly request our panelists to step forward for a quick photo op right here. And may I take this opportunity to invite on stage Devika Sharma, VP and GM India Glance, to join us and present a memento on behalf of the entire team at e4m TechManch. You can join us for the picture as well, ma'am. And sis, please join us for a picture. And let's keep the applause going as you present mementos on behalf of the entire team. Special thanks to our session chair, Amrish Godboles. We need photo ops as well, ma'am. Let's keep the applause going, everybody. So, special thanks to Shilpi Kapoor. Big thank you to Mr. Ajay Dang. Puneet Bekal, who's always been there for us at Exchange for Media. Big round of applause for Mr. Puneet Bekal. And how could I miss out on Nitin Saini? A round of applause for Nitin Saini, everybody. A big thank you to our esteemed panelists. And thank you so much, ma'am, for doing the honors. A quick picture right here. With this, ladies and gentlemen, yes, it's time for our next session. And this is going to be truly exciting because here is a session that you really would look forward to. Now, we have our impact session. Are you really saving? Misaligned content and the illusion of low-cost CPM. This has been done by Managing Director, India at Channel Factory, somebody who loves to hit the gym and he's got his expertise in his field as well. Put your hands together for Mr. Chirag Bhatia. A round of applause, everybody. And those hands are going to pain right now because he's really got those amazing biceps. Over to you, Chirag.
There's no video, there's no audio. तो उसमें auto play है, हो जाना चाहिए. Could be possible. मेरा ये ticker ये. This is how it goes, forward and backward. This is forward, this is backward. All right. Brilliant. Good afternoon, everyone.
This is, okay. Can we have the slides up, please? So this is a very ignored, but a very important, topic in today's day and age of today's digital day and age. There are so many people on the internet. Mr. Gopal showed us the landscape of India from an internet standpoint as well as global. So, almost 900 million people online. This small device that we have in our pocket is kind of made all the change. So in fact, a fun fact, I pivoted to digital in 2008. Can anybody guess the number of internet users in 2008 in India? It was only 20 million users. I remember those early days, and we've come a long way from that. And social media, specifically, has actually given the power of content creation in the hands of a common man, and not only professional content creators. Another fun fact that I would like to highlight is, would you want to guess, on social media, it's a feed environment, how much do you scroll in 1 year's time? Just make a wild guess, and I'm sure you'll be wrong. It's 2 marathons, 52 kilometers. That's a long way, right? So this scenario has brought us to this juncture where there is content being produced. A lot of content is being produced. So it's a double-edged sword for marketers, because for a brand, if you are if your ad or your brand is associated with misaligned or negative content, it could be a disastrous recipe for your brand, because the money that you spend will not work for you, it will work against you. Hence, as marketers, it becomes our responsibility to ensure, to protect our brands from this disastrous mishaps. So, as marketers, we're always entrusted the responsibility of spending the brand dollars as cost effectively as possible. But while in that madness or in that bargain of looking good in front of your manager, your organization, we often tend to forget the difference between being cheap and being reasonable. And these concepts were taught to us as when we were small kids. So today, we will discuss the linkage of chasing low-cost CPMs and its linkage with misaligned content. And hence I asked this question: low-cost CPMs, but at what cost? At the cost of associating with low-cost, low-quality content, or at the cost of brand depreciation and not appreciation, right? So we're all, as a brand, we want to spend our dollars to get the maximum amount of bucks, and for these dollars to kind of work for us. But what happens if it works the other way around? It not only the money is wasted, but also it works for our competitors. Your brand goes down, your competitor brand takes all the advantage. So hence it becomes the responsibility of us as marketers in today's day and age to safeguard our brands from this mishap. Let's go through a few scenarios, very interesting ones. We are all guilty of the fact that when the kid cries, we give this phone to that kid, and the kids are very smart nowadays. 1.5 years old, know the YouTube app icon, they flash it up and they know how to watch cartoons and most nursery rhymes. Usually what happens, the login on the phone is of the parents. So in a behaviorally targeted world, the persona signals which are given to the phone or any ad server tells the ad server to display ads which are relevant to the parent. But how about when a kid is watching a nursery rhyme and a finance ad is displayed? Is it aligned? Absolutely not. Rather, I would show a candy ad, because that would somewhere lead to increase in the purchase intent, and the kid might tell the parent, buy me that candy. Let's look at another scenario. How about you're an alcohol brand and your ad shows next to religious content? This is a very practical scenario. I can tell you at Channel Factory, because we've got all content mapped and categorized, and we do something called as a content analysis for your past campaigns. We take your placement reports and we run it through our tech. And for one of the alcohol brands, we saw a significant chunk of impressions were served on spiritual content. This could be a perfect disaster, a recipe of a disaster for your brand. Because, in an emotional and a sentimental country like India, it would not be taken in the right spirit, in the subconscious mind. How about you're a luxury fashion brand and your ad appears next to Bhojpuri videos? Possible? It's very possible. Because again, I might be a affluent industrialist from Bihar. All the signals tell me, okay, show him a luxury product ad. But I might be watching a Bhojpuri video at that instance. This combination, does it at all solve any of the brand purpose? It absolutely does not solve the brand purpose. Let's take the last example of you being an auto or a car manufacturer, and your ad comes right next to car crash content. In all probabilities, these kind of crash or accident videos will be categorized under the auto category, because the kind of tags that you will have will be hashtag car, hashtag accident, and what is the aftertaste, in the subconscious mind that this kind of a association will leave. Next time I see that ad, somewhere my mind will tell me, okay, the crash, it'll remind me of the crash. So hence any of the content that I showed you, is this anywhere violating any of the platform policy? It's absolutely not, because it's not hate speech. It's not sexually provocative content. It is not overtly violent. And hence, but still, it's not very, very conducive for a lot of brands to be associated with such content. And hence, I say that everything that is brand safe is not brand suitable, because, brand safety is an extreme term. Brand suitability is a very relative term. So in the quest of a lot of times, in a quest of only saving cost or running after low cost CPMs, we somewhere tend to forget this point. One of the studies that we did along with Group M in the US in 2021 showed us that on an average, 28% of the impressions which are served on misaligned content. So the question that I asked here is, so are the perceived low cost CPMs really low cost? We shall see that. I'll give you an example with maths on it. How does this equation work? So let's take, for instance, YouTube. YouTube today is one of the largest UGC ecosystems. It is an ecosystem, it's a creator economy rather, where creators earn money out of the platform running ads on them. So as a creator, what is my mindset? Everybody wants to maximize revenue, right? Everybody is in the business of investing their time, and these people are creating content and putting it out. So I want to maximize the views on my videos, which will in turn give me more money. So hence, and also the fact that anybody can become a creator today. You can in a jiffy create a channel. You just need a video, a headline, a description, and a few tags, and you're up there. Your content is open for the world to kind of watch. YouTube screens it for violations, like I referred to earlier as well: hate speech, overtly violent content, bloodshed, etc., and they take it down. They also give some, to an extent, the brand safety levers for advertisers to kind of leverage, and these are based on keyword mapping of the inputs by creators. right? So don't get me wrong, YouTube is a huge opportunity for advertisers, and it's a very, very complex one. But like every other platform, the way to leverage any platform is very different. So for example, any social ecosystem, it's a feed ecosystem. So over there, your ads need to be thumb stopping, because the opportunity time which is available in a social environment is very, very less. Similarly, for the YouTube ecosystem, it's extremely important that you align with the right kind of content, because any alignment with misaligned or negative content will have detrimental or negative brand effects. So YouTube does behavioral targeting very well, right? They say Google knows more about you than you know about yourself. But when it comes to things like contextual targeting and brand suitability, YouTube has come up with this partner program called YouTube Measurement Program, right? Not a lot of people know about it, but it does exist. So what is YTMP, as we call it? It was created to offer an array of trusted independent solutions and driving in measuring marketing performance and understanding content trends on YouTube. So what does a YTMP badge mean? A YTMP badge means that array of independent technology providers have been carefully vetted and meets YouTube standard. It also means that YouTube considers it to be trusted business partners for providing certain different kind of solutions that these companies offer. Okay. Channel Factory. Okay, Channel Factory is a badged YouTube, certified badged YouTube measurement program partner. So what happens when you become a YTMP partner? When you become a YTMP partner, you've got access to expanded APIs. Everybody's got an API of YouTube, every creator has. But the quota of that API, is really, really big for certain partners to be able to pull tons of data, process it, and create value for the YouTube advertising ecosystem. So I come to the point where I ask that, can this misalignment problem be solved? I think it absolutely can be solved by virtue of using certain technologies, AI and ML-based technologies, like Channel Factory has a technology called ViewIQ. So what does UIQ do? It pulls tons and truckloads of data from YouTube. What a lot of other service providers in this domain do is they scan through videos only based on inputs from creators. And the mindset of creators is they want to maximize their views. They will put any and every tag which enables them to get views. On the contrary, Channel Factory VOIQ not only considers the meta tags or the title, description, as well as tags, but also reads through what's actually going through in the video. With the help of one is video transcription. You can listen through what's going on, convert it to text, and save it in your servers. Computer vision. Computer vision is enabled by AI-enabled image recognition systems. There is a very important factor called, which is sentiment analysis. So it's very important to be associated with the right kind of content, where people are liking it, and what are the people commenting on it. It does a sentiment analysis, and last but not the least, it also takes into account the production quality. So we ingest this data in our servers, run sophisticated AI and ML algorithms on that with a view of doing two things. One, categorizing all of content. And just to give you the gist of the scale, YouTube has got 17,000 years of content. I'm saying years, not hours, right? So you can imagine. We ingest this much of data and we categorize into different categories as per IAB standards, and also label them as suitable and unsuitable to GAM standards. So GAM is Global Alliance for Responsible Media. Okay, sorry. The Slide is not changed. My bad. Okay. So let's just go through a study that we did with Magna Media Trials in 2021, where across the globe there were around 5,000 respondents, and some of them were showed ads in good or standard content, and some of the other ones were shown ads in misaligned or bad content. So it very, very clearly came out that the people to whom ads were shown in standard or good content had a very, very positive impact on the brand matrix. And it was absolutely the other way around, where misaligned content ensured that the matrix were either not as good or they actually fell down. So what we found out, while brand respect and brand trust fell down for misaligned content, there was a huge negative delta on the purchase intent as well as brand quality perception for misaligned content. So a lot of money which was spent on misaligned content worked negatively actually for the brand. So let's run it through a few numbers so that we can easily comprehend it when I say that, okay, low cost CPM and how is it detrimental for advertisers at large. So let's just say your CPM is 100, which actually means that you've served 1,000 impressions to users. And a few slides back, I showed you a study where it showed on an average 28% of impressions are served on misaligned content. So out of that 1,000, 280 is out. Rather, it's not out, it's not only wasted. They work negatively for your brand, right? So now we recalculate the entire equation, keeping in mind 1,000 minus 280 is equal to 720, and the cost is still 100. The matrix that I call out here is the quality impressions, a quality CPM or QCPM. So what it turns out, while you're perceiving the CPM to be 100, it's not actually 100 because the 280 impressions that you've served is not on the right content, which is not only wasted, but has actually worked negatively for you. Your QCPM turns out to be 138. Hence, the low cost CPM is a huge illusion. It's only an illusion on the report, Excel report that you're calculating. Because in reality, what has happened is 280 impressions have been wasted out of that. And you've actually paid more for the impressions which have worked for you. Hence, I say that low CPMs or chasing only low CPMs without considering, okay, what is the content that you're being associated with? It comes at the cost of campaign efficiency, which is, it's an underlying thing. It doesn't come out in Excels, but it's the reality. So I conclude with this saying from David Ogilvy, who understood it long time back, that no matter how good your creative is, if you don't serve the ad to the right audience in the right frame of mind, in fact, what he wanted to say, with right frame of mind has a direct linkage with the type of content that you're associating with it. All the money that you will spend will go down the drain. Thank you.
Thank you. Check. Thank you so much, Mr. Bhatia, for sharing those really insightful thoughts, and your presentation was absolutely out of the world. May I request and take this opportunity to welcome Senior Editor and Group Editorial Evangelist for Exchange for Media, Kanchan Srivastava, to kindly join us on stage to present a memento to Mr. Bhatia. Let's welcome her with a huge round of applause, everybody. We thank you, Mr. Bhatia, for sharing your thoughts and giving us your time. Thank you so much for joining in. Lots more coming your way, ladies and gentlemen. And with this, it's time for our really exciting panel discussion of the day. And we've got the best of the best from the industry in this part. Yes. But before I announce what's going to happen next, a lot of people are still, sharing their thoughts, your comments on Twitter, on LinkedIn. Make sure you keep the ball rolling and share your pictures, your thoughts. using the hashtag, which is right there, hashtag E4M TechManch. And to do that, I'm going to post one as well. So I'm going to ask the social media team to join us on stage. I'm going to go off stage. And yes, let's go with the mic. Check, check, check. Yes. All right. So I want the social media team to go on. Since you are a packed house, all I'm going to say is E4M and you say TechManch loud and clear. So the team goes on stage. Since you are a packed house, I want hands up. Let's do a quick trial. E4M. All hands up in the air. E4M. We're going to do it twice and we're going to go louder. Okay. This is how we go. 3, 2, 1. E4M. 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 All right, enough to review for the panel discussion that's coming up, ladies and gentlemen. With this, it's time for our set of panelists to join us on stage. And it gives me immense pleasure to introduce the topic, which is AI panel beyond automation, how AI transforms the art of marketing. And this is going to be moderated by Ramesh Padala, Managing Director at BCG. Let's welcome Ramesh with a thunderous round of applause, everybody. Joining in will be Senior VP, Head of Data Services, South Asia at MasterCard, Mr. Rajesh Chopra. Also joining in will be Sandeep Verma, Country Head, India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Consumer Health at Bayer. And joining in will be Ankit Goenka, Senior Vice President and Head, Customer Experience at Bajaj Allianz General Insurance. Joining in will be Ankit Banga, Chief Business Officer at FCB6. And last but not the least, let's put our hands together for Akshat Singhal, Head Dangal Play. Let's welcome our team of esteemed panelists with a huge round of applause, everybody.
Hello, can you hear me in the back? Back. Yes. So my name is Ramesh, Ramesh Padala. I'm part of BCG, the consulting company. I'm part of a team called BCGX, which is the build and growth part of BCG. We do a lot of consulting on not only building new entities within large companies, but also growing existing companies. So that's where we do a lot of work around AI and marketing. And with me, I have Akshat. Maybe you can introduce yourself real quick.
Hello. Hi, everyone. I'm Akshat Singhal from Dangal Play. Dangal Play is an OTT platform from Dangal TV. And Dangal TV is a Hindi TV channel in India. We use a lot of AI technologies for marketing, from marketing to user personalization and sending notifications. So it's a critical part of our business. Thank you.
Ankit,
yeah. Hi, my name is Ankit Banga. I head FCB6. FCB6 is a digital marketing firm. It's an integrated digital marketing firm leading into creative, media, and technology and data. Yeah.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ankit Goenka, and I head customer experience for Bajaj Allianz General Insurance Company. When you look at our company globally in the general insurance space, we rank 8th as the most digitized insurer.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sandeep. I'm the cluster head for Bayer Consumer Health for South Asia. Consumer health meaning we basically work on management, nutrition, etc. You would have heard of a famous brand, Saradon, that belongs to us. And we have many other nutrition and skincare brands. Glad to be here.
I'll take this one. Hi, everyone. Rajesh Chopra. I lead the services business for MasterCard in South Asia. So anything to do with value-added services around consulting, risk management, artificial intelligence, or a lot of marketing solutions. So, teams operating out of India, looking forward to a great discussion on AI and how we can really transform future and, the extent which we can go. So, an exciting panel. Thank you, everyone. Awesome. Yeah, yeah. Very exciting. I mean, AI has taken over the world, especially with last 1 year where we have seen Gen AI make a very big impact. So we'd love to hear from the panel some success stories which are very specific to maybe your experience in current company or more recent companies. We'd love to hear how you are leveraging AI and how that made a big difference in what you're doing in terms of marketing. So we could start with you, Akshat. Yeah. Yeah.
So recently, our KPI was to increase call to action, CTA, right? So if we wanted user to click on the thumbnail earlier, so what we did, I asked the graphic team to create 4 thumbnails for every video. And through AI machine learning, they used to suggest correct thumbnail to the correct person because it knew that if you're watching crime, you need some blood in the thumbnail. Then only you'll click. So we started providing 4 thumbnails on each video, and that way we got our CTR increased to by like 25-30%. And even we started the same practice on YouTube as well. So YouTube also has a feature where we YouTube selects the best thumbnail out of 3 for each video, and like they show correct thumbnail to the correct person. So that way we were able to increase our CTR by like 25-30%.
Got it. Yeah.
I think Ramesh has directly come to the point. He's like, tell us what you have done before you make any other comment. But yeah, so I think I have one very good example to share. Recently, we did this campaign, which was, so basically scams in India are rising and financial scams are at its peak, right? We all are facing it in some form or the other through messages, calls, etc. So one of our client, which is India's largest private sector bank, reached out to us, highlighting this as a big problem, and wanted to figure out how, as a bank, we could take an initiative to make this happen. And this is the time when sale season was on, so people were actually going on websites to buy products, and we realized that scamsters are actually scamming people online, and we decided to create a campaign which is with the use of AI, which is called Scam the Scammer. And we created Noura Fateh deep fake, personality, which is like a fake ad, and made people click on the ad. And when people clicked on that ad and they went onto the platform, the brand evangelist, which is with the vigilante, she came alive and would tell people, hey, don't click on ads which look too good to be true. So, and you have to. So basically, it was a very good use of deepfake. And largely, this is the time when a lot of deepfakes were happening, right, in the country. And we used AI to basically make people aware in a very interesting manner. This actually won a Cannes Silver at the recent completed Cannes Awards. This is one very good application. The second I'll quickly, talk about is, so customer support is something that, we've seen very well use of AI, and we've implemented a very interesting module, which is based on the brand's playbook, right? So a lot of times we face is that the customer executives keep on changing, attrition is happening, people do not know what to respond to when, right? And how much of education would you keep doing? So we created an AI model which can actually train, which is trained itself with all the product problems, the product statement, the brand language, the brand ethos. And once you put in a statement, which could be from anywhere on the internet or on an email or call, and say, this is the query that the customer is asking, it would give you the most appropriate response, thus eradicating errors and giving you accurate response, making personalization at scale, and giving a great customer experience. I think these two are use cases that we've actually implemented, and I'm proud of. Yeah.
Very cool. Yeah. I love the first example. It's like those phishing emails you get at work, and then you're like, yo, you're fished or something. Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually that. Yeah.
Go ahead, Ankit, please.
Yeah, thanks. Well, there are many things, but since you talked about deepfake and kind of avatars, so what we did is, for a general insurance company or any insurance company, trust is the most difficult part to gain, right? Because you don't really ever discussing, you don't really get up in the morning, thinking that today I'm going to buy an insurance, right? So it's a tough job, getting that trust built up with the customer. So what we did is we created our CEO's avatar. Okay, and then we first tested out internally with our employees, with a very basic use case that our CEO avatar is congratulating somebody on the work anniversary or a wedding anniversary or a birthday, right? Or somebody is joining. Yeah.
A doppelganger.
Right. And then, we said that let's now do it with the customers, right? So when a new customer is there, and the CEO is talking to the customer in an interactive way and explaining the TNCs of an insurance policy, that has really helped us as a pilot to get that entire trust built up with those customers. And now we are kind of scaling that up, right? So that's one of the examples, how we have kind of leveraged AI, deepfake and all. The other on a direct, consumer standpoint, you talked about, customer service, right? Customer support, right? So for general insurance, one of the lines of business is agri, crop insurance, where our customers are our farmers. Now, if I were to tell you that, a farmer interacting with an AI bot, first people will say that, are you really crazy? You really want to do it? But we actually did it, right? We said that let's do it. Let's do the heavy lifting. If it works with the farmers, it's going to work with everyone, right? So we created this interactive voice bot and put it on our, call center, right? And a very simple use case in a crop insurance is that if there is a flood, right, you need to report that as a claim within 3 days, 72 hours. That's the norm from the government. If you don't do that, you don't get that claim, right? And we know that whenever there is flood, there's going to be huge sort of calls that are going to come. You can't really have those kind of people, on the bench as well to kind of, come on the floor and take those calls. And then you could have those call abandons and all those stuff. So this bot actually helped us a lot, right? And the farmers are today interacting with this bot. 94% of the claims that are getting registered for these farmers are through this bot. There's only the 6% where the bot is failing, right? Or there is some issue, it's going to the human instantly, and then the human is coming and kind of resolving it. But 94% for me, it's a great benchmark to achieve. And that too with farmers in their local languages, right? So these are the two examples I want to give.
Yeah, I love the second one. Yeah. Sandeep. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just, I mean, well, there've been many that we've done, very similar to what the previous speakers have just spoken about. I'll just talk about one specific use case where AI actually did, identified a data segment or a consumer segment which we were not looking at. So basically, so I'll tell you the problem. The challenge was one of our brands is a painkiller, is a headache brand called Saradon. So the problem was that we need to enhance.
Everyone knows Saradon.
Yeah. Yeah. So the problem was that we need to enhance our engagement. How do we enhance the engagement with the consumers? And we were analyzing a lot of data, consumer segments, et cetera, et cetera. And through very advanced data analytics, the AI told us that actually your problem is not with the urban centers. Okay, your problem is with the semi-urban centers and the rural centers. That is where you need to enhance your engagement. And the other form of analytics which we did was it told us that, look, but most of these guys do not have smartphones. So how do you engage with them? Either you do like a proper advertisement which runs just specifically, or these guys have feature phones. Is there something that you can do to enhance your engagement on the brand using feature phones? And then we actually came up with a very interesting idea, which was all around, which is a voice-based solution, voice-based AI solution, which, by the way, won the Best Digital Innovation Award on this platform itself last year, e4m platform. Where we were now engaging with the semi-urban consumers, the consumers who have only feature phones, and hence they don't have any of the apps. So I think many such examples using dynamic creative optimization, I think something that you were talking about earlier, about how you can, with the same creative, different cohort, different message, different context. So lots of such examples are there.
Rocky, MasterCard.
Great. Obviously I can talk about 2 or 3 use cases all the way from, attrition analysis and how we can predict who will be the next best candidate, to the application of AI in finance, how to predict next quarter's revenue at the start of the quarter itself with highest accuracy. But, for the sake of conversation today, I'll keep the example more in the marketing field, right? So just throwing some numbers, the market in India, right, for AI in marketing is around $12.6 billion, right? And then this market is probably going to grow 5 to 6 times to around $70 to $75 billion in next 4 or 5 years. So a CAGR of 25% plus. So for all of us and many of you, it's a huge opportunity, right? Now, how can we really explore to leverage this opportunity and really make life easier by usage of some of those AI capabilities? I can talk about personalization or hyper personalization, right? With our job where a lot of services solutions are sent to end customers, right? Different offers, segments that we have. Gone are the days when you just split customers based on their past behaviors, create segments and send them offers. Everyone wants really personalized offers, n equal to 1, technically if we say. Now, what does it mean? Every customer should receive something which is hyper personalized to their needs. Now, at the back end, there might be really offers. And this is where one of our capabilities called Shopping Muse, right? Again, and obviously it's a renowned world capability where you can have a voice search as well as you can really leverage it for personalization. Now, what does it do? For example, right, any of you is looking for a dress for a party, right? You'll search, okay, a party dress, right? Then you'll probably in your colloquial language also say shoes matching with the dress, right? So like that, accessories. So the app really helps customer to hyper personalize to their needs, store some of those personalization, and come up with options which really suit. And the highly likelihood is that customers will buy. The response rates or the acceptance will be high. So some of those examples around hyper personalization is also the way to go when we talk about AI in marketing. Thank you.
Fantastic, fantastic. So I just wanted to poll the audience a little bit. How many of you are on the creative side, like marketing creative side? Quite a lot. Yeah, yeah. Okay. And how many of you are worried that AI will take over creativity? Not many, only one. Okay. I mean, that was actually something on my mind. So see, marketing is one of those things where you want to be unique, right? You talked about hyper personalization, where you want to have a unique message for Ramesh, right? But also at the same time, you want to be unique as Bajaj Alliance, right? You want to be unique as MasterCard. You want to be unique as Bayer. And, each campaign, we remember, the Fevicol campaigns from the past, right? And other Cadbury's and campaigns like that, which were like the forefront of creativity. And you see some of them even now. So I would love to get your thoughts, in terms of, will AI kill creativity, or will it, the avatar thing that both a couple of you mentioned actually was very creative, but in a different way. So would love to get your thoughts here.
My simple thought around this is, when you talk about creativity as a word, okay, my personal take it's linked to a human brain and the kind of vision a particular human can have. The computer cannot have that vision, right? And at the end of the day, we have only created AI. So the point is that if you say that AI will take over the creativity or AI will take over the creative jobs, it will, in case you are not able to use the AI in the right way. You need to know how to use the AI, tools, to get your creative, thinking in a much quicker time. The output can come much quicker. That's where, this entire system will help you. If you're gonna delegate everything to the AI, obviously creativity is nowhere in there, right? So that's my simple take.
Yeah. So let me just add a couple of points there. So and let me give the pro and con, both, because I'm a very, very strong believer in AI. So where does it help you in terms of creativity? Okay, it definitely helps you in automation. So what AI does, it takes away all the repetitive, mundane tasks, repetition, creating language translations, for example. And actually by doing automation, it frees up a really good quality creative time. That's what it does firstly. Okay, it can create scalable content very fast. Okay, if you create a template, for example, all the moment marketing campaigns, which all the creative guys would know, the kind of scalability which AI can give you across the 29 states of India, same template, same moment marketing campaign, deploy across 29 states in 11 languages or in 22 languages. That is something only AI can do. Yeah.
That's very right.
If you look at it as your friend, it can help you. In terms of, if you look at it as your creative partner, okay, so it is automating work for you. It is augmenting work for you. If you look at it as a creative partner. Now, if you get into a situation where you expect it to create a long-term strategy for your brand, that is not going to happen. So you need, like he said very, very clearly, that you need to know where to take its use, where to use it, and you need to know where not to use it as well. Yeah, only then will you be able to, take its complete use. The biggest risk of creativity on AI, and I think you mentioned some of the very, very good ads, the Fevicol ad, the Cadbury's ads and all that. One of the biggest risks is homogenization. If you start creating all your campaigns using AI, they will all start looking very similar because it is based on what has worked in the past. It is based on, I mean, that's where data analysis goes wrong also, that it is based on historical trends. So you will never get too many out of the box ideas. You will never get a Cadbury's ad from there because it will not register to the AI. So that's where the human touch is important. So partnership and having the right balance between human touch and AI, that's the critical thing to use AI better.
Okay, yeah, I was just saying that AI is not creating the Cadbury ad, right? It's the human brain who's actually creating it. So human brain cannot be replaced. That is for sure. All the tools and everything will coexist. Will always be complementing you and not be competing with you, right? If that's the way to put across. But what I have seen is that AI is as good as you are, right? So, for example, if you do not put the right kind of prompts, if you do not put the right kind of thinking process, the code, the strategies behind it, AI can't do. And I've seen so many errors that AI puts out because of a wrong input, right? So it's garbage in, garbage out, and garbage in is only by a human brain. So even in all the campaigns that we'll talk about today or in future, it is going to be a human brain. It's going to be only built on a technology, which is AI. So AI is a technology and it can never replace a human brain. It's just like computers came in 90s and you were like, "Arey, sabki job chali jayegi." It never happened, right? Computers have only helped us grow faster and better in our lives. So just take the same analogy and see today, it's only going to complement and never compete with the human brain.
I think so. Like for creative people, the work's gonna increase only. It's never gonna decrease because they'll have to create multiple options for different cohorts. For example, if you wanna send an email marketing, right? You will have to create at least like 10 emails for different sort of cohorts. Some for some professional, for example, for a product, right? They have like a mass appeal. You'll have to create an email for professional people, an email for like some tier 3, tier 4 cities people. So I think so through AI, your work's gonna increase only. And AI will select the right creative for correct people. Yeah.
Anything to add or we're good? Good. Okay. So which areas do you think we should not get into AI? I think that's something like where it will be detrimental to what we're trying to do, right? As marketers, as customer experience people. Yeah, like where do you think it kind of doesn't serve its purpose and actually goes against the purpose?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think a very good question. What should be out of scope or where do we see the ill effects, right, of AI coming? And this is where, one thing which everyone needs to know, there might be a bias, right? That can come if there's a continuous usage of AI in few of the use cases, because that incremental bias will really take us far from the reality, right? That's the hypothesis that we build in when we say, where AI should not be the piece. Now, there is also a component when excessive usage of AI completely removes the emotional connect, right, out of the entire situation. So, industries where we really feel empathy is key, right? The emotional connect that individuals will have. And, it is not just a transactional, behavior that is an outcome of application of AI. I think those are the areas where AI should not be leveraged. In fact, we say the ethical AI component is where it will really be, compromised. And that's why I'm sure a lot of organizations, and, we are all panelists here, have a lot of focus on, how can the ethical usage of AI applications be governed, right? There's a data responsibility that all of us have. We invest a lot in those components where, yes, there are customers. We need customers' consent on how we use data. Yes, there are customers who would really like to get hyper personalized experience, but we need to have consent first. This is where, we are saying it's your data. We are going to use it, right? But to your advantage, if you allow us to do that. So we can take about many examples across industry, and I'll let others also contribute, but there's a huge focus on, what to define, to remove the bias, to not, again, deep fakes is, one of the examples we have already spoken on, how a certain set of, applications just lead to, not only a reputational cost, a huge safety concern for a lot of people.
Sandeep, let me just say three very clear areas where I would never involve AI. I think industry should never involve AI. Three very clear areas. One, crisis management.
Capacity management.
Crisis management. Crisis management, AI should not win. AI, you can use AI to help you, but it should not be left to AI entirely, firstly. Second, very complex problems like you were saying, which involve any kind of moral or ethical dilemma, any kind of moral or ethical dilemma. For example, I'll give you an extreme example. On the surgery table, for example, if you have to choose between who to save, the mother or the kid, for example, if so that's a very ethical, moral, complex dilemma. If you let AI make the decision for you, it can go completely wrong. And the third area where AI should stay away from is whenever you are on the negotiation table. AI cannot be trusted for negotiation. And you can again use it to generate data, etc. for you, but you can't depend on AI to negotiate for you because it can't bring in those human nuances to the table. These are the three areas I would stay away.
Anything to add?
I think so. Just one more thing. In data analytics, AI is great at sorting the data, but I don't think so. The analysis part should be left to the AI, right? Because yeah, I think so. It can miss out some point and give you a wrong analysis. So it can do a great sorting, but analysis should be done by human only.
Got it. The human in the middle kind of approach. Yes. Yeah. We just have a couple of minutes, so would love to hear your thoughts in no particular order. Future of AI in the next 2-3 years, Gen AI maybe or something else. Where do you see it going, right? Especially in the field of marketing.
Sure. So I would say, again, 3 areas. One is ways of working, right? Which means you can always say processes, knowledge management, technology efficient management. No, that is one area, which definitely we see a lot of future in AI. Second is, we already spoke a lot about personalization. I'll not go, delve further into it. And the third, one of the more important, consumer experience, right? How do consumers' experience be enhanced? Because a lot of decisions that consumers are basing nowadays is, the moment of truth then, and the kind of experience they really, feel during those moments of truth. So I would say these 3 industries are going to make really big in future years.
I'll put it in a different way, and I call this strategy as 3 V's. Okay, where I say the first V is the voice, and voice has 2 components. One is of course the voice of the customer, right? So the entire analysis around that, predictive analysis, speech analytics, and all of that. And the other part is the entire conversational AI, right? I guess that's going to be huge in the coming future. The second V is videos. Right now, when you're talking about the future, look at the present. Today generation, they're all on these Instagrams or those, reels and those, shorts and all those stuff. Right? They'll be our consumers very soon. Now, if you don't have videos for everything, maybe missing out a lot, right? So videos as a part of your strategy needs to be there, and AI can, as Sandeep mentioned, can actually, fasten your entire turnaround time in generating those videos, right? And the third, keeping the Bharat in mind, is the vernacular, right? Really going to the language where your customer is there and talking in the customer's language is what AI can help a lot, right? So voice, video, and being vernacular is the three V's where I say the AI will really gonna be helpful.
We're out of times, but maybe just a single word,
Single.
rapid fire.
No, I just had one quick part. I think the way we are searching, the way we are exploring the internet, the way we are doing everything in our life is going to get changed, right? Honestly, it is changing as we speak. And whether you call it convenience, but all of that is powered by AI, right? No more, I think we're going to have actually a search generated results, sorry, AI generated results, which are more conversational in nature as your Google's next step is already announced. So the way you're using your Instagram, the way you're using your YouTube, the way you're searching for things, the way you are here, you're here, you'll be actually able to put up a video on and basis what it's showing, you can actually ask questions. So things, the way we actually do everything in our lives is going to get a lot transformed with AI coming in. And the earlier we adapt to tools like read.ai, I'm just giving some names out, but you can try such tools that really help you up your game in the way AI is evolving.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much for spending the time with us. Hopefully, this has been informational.
And for check. A special vote of thanks for our panelists. Can we have a huge round of applause for them? And may I invite on stage Chief Business Officer for Channel Factory Asia, Karthik Mehta, to join us and present mementos to our esteemed panelists. May I humbly request our panelists to step forward for a quick picture as well. A quick picture and then we'll proceed. Well, this is our very own version of Avengers Assemble. A big round of applause for our esteemed panelists. And may I request the team to please proceed with the mementos. Special thanks to Mr. Akshat Singhal. Big thank you to Mr. Rajesh Chopra, Sandeep Verma, Ankit Goenka, and Ankit Banga, and to our session chair, Mr. Ramesh Badala. And a big thank you to our esteemed panelists for sharing their thoughts, their insights. Thank you so much, Mr. Mehta, for doing the honors as well. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a very exciting quick session right now. And this is a very interesting presentation on the topic Earthwise, a sustainability marketing platform. To present the same, may I welcome agency leader, Alchemist.wise, and co-founder for Earthwise, Anushita Jain, to join us on stage. Let's welcome her with a huge round of applause, everybody.
Hello and good afternoon. I promise to keep it very short. I know I'm eating into, oh, 1 second. Let me get this to my height. Okay. I know I stand between you and lunch, so it's my moral responsibility to make it interesting for you. I'll keep it crisp, 10 minutes only. And after those powerhouse of morning sessions, they were fantastic sessions. I really enjoyed them. So thank you very much if any of the speakers are there. And after that, this one's going to be a slightly light one and hopefully give you a little bit different perspective. So here goes. So here we are to talk about the green ocean of opportunity. Ramesh from the previous panel was kind enough to ask how many marketing and creative people are there in the audience. And it was awesome to see a number of show of hands. And this one's for you, especially. The green ocean of opportunity for marketing, the way we see it. And we believe is going to be part of white papers soon talking about it. We believe it is an inevitable part of brand marketing soon to come our way. Most of us would have, especially who have studied marketing or worked in it, have heard of the red ocean strategy and the blue ocean strategy. Quickly, the red ocean strategy competes for existing demand. So where players come together and compete. Blue ocean, of course, is all about creating new demand in new avenues. The green ocean strategy, as we see it, lies plumb in the middle of both of them. And in fact, possibly engulfing them. In today's scenario, we don't see any other way out, and I'll explain how. We also sort of looked around to see who else agrees with us, and Harvard Business School has some interesting inputs to give here. The age is all about the conscious consumer, and I have a point, I'm getting to it soon. It's a creation of virgin market space by reconnecting with customers' core values. And what are the values that the customer has today? Point to pointer. Emphasizes on a focus of unmet consumer desires and where business may grow in a way that is both socially and environmentally responsible. The consumer is already ready and waiting for options with both intent and pocket. And from here arises the green marketing aspect that we want to talk about that comes from green ocean strategy. This is a time for green marketing. So how many categories globally do you think are really exploring the green side? I won't wait for a response, simply so that we are quick about it, right? But maybe not too many, right? You'll be surprised. We couldn't find a single category that has not gone green yet. Of course, there are norms and government things around it. However, we also laid a bet on our Instagram handle to find one. And one. However, are enough brands marketing their green side? That is what we want to discuss here. So it's not just okay to be green. Are brands putting marketing budgets behind it and creativity behind it, briefing the agencies to create new ways of reaching new customers by using green marketing? We explored some of that as well. Globally, yes. It's definitely happening. Every iconic brand that you can think of and who has not greenwashed is running campaigns in some part of the world. And they are iconic. They're great campaigns that really connect with the consumer in very fresh and different ways. And the wave is headed our way like a tsunami. Just like smartphones did. We didn't imagine that it would reach literally everybody in India. Just like social media, and just like AI, the hot topic of today, this wave will come to us very, very soon. So green marketing is not only about just some communication put out there, but it is about consistent, authentic, and demonstrated commitment to sustainability by a brand. It's not sporadic, so it's not just about one creative put out. It's not in the corner of of the internet with one video put out with your sustainability report. No. And it's certainly not in the corner of your ad as well with one little icon which has a tree on it. It's far more, and that's when the magic unfolds. This is exactly where Earthwise found its ikigai. We wanted to talk about green marketing campaigns around the world and bring them to India before the tsunami comes to India, and we all have to catch up with it. We want to create a platform that is immersive, easy to reach, easy to consume. So you'll see a whole lot of very light content there, light in terms of the way you consume it, but hopefully powerful enough in terms of the case studies we speak about. And we'll show you a few glimpses here itself. And this is what we are most passionate about and believe in. It is a platform to spotlight marketing campaigns which have a purpose. So what happens when brands find their green ocean in sustainability? What does it do for that brand? Of course, it does a whole lot of things for the environment. We know that. But when a brand uses that to market themselves, of course, backed with a strong green purpose, what happens to that brand? Let's have a look. So one is that it drives active markers instead of passive ones. So we are talking about advocacy more than awareness suddenly. We're talking about admiration more than recall. And we're talking about affinity more than just interest. This is what it drives. Enter Lacoste. I'm not sure how many of you saw this case study, but Lacoste, in the first time in its history of the iconic brand, removed the crocodile and replaced it with endangered animals across the world. Of course, it raised a lot of money and a lot of power for the cause. But beyond that, what did it do for the brand? Let's take a look. 76% of the buyers of Lacoste t-shirts of this particular lot were new or first-time buyers for the brand. They saw a 25% jump on Instagram and a 10x jump on Facebook. And more importantly, they saw 600,000 shares demonstrating active advocacy for the brand. Sustainability markets create ripples. Sure, any communication does, right? But this one creates ripples beyond two-way conversations. So two-way conversations mostly we see are between the brand and the consumer. It's an old story. People use social media and digital for that. But mostly it's propped up by marketing budgets. What happens when you pull away that marketing budget? Often those conversations lag. This is a time for three-way conversations to get the brand, consumer, and what I would call the awam, right? Gen Z millennials who are not your consumers, category, stakeholders, all of them talking about that brand in new aspects. And that's what it does. Coldplay, I'm not too sure how many fans are there of Coldplay? Okay, some, all right, not bad. Coldplay surprised us with a sustainability report by a band that I would think I would follow, not my Gen Z team would at all. And they have wowed them. They won new audiences in a younger generation. Isn't that what most brands want to do? They've got new facets or in terms of social media conversations going. And what else? And they've got a whole lot of earned PR. The next thing that sustainability marketing does is create symbiotic growth within the category, which means brands working together towards a cause and actually growing the category. We've seen McDonald's and Burger King expanding the category since the last few years by very active work across the world in the sustainability space and marketing it very well. A lot more moms are happy about the Happy Meals today than they were earlier. And they managed to undo a lot of the negative reverb that this junk category has got in that. What else does it do? It wins you, of course, hearts, but also a lot of respect. And I want to show you this one. It's closer to our hearts and what we consume often, I'm hoping, as well. Maggie Creative. The Maggie Creative by Nestle is a very great example of how sustainability marketing was put out and brand marketing budgets were put behind it as well. They used the precious endorser days to consume and to talk about a film which spoke all about recycling Maggie packets and urged the consumer to make the 2 minutes more meaningful, integrating the brand thought as well as the cause beautifully, involving audiences to participate in it. This is a screenshot from our Earthwise handle. So there are a lot of examples of authentic connections made by audience, which creates trust, stature, and preference for brands when they market themselves. We are simply talking about not green initiatives done by brands for the planet, but green initiatives marketed by brands for their own good as well. Because still that doesn't happen, the good for the planet will also not happen. So Let's see a few more examples. And these are all cases on the Earthwise social handles, made very palatable and easy to consume. We have the automobiles, Toyota, Nissan, Hyundai, and Sabne Kia. Some fantastic creatives there and can be watched on the handle. Apparel brands making sustainability fashionable. Beyond Lacoste, we see Mango, Zara, and a whole lot of others doing some great work there. Skincare, Garnier, the Body Shop went lush. And movies are creating green superheroes and storylines, increasing their connectedness with audiences. You see two here. One is on Netflix, the other is hopefully getting us an Oscar. Celebrity brands earning goodwill and stature while doing good for the brands, actively promoting, not only internationally, but in our India as well. And we're looking at mainstream celebrities here. And IPs like IPL, demonstrating responsibility like never before, where several teams have actively worked and doing good and carrying it on their sleeves and their backs in terms of their sustainability initiatives. So the green wave is definitely around the corner. Share with us any of your green marketing stories. And if you need inspiration, you know where to find it. I'm reachable right here. I'm not carrying any visiting cards. Stop doing that from yours. So the next page is waiting for you. And thank you very much. Lunch is also waiting for you. Okay.
Well, I think that was quite a challenging session to take over, but I think she did it to brilliance. Let's give a big round of applause to Ms. Anushita Jain. And may I take this opportunity and request Tasmai Laharoy, Editor, Exchange for Media Group, to join us on stage to present a memento to ma'am. We thank you for your time and your experience. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, yes, it's time for a quick break. I know it's going to be a quick break because we've got lots more lined up for you. So make sure you grab a quick bite and join us exactly at 2:35, 2:40, as soon as possible, because there's a whole lot of excitement waiting for you on the other half. And make sure you share while you're networking with your peers. Make sure you share all those pictures, all those thoughts using the hashtag e4m TechManch. This is RJ Rahul saying we've just got started. Join us after a quick sumptuous meal. Thank you so much.
Sarvesham Shanti Bhavatu. Shanti Bhavatu. Shanti Bhavatu.
I'll be the bad guy now. You know I ain't so firm. I couldn't be that. Get away Tourist every time, see the sky and channel where it goes. See the planet, cause we can't let it go. Run away, our money circles. Run away, run away, run away.
Acid. Outside. Acid. Outside.
Check. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are just about to start off. So may I humbly request everybody to please join us indoors as we part and start the second half of E4M TechManch. A humble request to everybody, please join us indoors. Check. With this, we are about to start the second half of E4M TechManch Conference 2024. So if you're outside, you're missing out on something. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we start the second half of E4M TechManch Conference. I am RJ Rahul Manjul, your host for this day. And like I always say, I encourage you all to actively participate and share your questions, your pictures using the hashtag E4M TechManch, which is right there on top. Yes, and we are going to announce the winner of a hamper soon. Welcome back, everyone. We hope you enjoyed a sumptuous meal. But before we commence here, we'd like to thank all our partners. A special thank you to our co-gold partner, Channel Factory, your partner for success in YouTube advertising ecosystem. Special thanks to our co-gold partner in Mobi. Also, a special thank you to our growth partner, Mob Avenue, your growth partner, Mob Avenue. And I do a special mention for our co-gold partner, Business Today. May I draw your attention to the audio visuals, which are going to be played on the screen right away. Let's have a look.
We're Channel Factory, the only YouTube measurement program partner in India. We offer unmatched campaign control, efficiency, and ROI. Our AI-powered categorization system, driven by IAB.
All right, so we're going to play the audio visuals once
provides
everybody's
superior-
inside. So humbly requesting everybody to please join us indoors. I believe all the food counters are closed. If you're having a sweet tooth, well, I know you're
We're
right there
Channel
at the
Factory,
desserts. Please join us
the only
indoors.
YouTube measurement program partner. We're Channel Factory, the only YouTube measurement program partner in India. We offer unmatched campaign control, efficiency, and ROI. Our AI-powered categorization system, driven by IAB 3.0, provides superior brand alignment and up to 30% cost efficiency. Access real-time and historical YouTube data for precise targeting. Our proprietary AI-enabled View IQ dashboard offers cross-platform reporting on content quality, audio relevance, metadata, computer vision, sentiment analysis, and viewership trends. Channel Factory, your partner for YouTube success, trusted by industry-leading brands for precise ad placements and ultimate brand suitability.
"20 years ago, Impact was born as a zingy tabloid, which brought you exclusive scoops, decoded trends, and stayed ahead of the curve. We were the dynamic storytellers of the ad world. And then in 2010, it transformed to take its current avatar, a magazine that poses the tough questions, investigates the truth, and taps into the minds of the global geniuses. Not missing a single weekly edition in the past 2 decades, even in the face of a lockdown. Over 1,000 editions later, we are leaner, meatier, bolder, and infinitely better. We are Impact. We didn't just bring you the insights that matter, we also brought you closer to top-notch industry leaders with a marquee property, Impact Person of the Year. We have taken immense pride in recognizing young talent before the world did. The alumni of Impact 30 Under 30 list are now making waves in the industry, be it PJ Aditya, Gautam Raghunath, Alap Desai, Chandni Shah, or Mahesh Ambalia. Our 50 most influential women leaders awardees over the years challenged industry norms daily. Ekta Kapoor, Kali Puri, Tanya Dubash, Shirin Bhan, Anupriya Acharya, and many more. We have achieved a lot, informed a lot, educated a lot, and celebrated a lot. But this is just the beginning. We are not just getting older, but getting wiser too. We are Impact at 20.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we are back in action to start the second half of E4M TechManch 2024. May I request you to please get back to your seats and make sure that your mobile phones are back on silent mode. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, it's time for our next panel discussion. And it doesn't get better than this because the topic is winning in digital commerce. Now, before I invite the session chair, the moderator, I will quickly go to the panelists and I want you to give them a thunderous round of applause, starting off with Avinav Banerjee, Global Digital Commerce Head at PepsiCo. Let's welcome Avinav with a huge round of applause. Joining in will be Yatnesh Pandey, VP Marketing at Greenply, Mahib Dwivedi, VP and Head of Marketing at Pepperfry, Pritika Mehta, Head of Digital and E-commerce Marketing at Compton Greaves Consumer Electricals Limited, and our session chair for this panel discussion will be the super stylish Ruhail Amin, Senior Editor at Exchange for Media Group. Let's welcome our session chair and our panelists with a huge round of applause. Let's get back in action at E4M TechManch.
Check.
Check.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Thank you, Rahul, for the kind introduction. And we're just having a discussion, about what all is happening in the digital commerce. I think we don't need to emphasize how it has changed the business and the business deals, even the consumer experience. I think we experience it on a daily basis. But what we need to now understand is from these experts here is what is the right way to do it, a sustainable way to do it, an effective way to do it. That's the conversation about. We have some 25 minutes and I want to keep to the time. Let me start with you, Mr. Banerjee. Give me a sense of how has, we're just having a discussion on quick commerce. I just want to refer to that. How has it changed the expectations in the digital commerce, and what kind of changes are happening or is leading to? And how are you dealing and coping with those changes?
So, hi, my name is Avinava Banerjee. I'm the head of global e-com capabilities for PepsiCo. We are a fairly simple business. We make fun products like chips, snacks, drinks, and which we make, move, sell. So we're a fairly large $91 billion company. So for us, frankly, quick commerce in India has been a boon. We are in the impulse space. So typically what research has shown that if an impulse is not fulfilled within 17 minutes, the impulse goes away. Yeah. So that's the research. So we want to tap into that window of 17 minutes. And what quick commerce has enabled us is to, from that impulse to that fulfillment, we get it through quick commerce. Okay. So that's been fabulous. The second thing is when you look at quick commerce, people mostly have decided what they want to buy. So they're not really looking for discovery, unlike in a Nykaa where you're looking for a lipstick by Terry or makeup by Mario, whatever that is. But you've kind of decided the brand and you just want it fulfilled and you want it fast. So for large brands like us, it's important because we are first on the mind
We just want to make sure that on the app, we are first to find. Yeah, so that's been great for us. We've been growing tremendously on quick commerce. And quick commerce didn't exist pre, 2019, it was there. So it's been great. And we are constantly thinking, where is the shopper going tomorrow? So we don't know what new models are going to come. So it's been great.
Thank you. Pritika, as far as leading in the digital commerce space is concerned, what are the critical elements of a superior customer experience and an approach that really makes it happen, makes you a leader in the digital commerce? What are those factors according to you?
Thanks for the question. So again, it's not just digital commerce, right? Today, if we talk about the consumer digital experience, we know as a matter of fact that 60 to 65% of the consumers start their purchase decision or purchase journey online, right? Either they're going to Google or an Amazon or a Flipkart and figuring out what is it that they really want to buy to address the need that they have. But still we know that while such a large chunk of audience is actually going online to do that research, e-retail still is just 7 to 8% of the business or the retail business in India today, right? So that means there is, your purchase decision making is happening online, but the purchase in reality may be happening offline. So it's not just digital commerce. We know for a fact that the customer experience online kind of impacts your overall business. Today, all of us are consumers here, right? If we don't get a response to a query online in the next 10 minutes when we raise a complaint, we feel that, okay, this brand does not care about me. Why should I buy from them anymore? So that's the kind of urgency that consumers have. 72% of the consumers want the brands to understand and expects the brand to understand ki this is what I need, this is my requirement, and hence serve it to me. So I think somewhere as a brand, what we focus on and all of us should focus on are kind of, three things that it narrows down to. One being seeing the consumer in a single view. That's really important. Today, we don't know where the consumer journey starts and where it ends. We know the consumer is online. We know he buys in store. So how do I ensure as a brand that I'm reaching out to that consumer with a similar messaging time and again, giving them the exact experience that they're looking for, right? So if I'm searching for which pan suits my requirement, I should be giving them that content. So, but when they go into the store, if the experience is completely polar, opposite of what they saw online, then it's a disconnect. So having that single view of the consumer is critical, right? Where the consumer is in the consumer journey, so that when they walk into a store or when they're purchasing the final product on Amazon or Flipkart or the brand store, they know what they're buying and the brand knows what to serve them. And that kind of leads to the personalization element also. Today, consumers expect personalized offers, personalized communication. And we know that if it's a personalized communication to the brand, the consumer's engagement with the brand kind of increases, right? It improves your media efficiency by 30%. That's proven by multiple researches that have happened in the industry. So that's, again, a very critical element. The second piece for me in the consumer digital experience, again, becomes the ease of, ease and convenience, as quick commerce is one element of that. The second piece would be how easily discoverable your products are. I need I need to buy a Pepsi or a soft drink for a party. How easily can I access that? Or when they're shopping online in digital commerce space, how easily can they check out from the website? How easily can they check out from a social or an e-commerce platform? What are the brand options that the brand is giving them to make their life simpler? Is there an EMI? Because I come from consumer durables industry, so I know that EMI is a big hit with consumers. Nobody wants to pay 30,000-40,000 for a product right away. Is there an EMI option? Is there a buy now, pay later option? So those things kind of add to the ease, right? And the third piece obviously is again, from a digital experience point of view, which becomes very critical, is taking that follow-up. Don't let your consumers feel that they've just bought the product, so you've abandoned them, right? How do you keep that feedback loop alive? How do you kind of reach out to them time and again with the personalized communication, reviews, ratings? All of us know, today, if you're buying a lipstick or you're buying an air conditioner for your house, you end up going and checking what are the reviews online, right? So that matters a lot. So how do you get your consumers who have bought from you to keep giving you feedback, and how do you ensure that you're constantly engaging with them, whether it's to upsell, cross-sell, or just keep them engaged. So I think these are the three things which matter the most from a consumer experience point of view, from my view.
Yeah, I also want you to touch upon briefly on this, how your category has moved to quick commerce and how the consumer behavior is changing. I mean, you would not buy an AC earlier in 10 minutes, right? Would you? Or 5 minutes? Now you do, right? Well, what does it mean? I mean, what does it show? I mean, how do you read this?
So I think, again, e-commerce for consumer durables, while e-com is very, very important as a play in terms of the business, but it's the larger, players, marketplaces like Amazon and Flipkart, which have been dominating it. But with this shift in consumer behavior, where people are ready to pay for that convenience that the, quick commerce platforms kind of provide you, it's important to tap into it. And, we have realized that there are certain categories which kind of lend themselves beautifully to quick commerce within consumer durable industry also, whether it's, so there are certain products which you just need to be fixed or have immediately. Ab khana bana rahe ho, mixer kharab ho gaya, you will not wait 2 days for a mixer to be delivered, or you will not immediately step out and buy a mixer grinder. So today, if a mixer breaks down in my house, I'll end up buying it on Blinkit and just call for whatever brand is available and just buy that, right? So that is important. We were in fact discussing this, that why are people buying mixers, kettles, again, gifting. When you are going to somebody's house, it's a housewarming. People do buy appliances as gifts. Lighting as a category, bulb kharab ho gaya, you need that bulb to be replaced immediately, right? You will not, and it's the convenience that you pay for. How many times do we actually think, chalo, let's go to the electrical shop and actually buy a bulb and come back? So that's why I think quick commerce, it will take its own time. It won't scale up immediately, but it has definitely got, caught the consumer's attention, and we can see that big shift happening. For our category, it will be a slow burn, but it will move towards that.
Cars are not moving there for sure. Right? Yatnesh, you have primarily a offline heavy brand, in that sense, where people would really love to touch and feel and understand, and the purchase cycle is pretty long. How do you maintain trust with customers in this digital era where they don't have time to spend on offline purchases? How do you do in your category?
Okay, so good evening, everyone. I think my category is quite different from the rest of the three we are sitting. I think me and Mahif are sharing the quite a common insight. But the consumers are the same consumers who is buying from the Blinkit, the Pepsi, or buying the air fryer of this thing. The same consumer is there for the other category also. In this era of the digital, what the consumers are doing, they are doing the exploration and evaluation simultaneously. They explore also, they evaluate also. These are happening into simultaneously. That's why brand lose and untrust onto the daily basis. So you have to be very, very vigilant on this thing. Now, if our category specifically, what we try to do, we try to use the whatever the tech or whatever the way we develop the communication with them. It should be the very, very responsible way. What kind of the communication we put it into the various digital medium. It should be the very, very informative, because consumers are here coming not for just closing their transaction. They are coming more for validating the information also. So it's our responsibility how true and how transparent information we can share, so that they should feel us the more trustworthy. Second thing, I think we respect the privacy. Nowadays, so many tools are there where you can do the retargeting. Earlier, the communication or advertisement getting plays. Now it's more is toward the context, more toward the native side. So we try to communicate so that it should not intrude their privacy, so that there should not be any break of the trust on this thing. And the last thing, whatever the way we do, whatever the information they share to us, we try to use their information very, very responsibly, very, very sensibly, because ultimately they are leaving this information, whatever the mobile number, whatever the email number, whatever their home address for the visit, everything we have to use it in a very digital, secure manner, so that it should not hurt their trust with the brand. So using the tech responsibly, respecting their privacy and making the digital in more secure manner. That's the way we try to build the trust with them.
Wonderful. Something similar for you, Mahip, not very, of course, different, but not very different, because again, offline heavy, offline first category. How do you maintain that digital trust, that digital experience, what is the approach that you adopt?
Hello. Hi guys, my name is Mahip. I manage marketing for Pepperfry. Thank you for the question. So I think very important question. I think the category that I am in, right? It is not an exciting category. Doesn't excite kids saying that Pepsi chahiye kya aapko, right? But I think at the same time, when you want to buy a furniture, is once in a lifetime that you will build your house, right? Or you are really replacing something which was there in your house for like years. So how digital plays an important role is it's basically the touch points, right? When you run an omni-channel, business, it's very important for you for large logistics e-commerce that people would want to come, touch, and feel and see whether they buy it online or they don't buy it online depends upon their own choice. But I think today, if you are not digital, it's very difficult for you, to survive because every touch point, right? We were talking about quick commerce. I think everybody has a phone today. In fact, India is on 85% on mobile phones, and still 30% is of the household still does not have internet in the houses. So my point is that if you're not there digital, you do not have a website or an app or an M site, how do you want customers to come and see everything in the store, right? This is your browsing pattern. And just to give you an example, when we look at the sessions online versus offline and try to merge this data, you would see that your 30% of the session will happen online on desktop where people actually select the product, they keep browsing it. So it's basically 2.3x times on the mobile phones. Then you will also see the same customer also visits the store, and depending on the offer, if he's coming on the weekday versus weekend, it is his call that where he wants to buy, right? We are still 45% online. This is sheerly large percentage of what I know Pepperfry was earlier, from 25% to 45%. But I would say that everything today is digital. So if you're not digital, it's very difficult for you to make your brand stand out, I think, in the market, specifically in our place where everything is unbranded.
Right. 11 minutes, I have 6 questions. So I want to come to all of you. Let me come to you, Abhinav. A digital space is cluttered, There's so much, there's an information overload. First of all, if I talk about digital marketing, and you have to stand out, what are the best ways to do that according to you?
Ooh. So I think the responsibility of standing out in a very cluttered environment like digital stays with the brand, right? And increasingly, what we are seeing is the costs of building brands online is increasing. Thankfully, PepsiCo has great creatives, so we just bring it alive on the shelves, to start with. But frankly, what we do is we follow the shopper along their journey, right from search till checkout and delivery. So first is we want to make sure that we build our brands using the right search terms. So make sure that on search, we are winning, our products are winning on search. Yeah, so that's the first one. As you go further, one, you can search for the brands, you have to find the right brand, which makes some meaning to you, okay? So we also constantly are looking for the right brands and portfolio and benefits and claims which match that search. And thirdly, what increasingly we are trying to do is, how do I bring the brand alive on the digital shelf? So how do I put the best version of PepsiCo on the digital shelf? You can't touch and feel online, but then the onus of bringing it alive through high-res images, descriptions, product detail pages lies with us. So what we want to make sure that building brands online, I think you have to go across the shopper journey, starting with search, going right through checkout, delivery, and the experience, yeah?
So I think just to, add to his point, right? I think what you need to do if your brand exists for several years is, do people still remember you? Do they know what are the offerings? And specifically, if
if your offerings are changing over a period of time, right? It is very important for you to communicate with them. I think while we do marketing, I think it's very important to ensure that your existing base knows about it, that what's the brand doing, right? Forget about it that they will come to buy or not, but you'd never know that how the word of mouth is spreading between, that community. And specifically for us, offline is a huge community. We have 200 plus stores in India, and we keep doing these events, which is on Wednesdays and Thursdays, like, a painting and, and several other things. So making your brand stand out, I think it's very important that what's your brand and what it's doing. For us, the vicinity is important, right? So when the vicinity is important, you would want people to talk about you that, hey, Pepperfry was doing this thing, and this is great. My kids really enjoyed it, right? And the kids will actually bring people to the store, right? Now, this is just a way of marketing, but the point is that you cannot afford to lose a Tom, because the brand would have spent, millions of rupees in just building that one name that, we all know. So, yeah.
Thank you. Pritika, we read the reviews and the feedback, and then we buy from a consumer point of view. From a brand point of view, how do you take that into account and improve? How do you manage that? What are the strategies that you use to improve the offerings?
See, it's basic consumer behavior. All of us read reviews. In fact, now we are coming to a situation where I was in a consumer emotion recently, and the consumer said, "हाँ, but ये तो शायद आपके brand ने खुद ही reviews करा दिए होंगे." So people are also getting into the place where they are not trusting the reviews that are there online. But I think large part of it obviously is consumer driven, especially on platforms like Amazon, Flipkart, etc. What we have started doing, and this is something that we have recently initiated, is while we used to track reviews and ratings and figure out what is it that consumers are talking about the brand or a particular product, now we monitor it on every fortnight basis. There is a dashboard of sorts that we release internally in Crompton across categories. And let me tell you, it's the most genuine form of consumer feedback that you can get, whether it's issues related to your packaging, whether it's issues related to missing parts, or in our case, where, after sales service, where installation warranty are a big chunk of, the consumer experience. That also is something that we are kind of monitoring. How can we streamline that input, share it with our supply chain, manufacturing, our after sales service team, and streamline that process? So we are kind of putting, the pieces together right now. But in my previous experience also at Godrej, we used to do this on a, regular basis. Every month we used to see what are the reviews. In fact, in GCPL, we had actually identified a product issue just by listening to the Amazon reviews, because we were getting some, chatter from trade that there is a particular issue with a particular batch of products that is there in the market. And then we identified the same trend online, and that's where we kind of realized that, okay, this is an issue. So we went back to R&D. How can this be fixed? We took all that data. So I think it's important for any brand, in today's day and age, whether it's a legacy brand, whether it's a startup, whether it's a new age brand, to listen to what consumers are saying, because there is no more genuine feedback that you can get from other than a consumer who's actually paid for the product. So that's critical.
Right. Yadnesh, sustainability and business, is becoming an increasingly important conversation. How important is sustainability in digital commerce, and what kind of sustainable practices do you kind of follow to make it happen?
Hello? Yeah. So like Time's Up is showing in my screen, same way for the sustainability also.
Looking at it.
Times is up. It should not be the end. It should from the start. I think we all are reading how the temperature heat waves are going into the Europe. The first time 40 degrees reaching. So it's all into it's not the anyway the topic of the conference discussion. We all are realizing it is everywhere. We as a brand, it's in our name also, we are tracking it very closely. We have a separate team setup who keep monitoring it. You see, I will just leave some of the statistics, and which we keep doing the research. There is we had taken initiative in terms of the tree plantation and the removing the plastic. Because as the plastic grows into the environment, it does not allow tree to grow. If tree will not grow, we will not get a timber, and if we will cut the tree, then also the environment. So that's the cycle. There is a 8 million metric ton plastics end up into the ocean every year. It's like a one truck of the plastic going into the ocean every minute. And this is not the small truck Tata 407. It's a 16-ton kind of the truck going up to the every minute. So that's kind of the impacts are happening. Now we are talking about the e-commerce thing. The kind of the packaging it require. There is a layered packaging is required. And then we are also providing this some wood waste for this layered packaging. This bubble wrap, this those cartons, they are very tough to destroy. They are very tough to goes into the convert into the recyclable. We're talking about the quick commerce. We are getting into the more into the impulsive behavior. So what you will do, you will more use the single use plastic to make the packaging on this thing. And all this, there are the certain plastics mentioned is the recyclable. Guys, these are the facts. Only 14% among the total use of the plastic, only the 14%, around 14% is the recyclable. And within the recyclable, not even the 50% get recyclable. So the whatever you are producing is all going wasting into the environment. So I think for the convenience of the commerce or the time, we should not harm the environment. So it's not the responsibility of the seller or the buyer. It's the both the side responsibility should
absolutely. Before I end, I just want to take liberty of a 30-second quote from Avinav, from you. Like, what is the final thing? How would you say winning in a digital commerce? What is the 30-second thing that you would like to share? What is the ultimate playbook?
It's investing in technology. Yeah. So 30-second tip to anyone, and I'm very passionate about, is how does a brand invest in technology? Most of our customers are technology first. We are CPG brands. So how do you constantly stay abreast, use AI, generative AI, and all the latest developments to keep probably to be in step with our customers and retailers?
All right. Okay.
See, for
20 seconds, the time's already up.
Yeah, so I would say feedbacks from the customer. I think that's the biggest point that I think we miss out, being it's a volume or non-volume. But if you are hearing your customers, I think you will know what your brand needs to do.
I think I will say do it responsibly. Responsibility toward the consumer, responsibility developing the tech, and responsibility toward the environment also. So everything you have to do it. All the three things you have to do it responsibly.
I think for me, again, it's, a mix of tech and what your consumers are saying. That's the most important thing.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. And over to you, Rahul.
Can we have a huge round of applause for our esteemed panelists? Give them a thunderous round of applause, everybody. And may I request you to please step forward for a quick picture. And may I also request from the team of Bharat Express, our CRO at Bharat Express, Mr. Rakesh Gopal, to join us on stage, present a memento to our esteemed panelists, and join us in the photo op as well, sir, please. And we're going to present mementos to our esteemed panelists. Gentlemen, I want you to be on stage for a minute more, ma'am. A special thank you to everybody joining in. Special thanks to Kritika Mehta. A thank you to Mahip Divedi, Yatnesh Pandey, Avinava Banerjee, and goes without saying to Ruhail Aman. Heartfelt thanks to our esteemed panelists. Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you so much, Kritika and the entire team. And thank you so much, sir, for doing the honors. Well, like I've been telling you, keep those messages coming in on LinkedIn and other social media websites as well. We have a winner of our first hamper, and the first hamper winner is Deepak Khimani. A big round of applause for Deepak Khimani, everybody. Well, if Deepak is in the room right now, if you could join us, or we have a second lucky winner coming through. I believe he's probably outside. So I go on to probably one more name after we share more messages on LinkedIn. You can be a part, you can win that hamper as well. But I'm going to click mine, maybe I get lucky. So I'm going to click, all I ask you is 8 claps for the 8th edition of E4M TechManch. For every time I say 1, you got to give us a good, big, loud clap, okay? So let's try this out. I'm going to click a selfie. Yes, it's the video version of a selfie. If I say 1, you clap out loud. Let's try. 1. All together at one point of time. E4M TechManch, are you ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and too many more. A big round of applause for everybody joining in. Make sure you share your messages, your comments on LinkedIn, and who knows, you'd be our next lucky winner. With this, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our next session. And after that engaging panel discussion, it's time for our next session. Up next, we have Investor Speak, the Indian digital landscape, opportunities and challenges for investors, by Vikram Gupta, founder and managing director at IVCap Ventures, our INR 5,000 crore venture capital fund with a diverse portfolio of over 50 companies, including Bluestone, Purple, Biryani by Kilo. Vikram previously played a very important role in establishing USD 100 million healthcare-focused private equity fund sponsored by Piramal in 2008. He has also conceptualized and launched India's first endowment fund in IIT Delhi, inaugurated by the then Honorable President of India in 2019, and currently serves on its board. Vikram holds a B.Tech from IIT Delhi and an MBA from Case Western Reserve University, USA. Join us as he shares his valuable insights at E4M TechManch 2024. Put your hands together for Mr. Vikram Gupta. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause, everybody.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, so I guess I have around 10 minutes here. So first of all, thank you so much for having me here. So, and thanks so much for the introduction. So, you know, I'll just try to bring in the perspective from an investor. Maybe I'll give you a little bit more background before I start in terms of what we do at IVCap Ventures. We are more than 90% domestic capital fund, which means that of the funds that we've raised, over 90% funds we've raised in India. So we currently manage about 5,000 crores of assets. And we're currently investing from our third fund, which is 2,100 crores that we recently announced the closure. And we are a sector agnostic fund. We are primarily do seed to Series B. We write checks of anywhere between 1 crore going up to 50 to 60 crores in the first check itself. And then following that, we do even follow-on checks. So that's what we do as well. So, yeah, so I think, as already mentioned, we invest in companies like Bluestone, Biryani by Kilo, Purple, Clovia, and quite a few others. We have a portfolio of about 50 companies. So that's broadly the background. So, you know, the topic here is more about the digital economy and also how, as investors, we're looking at the opportunities and challenges there. And I think we all know, and I'm sure you would have heard this from various different discussions going on here. We all know where we stand as a country, and I think we have a huge opportunity in terms of the size of the population and the digital penetration we're talking about. And we're talking about over 60% of the population, which has access to the internet today, which is pretty sizable population. And I think one of the important things here is the data which we consume here in India is actually on a per capita basis. I think it's the largest, in fact, in the world. We consume roughly about 24 GB of data per capita per month, which is by far the largest as compared to any other country in the world. And I think that also tells us how hungry we are when we actually get online. The other interesting thing is that we are also looking to be the second largest 5G users in the world, projected to be about 700 million subscribers by 2028 as compared to China, which is projected to be 1.3 billion. And I think the other interesting demographics, which actually really makes it exciting, is more than 50% of the population in India is less than the age of 25. And if you look at the average age of different countries, India is about 29, China is 37, and Japan is 48. So which gives you the kind of population we are catering to. So that does give interesting perspective on what kind of sectors and what kind of business models and what kind of products as entrepreneurs. If you're an entrepreneur, I think it does give you an interesting perspective on what you should be looking at in terms of building your businesses. And of course, we have opportunities across the sectors. But of course, when you look at food or fashion or electronics and hardware or media or furniture or gaming or healthcare, I think the opportunity is everywhere. So I think, of course, a lot of this comes from the fact that the innovation is happening across all these sectors, and also there is a lot of focus on personalization. And in fact, today we are very fortunate that the products and services being offered get very personalized, whether it's healthcare or financial services or even food. I mean, most of the data that you consume or most of the browsing that you do online, there's a lot of personal information that you're actually sharing once you actually agree to share your personal information. So, of course, the main intent of that is to create products and solutions which are targeted towards you. And, that's the overall trend that we also see as investors. We are actually seeing any product or solution which is actually targeted towards building highly personalized solutions, I think will become very, very successful. The other interesting thing is that, given the fact that UPI has penetrated quite substantially into our entire population, almost over 100% of the PIN codes are now covered when it comes to UPI transactions. You're talking about 131 lakh crores of UPI transactions just in the year 2023, 2024. And I think that number is only growing. And of course, all the online transactions which are happening, almost 60% of the transactions are now coming from tier 2, tier 3 towns and remote areas, which also talks about the kinds of opportunities which are out there, for entrepreneurs today. Interestingly, when we started investing in 2014-15, that time we started taking bets in companies like Purple, Bluestone. We invested on that time. And, internet penetration and the e-commerce penetration into retail was very small at that time. We were talking about less than 1%. But I think today we are talking about pretty substantial size of that market. In fact, it's projected to grow from over $70 billion to almost $1 trillion by 2030. And I think if you look at that exponential growth, this talks about the nature of opportunity we are staring at. So I think if I were to then talk about what are the key challenges for entrepreneurs, I think we're still struggling with our regulators trying to keep pace with the changing dynamics in the overall ecosystem. I think the good news is that the government is taking very active measures to support startup ecosystem and providing various measures of funding. But at the same time, I think most of our regulations are, trying to keep pace and sometimes are always also lagging. And I think some of the sectors that get majorly hit because of that are sectors like fintech, even gaming, and a few others. The other challenge is, of course, while there's a lot of spend that is happening in infrastructure, I think we're still kind of struggling, in terms of the pace of infrastructure development in the country. And I think the example is also in terms of how we are ranked in terms of the internet speed in the country. I think we are ranked 74th in the world when it comes to the speed of internet. So I think that's a challenge when it comes to actually really, if you want to keep pace with what's happening. And then the other major challenge is also, given the volumes of data getting generated, I think we're still struggling with the basic things in security and privacy. I think on privacy front, we still have a long way to go. We are still struggling when it comes to basic information and how much of our information that we are sharing online is actually private. And security is another major issue, especially, our data is actually stored across different places. And we don't know how much of the data is actually getting stolen or leaking out to different agencies. And I think as an investor, I also see one of the biggest challenges when it comes to availability of domestic capital for entrepreneurs. And I think, while we've seen a substantial growth of investments happening in venture capital and private equity over years, we're talking about $135 billion, which has been invested into the startup ecosystem over time. Only 15% of that capital is actually domestic. So we're talking about 85% of that capital actually is dollar capital. And I think the downside of that is whenever something happens at the global level, interest rates change in the US, or high liquidity or liquidity constraints happen in the US markets, that directly impacts the startup ecosystem. And I think as an example, in 2020, when COVID happened, US printed over almost $3.5 trillion of currency distributing to the hands of various people that found its way to the startup ecosystem in India as well. In 2021, we saw the valuations really scale quite substantially. But that had an impact on the interest rates that went up quite substantially from almost 0 to about 5.5% in a very short period of time, leading to a huge pullback of dollar capital from countries like India, and therefore impacting liquidity in this market. And therefore 2022, 23, these 2 years saw a huge liquidity crunch in the domestic market. So I think, of course, we are hoping that with the inflation coming down substantially in the US from the peak of 9% to now coming below 3%, hopefully that should lead the Fed to cut rates, and hopefully we should be able to see some more liquidity coming to India. So which means that therefore there will be some more cash flow coming into this startup ecosystem, and hopefully that should be available to the startups. And we ourselves are deploying a lot of capital. We are planning to invest about this entire 2,100 crores over the next couple of years and raise more funds consequently. So yeah, I think that's where I'm, that I only have about 10 minutes, so I don't have any more time to, I would love to maybe talk offhand to anybody who would like to, discuss any of the opportunities. But I think broadly, that's what I wanted to cover. So thank you so much again to the organizers for giving me this opportunity to talk in front of all of you. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vikram Gupta, for sharing your thoughts, and those statistics were quite astounding. But with this, may I request from the team of Exchange for Media, may I request Ekta Sood, Regional Account Director, to please join us on stage to share a memento and a moment right here. Ekta, if you could join in. A big round of applause for Ekta, everybody. A huge round of applause for Mr. Vikram Gupta, everybody. Thank you so much, sir, for joining in and sharing your thoughts with us. And I'd do a quick announcement of a winner from our online hamper contest. The winner is Himanshu S. Arora. Big round of applause for Himanshu, everybody. We have Himanshu in right now. A mention for Deepak Himani as well. Well, if you join us before the end of the conference, well, the hamper's waiting for you. Otherwise, somebody else is going to get lucky. With this, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our next panel discussion. And wait, because this one talks about from data to delight, revolutionizing content discovery with hyper personalization. Moderating this session is our session chair, Devika Sharma, VP and GM India at Glance. Let's have a huge round of applause for Devika, everybody. And joining in will be our panelists, Sujay Ray, Head Digital Marketing at L'Oreal, Sairam Ranganathan, Chief Digital Officer at Wavemaker and Wavemaker North Star. Also joining in will be Reena Jagtap, Lead Digital Marketing at Henkel. I've worked with Henkel very closely. Priyanka Bisen Shah, Head of Digital Marketing at Bajaj Auto, and Anuja Trivedi, CMO at Shemaru. Let's welcome our session chair and our panelists with a thunderous round of applause. Zordar taliyan ho jaye.
Shanti.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hello.
All mics are swiped to the green side. You need to switch on.
Good afternoon, everyone. We have now confirmed that my mic is not working. Oh, this is Anuja's. So while we try and get a replacement mic, welcome to the session. So very quickly to set context, I think all the panelists have been introduced, so we'll jump right into it.
Sure.
Technology has played a huge role in terms of how we live our lives today, right? Especially with, mobiles playing such a critical, sort of becoming a critical part of our lives, how we eat, how we shop, how we travel. It's encompassed pretty much every aspect of our life. Now, while this development is happening, consumers today are also expecting a great deal of personalization, right? So I want to see content, food, clothes, travel options that are of relevance to me and that are, in my budget and that I want, right? So there is a great deal, there's a huge role that data plays in this entire journey. And today what we want to talk about with this very, very interesting and diverse panel is how marketers are actually looking at data and are able to create relevance for consumers through all their activities, and what is the role that AI actually plays in developing a bridge between the brand and its consumer. So very quickly with that, Anuja, let's sort of start with you, right? So consumers spend 4.5, 5 hours on their phone, right? And about half of that or more is spent watching. Sorry about that, folks. So, to recap, consumers spend about 4.5, 5 hours on their devices. And more than half of that time is spent watching content on different OTT platforms, right? So while that's a golden opportunity, ensuring that you are able to drive discovery for the right content for the right user is a big task. How are you sort of, undertaking that journey?
So, yeah, I think perfect industry to start with. I think everyone here is definitely an OTT consumer. And like you said, we are in the business of giving joy to our consumers. And that means we have an extremely demanding consumer. My consumer today expects that I know he or she very well. And when they demand personalization, it's not just about curating the right content, but it's also about the way the app looks, the notifications that they should receive, the new content recommendations that they should get, the way the app should, speak to them through email, through the app itself, outside the app. So it's an extremely demanding consumer. And for that, the kind of data that is needed is extremely how do I say, evolving every day. And personalization for the industry, OTTs, if done right, leads to better engagement. And a better engagement will lead to a more loyal consumer. You're just moving up the funnel from loyalty to advocacy eventually. And that brand love eventually will translate to, them picking one app over the other. Like you said, out of the 4-5 hours that they spend and the 2 they spend on content, only 90 seconds are spent in looking at a particular OTT. If I don't find what I like, I just switch to something else. So it's a hyper competitive world. And when you are building the algo to personalize, I think people have gone about it different ways. When it comes to us, we are a regional app. We are a niche app. We have legacy Bollywood content and Gujarati content. And therefore, what we have done is to, given the scale that we have actually used Amazon and Amazon Personalize to start building that algo for personalization on Shimarumi. And it has helped us sort of improve engagement and retention rates. And in the sector that we are, which is OTTs, actually the cost of getting new consumers is becoming increasingly higher, which is probably true of a lot of other sectors too. And hence, actually, retention and personalization becomes the business strategy, not a cool additional thing to do. The idea is that this will get me better retention, better eyeballs, better engagement, and therefore better business metrics.
Thanks. Thanks, Anuja. That was very helpful. Quick follow-up for you. So you spoke a lot about how data personalization and how AI enabling that entire bit is critical from a business strategy lens, right? Are you experimenting at all with AI as far as consumer engagement or marketing or innovation is concerned?
Oh, absolutely. I think AI comes into the picture. So I think AI has sort of helped us do things faster, fail faster, and correct ourselves faster. So there are more copies that get created and tried when it comes to marketing, be it static copies, video copies, Reelsy versions of creatives. So a lot of that gets used in marketing. Then, of course, there's data that sits on Meta and Google platforms and how we use those to target our consumers, right? And retarget our consumers. So I think AI in creating our creatives, so right from top of the funnel, all the way to direct, sort of selecting the right consumer and targeting them right, all through the funnel, we've started using AI.
Thank you. Suja, we'll come to you next. So L'Oreal brand campaigns are exceptionally impactful, right? There is a very clear sort of value proposition that gets established. But if we look at, what consumers are asking for today, they've become incredibly specific about what they're searching for. And, I was chatting with a client yesterday and he spoke about how consumers are actually looking for specific ingredients in beauty products, right? So two-part question for you. How are you leveraging data or AI to understand consumer preferences? And does AI contribute to innovation at L'Oreal at all?
Thanks for the question. First of all, thank you so much for praising our campaigns because yeah, there is a lot of hard work which goes behind that. So I'll take it as a compliment. But I'll probably take a step back and try to address this from the point of view of a consumer. When I'm saying consumer, like all of us, and all of us as human beings. And the one thing which is very intrinsic to our behavior is that everybody has got a different choice, preferences, right from the things we eat, things we wear, the way we want to look. And that is what the inherent human need is all about, that personalization or an individual's preferences. And as we come back to the entire marketing domain, as marketer, it is also our job to probably give those experiences to consumers, our end users, in a slightly differentiated way. And that is where I think probably AI and data plays a role. If we go back some 5, 6 years back, or maybe a little far, that is when probably as an organization, we started acknowledging very, very closely about the importance of data. And at the same point of time, how we can probably give those differentiated experiences to the consumer. So right from every touch point, whether it is a D2C website, whether it is any of our communication, whether it is any of our search results, we use data to give that differentiated experience. So everything starts with that data. So data is the fuel which we kind of use, and probably AI is the engine if I have to put in there, because the more signals, the better signals we can capture. We leverage and utilize that right from creating probably the best in class product to the best in class communication, which you kind of appreciated at the start of this conversation. And when it comes to experiences, that is where we are also leveraging AI. When I'm saying experiences, these are all tech-led experiences, augmented reality experiences. So you can go to the website, look at a virtual try-on, can select the best shade of lipstick, or you can select the best shade for your hair color. All these are kind of experiences which we have tried to put in, and data and AI has played a key role because these are very, very personal to a beauty consumer. And before taking that final call on the shade or the color, if technology can probably provide some kind of assistance, that is where we are trying to build a better experience for the consumer. So it's been an ongoing journey for us, whether it is in terms of product development, whether it is in terms of giving those consumer experiences. Yeah.
So what Sujay is not calling out very modestly is that L'Oreal has won multiple awards for the kind of innovative consumer engagement that they do on the back of AR and other technological technologies that they use. But you raise a really interesting point, right? And AI is, for the last few months, AI has become a buzzword, right? But the reality is that AI has existed for years, right? For example, at Glance, we leverage AI to understand consumer content preferences, and that's how we are surfacing content to consumers. The AI is the backbone of that. So, and you said something similar, right? That you have been from, from discovery to search to actual sort of, trying the product virtually. AI has played a critical role. Technology has played a critical role. So is there any difference in, how you're looking at that entire journey today versus how you were looking at it 5 years ago? Is there any incremental sort of shift towards leveraging AI?
Absolutely. I think learning has been a constant path for us. And the great part is that with the new technologies, that learning curve has kind of become more steep for us. So as marketer also, we need to learn about it day in and day out and try to adapt, because not just we are learning, consumers are also learning. So when they are learning, they are very mindful of their choices. So right from their content consumption on OTT platform, if that has changed, that kind of changes our go-to market or our comm strategy. If consumers are searching it differently, then that also kind of gives us a lot of signal. And just before the panel, we were kind of discussing is that how we are kind of looking at those search trends to figure out whether a consumer is searching for an end benefit or a problem solution or an ingredient. Basis that, we are probably kind of changing our comms. Basis that, even basic things like a search copy and all is getting changed. We are leveraging things like dynamic creative optimization, so that if you are searching certain things, if you are from a certain geography or certain kind of signals which you have shown as a consumer, there is a certain amount of content which can be shown to you. So it is like consumer is there. There has to be a proper communication. There has to be a proper content and in a right context, if I have to put it like that.
I'm the lady who kills the mics today. Thank you for that, Sujay. That's very interesting to hear. Priyanka, our next sort of question is for you. You work for an automotive manufacturer, right? And the consumer sort of journey in terms of from discovery to actual, engagement or consideration or actually building intent is far more intensive and nuanced, right? So, how are you sort of leveraging AI to be able to engage with consumers at different touch points?
Thanks, Devika. So guys, I work for Bajaj Auto. So while the name Bajaj Auto is a single brand, I work for about 5 brands, which are fairly exciting ones, right from your Triumph, which is the new bike that has been launched, to KTM, to the electric two-wheeler vehicle, which is Chetak. So we have, and the Bajaj Auto, which is about 80% market share, more than 80% market share, and seen in every city. So we have different consumer journeys when it comes to every single brand. Time may not permit for me to actually talk about it. So what I will tell you guys is how, what is the master strategy that we use across. So there is hunting and then there is farming. So in hunting, basically we utilize different strategies to bring the consumer in. And then there is farming, where we utilize different strategies to sell the product. And then there is a third stage, which is very critical for automobile, because the ownership timeline for an automobile is very high. So I'm going to break them into parts. In the first phase, while I head digital marketing, there is a lot of online and offline work that we do via digital, because bike as a product is something where in the end a person has to touch and feel before he buys. I may not say that same for two-wheelers, but two-wheeler electrics, because people are still buying it out of Amazon, and there's an Amazon sale happening in 2 days and you can go and buy it there. But for everything else, people do walk into the showroom. So what we do to start off with is, where should the showroom be? So we are doing predictive modeling at that stage itself, where we've taken about over 100 parameters to decide where should be the next showroom, so that I have the right amount of audiences who are walking in. Now, this is a culmination of all the searches that happen online. What is the competition landscape and what is the potential of that market? So this is point number 1, where we are utilizing AI, and now we are able to utilize it even more. So this used to happen traditionally, but with AI coming in, I think the cycle has reduced in terms of timeline and the amount of data that can be crunched. Maybe earlier we were using 5 or 6 parameters. Today we can use over 100 parameters. That is how AI has brought in the first part of it. Second part, which my friends have already spoken, is how do I identify the consumer? So you have your Meta and Google, which have their AI engine running for the last 20 years. Okay, and they are just getting better with time. And we are riding on their race. With Bajaj Auto, since we are a legacy brand and we have a lot of consumer insights, we have a much sharper data to go in as custom audiences or as lookalike audiences on Meta platform. So that is the second part of AI that we use in. The third part of AI is, once I have got the person inside as a lead into my lead management system, we utilize AI to then capture signals of everything that he's doing in the online space and also in the offline space. I'll come to how we do it in the offline space. But in the online space, what is he searching for? How has he interacted with my social media? What is he doing on my website? Okay, a small example, if he is on my Triumph website and he's looking at certain, he's using the configurator and he's configured his bike in a certain way. This information is passed on to my showroom executive, where he's going to visit. So that when the person actually visits the showroom, the executive has a sharper understanding of what the customer actually looks for. So the selling cycle becomes easier and more contextual, and in loosely used word, personalized to what the person is come to buy in. So this is one of the examples. After that, the other signals that we pass on before the person actually goes onto the showroom is to our call center. We have our call center interacting a lot with all these customers because we have lakhs and lakhs of people inquiring. I cannot have all of them going to the showroom. So at the call center, we are making call center intelligent by sending in all these signals, and this is possible because of AI as we utilize over here. Uh, at the call center, there's another AI engine where we do predictive modeling for the call center executives to know whom should they call first. Because there is an array of people who have inquired, there is, I cannot tell you, it's a proprietary algorithm that we utilize to basically classify as hot, warm, cold. All leads are called, but there is a strategy to call, and we've seen through our funnels that there is huge amount of conversion that happens if you follow that funnel. So that part of it. Now, once the sale happens, we use predictive modeling to understand and delight the customer that your next service is due, because we make huge amount of money when it comes to the servicing spare parts. So there is data crunching that happens to basically tell you that which is the next service due for the next person. So that is where, again, we utilize data. So I think I can keep going on and on the way we've actually utilized, but I'm going to pause here. If you want to know anything more, I'm around till evening. You all can, deep dive into every section of it. That's me. No, it just doesn't like.
Hello. Sorry, I picked up the wrong mic. That is an exceptionally detailed response, right? It's really interesting to sort of hear what you're talking about, because you have covered the what, the why, the where, and the how. And I mean, AI is so deeply entrenched, not just in terms of, identifying relevant audiences and then sort of, how are you engaging with them, but starting from the basics of the business, right? Like, where is our showroom being set up? To how are we speaking to the right audience? And then once we are able to identify a lead, how are we engaging with him to optimize conversion? That's really interesting. Excuse me. Quick follow-up for you. Are you leveraging AI at all as far as content creation or engagement is concerned?
Absolutely. So we run an extensive, what do you call it? Emotion map. Sentiment analysis. Yeah, sorry, I was just looking for that. So we monitor sentiments. So we recently launched NS400Z, which is the latest bike on the road. I'll take this as an example. So we are continuously monitoring every day what are the sentiments that are coming across, and we are creating content either with content creators to answer those queries. So we are utilizing it on a daily basis to cater what goes out, because today the audience doesn't want a brand advertising when it comes to at least two-wheeler, because everybody knows that there is a Bajaj Pulsar as a brand is there. Everybody knows it, and I don't think I need to build equity there. But I have to answer the question because, like my friend mentioned, consumers are very intelligent and they research. So now they have technical questions. So we answer that. That's how we create content.
Thank you. That was a very, very exhaustive answer. Thank you for that. Sai, Ram, if we can come to you next. We're sort of moving to the other side of the table, right? Because you're in a position where you're dealing with tens and hundreds of clients, right? And that sort of puts you in a position where you are actually evaluating goals across different industries, nuanced for specific clients. You have to deliver on specific business objectives for each of those clients. And there is a certain role that media plays in that, right? So how are you, from an agency lens, looking at data? One, from a media perspective, and two, from, how does that actually dial back into any business-led initiatives that clients need to sort of adopt?
Sure. See, first and foremost, I think I don't really need to talk much on why personalization is important, because I believe the room is converted. The question is not why personalization. The question more is how should I do personalization, or what are the elements I need to be cognizant of before I get into that journey. For us, this entire intersection of personalization and artificial intelligence is a very, very important element for us to help our clients and to help them drive business outcomes. So I'll structure it in three different pillars. The first is essentially what we call creating experiences. creating better consumer experiences. Second is what is like the bread and butter for the industry that I represent, which is making better media plans, which is the entire planning as a mechanism. And the third, with the advent of AI becoming much more superior than compared to what it was 6 years, 7 years ago, the third pillar is essentially how to use AI for better optimization. So first I will talk about experiences. I think most of the people have covered it in some form, and I think the audience also is fairly knowledgeable. They would have seen various works, whether it is like Shah Rukh Khan and Cadbury. I'm not just another Cadbury ad. Or similarly, when Ranveer Singh for the launch of Colors, he came and said you can go customize, and he will call you by your name, inviting you for the launch of the first episode. L'Oreal again, a great example of they created an experience. We worked closely with them and created an experience where the consumer can come and give some details about them, saying what is their skin type and some other details, and then recommendation is done basis their personalized requirement, their personalized problems, solution space kind of thing. Similarly, so many other brands. I mean, people might be thinking, is personalization relevant for a mass tea brand like Tata Tea, but very much relevant where, we had access to some consumers, and then we managed to create a very customized and personalized messaging in the context of Lori. So basically three things coming together, right? The relevant audiences, the relevant content, and in the relevant context, all coming together. And relevancy is very critical because consumer is bombarded with so many ads. So the experiences section is where I think today, because I also represent a global network, which is like working with different big partners, and hence has access to so much data, that we are able to create a beautiful experience by bringing together AI and human intelligence together, right? End of day, it has to be between both. It's not a either or kind of thing. So today we have a technology whereby the generative AI creates a creative, and let's say it's an automobile brand, and you go and tell that I want, this is my objective, and then the generative AI creates a creative. You also go and give it feedback saying that, you know what, I want to understand if it's a Christmas setting, then what are the changes you do? Can you like change the color of the car? Can you make the background into a snowy kind of background, which is more relevant to Christmas? And imagine that translating into a Diwali kind of context. So the possibilities are immense, right? From an experience creating perspective basis, some of the proprietary tools we have, and also basis some of the things which are there in the open internet. I'd like to spend some time on the second piece, which is like the hardworking plan. I mean, the planner in me suddenly comes alive, because that's what when I joined the organization where I work in, it was told, deliver a good plan. This is not something that many people will see, but this adds business results, right? So today, basis the data partnerships that we have done, we are able to get some of these audiences into a planning tool. Like, just to give you a use case, let's say, for example, there is a retail client who wants to drive a certain kind of footfall, right? You know that this retail client is available in so-and-so pin code. So basis which you are able to identify the relevant audiences for them, and then deploy different kinds of touch points, whether it is like a digital OH or a programmatic or a display or a video and so on and so forth, right? And all of this, you already know that this is the kind of audience. And to build more value into this, you already know that this is the kind of buying audience, because we have models where we are able to identify consumers who are buying a similar ticket size value. And basis the propensity modeling, which is working in the backend, you're able to also say that within these kind of audiences, these zip codes have a higher chances to purchase. And all this sort of make this proprietary planning tool, which we call Growth Planner, an extremely utility-led and a growth-led kind of planning tool that is available. And coming then to the third use case, right? You do all of this, but what good is it if you can't like really optimize and scale it and make it large? Because it's no good if you reach to only few hundreds, but you want to reach thousands and millions, which is within the defined audience that you define for. So we have a very interesting AI which works on bid optimizing, and that works on a very simple logic of there is a manual line item, and the AI sort of clones it and creates an intelligent line item. And then it also has the capability to sort of look at various vectors, like I'll give you a very interesting example. Like all of us know that there are certain platforms which are more higher in CPM compared to some others. And we know basis the research that there are some effective channels, and I'm not saying efficiency, there are some effective channels, and you can use that as a filter for this optimization to go. Optimization does not necessarily mean you have to reduce the cost per whatever is the buying unit. And because we knew from the researches that we have done, we were able to hard code in that and hence make this optimization far more robust. So like the way I mentioned, the way we look at it is we look at it at three things. How can we make it for creating better consumer experiences? How can we make it, how can we make the plans better so that we reach to the relevant audiences in the relevant context? And how can we optimize all this to drive business outcomes? That's the way we see this entire journey.
So for the second and the third point that you mentioned, that how can we make plans better and how can we optimize? AI is basically playing the role of an enabler, right? Which is, if I get that right.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
So just going through all of this data much faster, being able to optimize faster, and change and course correct or better.
Yeah, I think the great thing is AI is helping us visualize dimensions which we were not able to. Like imagine if there is a programmatic planner, he has to go and make changes in the campaign setup on a daily basis. At max, what he might be able to do 18 changes, 19 changes. AI can easily do a 10x changes. Basis the goal that you have defined, right? And with knowing some of the things which are already sitting in history, that you don't need to make so many changes, but you need to make the changes which are relevant, keeping in mind what is the outcome. So I think there is a beautiful times that we live in where the good juxtaposition of AI and human intelligence coming together. And frankly, I know that there is a bit of a Skynet is coming kind of fear which is there in a certain set of people, but it's people who can work with systems like this and make it better that will sort of leapfrog into the next level of how things move.
Thank you, Sai. And I think it's really interesting that you brought up the point about generative AI as well, and how that's sort of leading into building consumer experiences that are innovative and creative. And you gave really nice examples. Folks, our time is up, but we will just take 2 more minutes and ask Reena one quick question. Again, you come from a very, very different context, right? And you are making adhesives today for industries ranging from shoes to airplanes, right? What is the role data and AI that plays in this journey? How are you looking at B2B marketing? And if you can talk a little bit about that.
Sure, Devika, thanks for that question. So I represent Henkel and I'm part of the global digital transformation team. And like Devika mentioned, we have several businesses. Henkel is a $22.5 billion business, and adhesives contribute to almost 50% of this business. And like she mentioned, within adhesives also, there are adhesives that cater to automotives, adhesives that cater to packaging, then adhesives that cater to consumer and lifestyle. So when you have such a broad and diverse audience that you have to look after, right? Me and my team try and find out ways in which how we can support these different strategic business units within the organization with the right digital demand generation strategy, as well as how can we engage consumers across the journey that they have in their entire purchase cycle. So these are the two key avenues where we utilize a lot of data related strategies, try and find out which AI tools work best for us. Just to name a few, I've tried working with Facebook Advantage Plus for the creative content aspects, because every industry within itself, if you take, say, for example, a automotive industry, within that, a design engineer, the way you speak to him will be very different as to how you speak to a maintenance engineer or how you speak to a plant manager or a production engineer. So within a specific industry also, you have different audiences. And for any B2B industry, if you see, there are several researchers that say that there are at least 6 decision makers. So it's not at all easy to convince somebody, it's not about selling a soap and shampoo is what we say to our agencies. It's really difficult. It's really difficult to speak to these audiences and convince them. And that's where we have to understand these 6 key stakeholders, identify their
roles in decision making, communicate different messaging to them, and that's where we really deep dive into consumer research, account-based marketing research. And since I work with global teams, there are several cases where AI has helped us make 600 calls to the number of leads that are coming in. So like 3 AI bots can make 600 calls per day. So that's the kind of ease at which we can operate due to the integration of data, creativity, and technology. So this is the magic that we do at Henkel. So yeah, that's.
Thank you for sharing that, Reena. That's so interesting. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we must finish because we are way over time. Thank you so much.
Can you have a huge round of applause for our esteemed panelists? A humble request to our panelists to please step forward for a quick photo op. And may I request from the team, Mohit Chablani, Head of Brand Activation at Croatio, to please join us for the photo op and to hand over the mementos as well. And a token of appreciation on behalf of the Exchange for Media team. Quick photo ops happening right here. Lots more to chat about. But as we network. Special thanks to all our panelists, right from Anuja Trivedi, Priyanka Shah, Reena Jagtap, Sairam Ranganathan, Sujay Ray, and our session chair, Devika Sharma. Can we have a huge round of applause for all our panelists? The League of Unconventional Gentlemen and Women together. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us on stage. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, now it is time for our next quick session. Well, this is going to be very exciting because now up next we have success stories, learning from the best by Binafer Dullani, founding partner and creative at Talented Agency. Let's welcome with a huge round of applause, Ms. Dullani. Zordar taliyan ho jaye as you welcome her. Front and back, the red smallest back. Absolutely.
Is that collar like a mic that I can
Lapel mic?
Yeah.
Lapel. Lapel is not there. You'll probably need a handheld mic.
Yeah, I don't know.
The mics. Check, check. Check. Check.
That's amazing. Hi, everybody. I'm Binay Fudulani. I'm the founding partner and creative at Talented. I've had the incredible opportunity to represent Indian creativity at forums like CanLion and DNAD, a whole host of times. And today I want to talk about a subject that hopefully makes us feel existential at the end of the next 20-25 minutes of my speaking time here. How many of us in this room engage with agencies and creative agencies at a fairly regular level? Okay, I can see a whole host of hands being raised up. How many of us feel like, and I know it's a hard thing to raise your hand over here, but I feel like a whole host of times when I speak to my colleagues within the creative industry, and then when I speak to my clients, I see Tata Click and Unilever and a whole host of amazing brands like Glance all around. And many of them I've had the opportunity to work with. They often tell me that
I feel my agency is so mediocre. And then I hear agencies and folks working within creative and account management tell me, I'm so tired of my clients. It feels like they're living in the Stone Age. They really don't know what they want. And the fact of the matter is mediocrity exists on both sides. And that is true. But I think within this room for the next 20 minutes, if we feel that we could come together and get existential, if clients could influence the way their agencies and partners acted and behaved, we will live in a very, very different time. Now, I know that we are here to speak about emerging tech and we are here to talk about AI. I feel a lot of people in this room are more qualified to speak on that subject, but I can talk about something that I believe to be true. As someone who represents the creative agency business, I see WPP, I see a whole host of agencies right here. Talented is one of them. I feel we are one of the most underpaid and undervalued industries. For everyone who works in marketing, I'm sure they've turned their agency over to the procurement team at some time or the other. You know exactly what I mean. I also believe that AI can write us out of the misery that we've written ourselves in. And I feel that will end the mediocrity that we see in the table all around us. The reasons why clients are suffering and agencies are suffering. And therefore, I want to start with one provocation. Why does any key opinion leader feel comfortable writing a clickbait that says the work that you and I do, our human creativity and human intelligence, is absolutely replaceable and AI can do it faster? How dare a journal write an article that talks about, look at all of these industries, winter has come for them. And, they need to find ways to upskill or you really don't know the path that you're down. I find it preposterous that anyone could believe that the work that we bring to the table is truly replaceable. But I also feel that the reason that has happened is because we have given them the opportunity historically to undervalue us. And I feel that AI can save us and sort of rewrite this plot, but we can't talk about how to rewrite a plot without engaging a little bit with history. So this is a session where I'm going to digress a fair bit, but I promise to come to and make my point by the end of it. So I can't do this without talking about one of my favorite authors. His name is David Graeber, and he's written this book called Bullshit Jobs. Now, Bullshit Jobs is terrifyingly true. Big part of Bullshit Jobs talks about to anyone who would rather be doing something useful with themselves. Now, the way this basically started a massive intellectual debate in 2013 when this essay was first published. So to him, any job is a bullshit job if at any point of time you feel that this job in itself is unnecessary, fairly pernicious, and I don't think that it actually serves any justice. So any form of employment that's unnecessary or pernicious, that even the employee can't justify its existence, is a bullshit job. Now, David goes to far lengths to say that bullshit jobs are different from shit jobs. Shit jobs have shit pay. Shit jobs, maybe I have to deal with a whole host of indignities because of the nature of the job. He's not talking about shit jobs. He also goes a fair mile to ensure that no one feels offended and says that I'm no one to pass moral judgment on what is productive work and what is a bullshit job. But if you yourself believe that this job was actually unnecessary, I could have used my time better, then perhaps it is a bullshit job. Very interestingly, if any of us have found ourselves indulging in a task that felt pointless, pursuing a metric because someone within the team, it could be a client, it could be a boss, asked us to, something like a chief of awesomeness quotient that we know really doesn't add up to anything. Chances are that's a bullshit job. Wasteful meetings make us feel like we have bullshit jobs, right? Now that is the fact of it. So it made me wonder a little bit about why do we feel that we have bullshit jobs? Now, Bloomberg's done a research. 40% of marketers believe that their job is bullshit in some sense. I don't mean to cast a gloomy spell here. I wake up every morning feeling fairly energized for the work that I get the opportunity to do. But whoever hooted out there, I feel that I think at some point we feel like, yes, the part of this job was truly bullshit. I wish I wasn't in this wasteful meeting. And it's ironic because we are an industry that gets to participate in discourse. We get to be in rooms we don't belong. We get to influence massive decisions. And yet we believe that 40% of our colleagues believe that our job is bullshit. If you, like me, feel energized by your work, you know that in so many ways, you are the exception, you're not the norm. Because most marketing rooms feel like I would be doing anything else with my time but this. But hey, here we are on yet another call, yet another meeting that could be an email, right? But that makes me wonder, no wonder we are also the industry that has the most expansive vocabulary around burnout, existential crisis, unhappiness. Why does that happen? Funnily enough, burnout has nothing to do with long hours of working. Burnout happens, that's one of the reasons, but primarily it tends to happen when I feel that the work that I'm doing in itself doesn't have true meaning and impact. I feel existential when I feel that the work that I'm doing does not align with my core values and how I see the world. Unhappiness happens and we want to retire at 40. Nothing wrong with that plan. But it usually comes from a sense of, I really want to escape the misery that is my job and these long hours where I'm pursuing awesomeness quotients. Which also makes me wonder a little bit that if Gen AI is truly so transformational, then why are we still doing bullshit jobs? I was walking in here at TechManch and the number of people who are still taking calls, the number of people who are still stuck in meetings and responding to emails. If AI is so transformational, why are we busier than ever? Shouldn't it have taken over our jobs? That's most certainly not happened, right? Now, I've already digressed so much, so let me digress a little more. I feel in every society, the reason that doesn't happen is because no ruling class wants educated people to have a ton of free time. That's going to make them think. That's just not good for society. No wonder technology has always marshaled us to do more than we would have done. So in 1930, the economist John Maynard Keynes, he predicted that by the end of the century, technology would have advanced. This is 1930, mind you. It would have advanced so much that developed mature markets like the UK and Great Britain would have achieved a 15-hour work week. We are more primed than ever with Gen AI and all the predictive modeling and everything that we've been hearing over today to have a 15-hour work week. Yet that is never going to happen because, like I was saying, technology has always been marshaled to make us work more. But in the making us work more that technology has done, it has given birth to jobs that have most aspects that end up feeling like bullshit aspects of the job because we are chasing things that we don't want to chase. For the first time, this could mean amazing news because if we play our cards right, we can really define the kind of work we truly want to do with the advent of AI. But we can't change the course of history without engaging with history. Everything feels unprecedented when we haven't engaged with history, right? So here's a quick history lesson for a lot of the clients. Maybe you can bring this as a bit of trivia to your agency partners. For all the agency heads here, this is a way for you to ensure you're finally priced right. And I feel when you are priced right, both sides will be happier because they will get better quality work. So technically, I'm a creative more than being founding partner, and I'll die a creative. Interestingly, I learned that creative agencies, creativity in itself has never been a price commodity. So right from the history of the rise of creative agencies, it was basically a 10% commission cut to the overall media budget. Something happened in the 1970s and 80s. The creativity, the reason why we feel like our minds and our creativity isn't priced is primarily because it was never priced. We used all our creativity in pursuing and reinventing things. We never used our creativity for the business model itself. So interestingly, something happened in the 1970s, 1980s-ish. The oil and gas industry was going through a really hard time. Shell Oil was at that point of time in Ogilvy's roster. And they wanted to find a way to retain this really amazing client that got the big bucks. So David Ogilvy went up to Shell Oil and said, listen, we want to retain you. We know you're going through a really hard time. So at this point of time, don't pay us by commission. Why don't you instead pay us on the back of the actual time that the agency spends in being involved in your work? And that gave rise to an hourly based, headcount based system of pricing. Now, obviously, if all of our creativity is going to come down an idea of what is the head count? What are the number of hours that you spend working on my profile? There is no real incentive for automation. There's no real incentive to integrate AI into your workflow at all because I'm based on the number of hours. I'm not driven by the need to show more efficiency. And therefore, AI is something that I'm worried because I think that it is a threat. We are the ones who monetize the internet. All of us who work in marketing, we are the reason why Meta and Google make their billions. And yet we fear that we will be replaced. I find that absolutely ludicrous that we wrote ourselves to this point in history. This is what the average scope of work looks like. It's so ridiculous. 20 social media posts, 5 paid advertising creatives, Facebook ads, Instagram ads. This is not what we bring to the table. Obviously, when I read something like this, I feel like, sure, AI can replace me entirely and it can take my job. But this is not what we bring to the table. The value we place on ourselves is always going to be the values others place on us. AI can't substitute human creativity. We believe that AI can substitute it because we've let everyone see us through this ridiculous education, execution-based lens. If you're going to see me and the price I put on myself is, hey, 5 social media creators, 5 sets of paid ads, of course I'm going to think AI is a threat. But that's not what I bring to the table. SOWs need to look like this. Tell me your real problems and let me come up with solutions. Solutions that only the human mind is capable of. And AI then just becomes a creative adjunct to what it really can be. So tomorrow when you speak to a client and a client says, hey, but X number of posts, clients aren't looking for that either. They're looking for real value. Agencies want to deliver real value. It just feels like there's a vocabulary gap in the way we've engaged so far and done business so far. Our jobs are not this. Make sure the words are correct, spelled correctly. Make sure we buy the right spot at the right time at the right price. Make sure the CTA button is on the right website. I'm sorry, I'm going to take 5 more minutes, and I promise that I will come to the end of this really long monologue. This is our job, transform businesses by seeing connections and patterns that no one else can see. But, and this is my last provocation, I'm going to skip a big parts of this deck so that it doesn't blare again. What about the people? I think the biggest provocation that I had, what about the people who actually are doing the bullshit jobs? And I'm using bullshit jobs only by David Graeber's definition. I don't mean it myself. What if there is a consulting agency out there where your bread and butter is the bullshit aspect of the work? Don't we have a moral obligation to them as an industry? This reminds me again of my friend, John Maynard Keynes, and what he said, which is, so there was this point when John Maynard Keynes, the economist, said, at any point of time when a country is in economic stasis, dig trenches beyond war. Call everyone in the population, give them a shovel, tell them to dig a trench, then tell them to fill up the trench. What's going to happen is everyone will be employed, everyone will have a job, and your economy will go back to feeling invigorated again because these people will give back to the industry, to the economy when they earn, right? But I feel that doesn't apply to us because I don't think anyone entered marketing wanting to do bullshit work. They entered marketing to have radical ideas. They got siloed into bullshit work because of the conditions that we created. So if we are thought leaders over here, it's our responsibility to let them do their life's best work. We've not given them the permission to do that so far. We are not an industry made up of passengers waiting to get by. That's just not our make. We wouldn't be doing this. There are 100 other things to do. We need to remember that great ideas are truly rare. And in a marketing landscape where distribution and productivity is commoditized, this is going to be a truly scarce resource that's always going to be on the rise. I had a few case studies for you that I'm going to skip, primarily because I think we know what great work with AI looks like. Can you help me move forward? Nahi play karna hai. So instead of moving towards the end of this presentation, making a sense of the time, here's what I want to bring up as my final provocation. I won't play case studies because I think we have a fairly expansive vocabulary on what great work with AI could look like, tons of global case studies out there. But it is this. Either we can continue being subservient to AI, we can consider AI to be a threat, we can go down the path of employee headcount-based pricing models that are hour-based, no real incentive for us to rejig things. And what will end up happening then is AI will do the creation, AI will do the thinking, and all of us here will be subservient to it. And we will be the ones who ensure that this is what AI created. Let me check if it plays end to end. And we will be AI checkers and we will be auditors for the beautiful work that AI gets to make. Or from this moment on, we say that you cannot value me on the basis of an execution lens. What I bring to the table is the beauty of human intelligence and creativity. AI is always going to be a creative adjunct. And when we do that, for the first time ever, all bullshit aspects of our job could come to an end. Thank you so much for staying with me as I digressed.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dulani, for sharing those amazing thoughts with us. May I request you to be on stage for a minute more as I request Asha Rathi, Regional Director South from e4m Media Group, to join us on stage to present a token of appreciation. A big round of applause, everybody, for Asha Rathi as well. Zordar Taliyan. Thank you so much, Asha. Thank you so much, Mr. Dulani. With this, ladies and gentlemen, let's go straight to our fireside chat. Now, this is going to be actually fireside chat because there are going to be no chairs. As you can see, we're not asking the team to bring on chairs because this is going to be absolutely one of a kind. Join us on an engaging fireside chat that is focused on shaping the future of creative tech for the planet. Discover how agencies are building futuristic capabilities by leveraging the power of creativity and partnering with visionary clients to create some of the most creatively charged campaigns. Brace yourself because these efforts are designed to surprise and captivate consumers, delivering the much needed wow effect in an increasingly cluttered and competitive marketing landscape. We'll now explore how cutting-edge technologies such as augmented reality, AR, generative AI, and 5G are revolutionizing the creative process. Through live demonstrations and interactive discussions, you'll gain insights on how these innovations drive meaningful engagement and growth in days to come. Prepare to be inspired and equipped with the knowledge to harness these technologies, ushering in a new era of immersive creativity and impactful campaigns. Now, in theory, all of this sounds great, but what if we bring it on stage right now? And there's only one gentleman who can do that on stage. Before I introduce him, let me warn you, aapki kursi ki peti bandh lijiye, because he comes up with very creative ideas. And last time I was hosting an e4m Media gaming conference, he created a meta human, and somewhere in some conference he got an international CEO to do some crazy stuff who was absolutely spellbound. But I'm not going to build up the excitement. Let me call the human that makes meta humans do crazy things. Put your hands together for Neeraj Ruparel, Emerging Tech Lead, WBB and Group M India. Let's welcome him with a thunderous round of applause, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Sir, तारीफ ज़्यादा तो नहीं कर दी. Have I built it up way too much, or it's fine?
Kam kar diya.
Kam kar di. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause, everybody. Come on. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Rahul. Thank you so much, guys. TechManch has been like one of my personal favorite events, and I have been collaborating with Naval and his entire team on TechManch for the last 4 years. I remember my first session, especially in the COVID phase, where I got to do a fireside chat on a Teams call, on a Zoom call. But guess what? The fireside chat was with 2 of the AI machines, which is Amazon Alexa and Google Assistant. And I still remember I used to sit and code experiences or voice skills, as we used to call it, and make those conversations really appealing. I remember that instance wherein I coded and used one of the functionalities of Alexa, wherein I was asking Alexa in the chat that how can I use your services in rural India? That's where Alexa sleeps into whisper mode and says, maybe you should be asking this question to Google. And that's where Google talks back. So it's a classic example of how human man-machine presentation, one of its kind in the COVID phase. Again, kudos to Naval and his entire team who give me a lot of leeway to come and experiment on this stage. Last year, we did something really engaging, wherein there was a segment on holobox and holograms. And I got two of my clients and very dear friends, Sunita Wangar from Aditya Birla Group and CMO of Britannia Industries, Amit Doshi, to pop live on this very venue. But last year we had a Beambox on the stage. So they came in live. Amit joined us from Bangalore. Sunita joined us from Delhi. They were live and we were having a conversation out there. One of the things which we do as part of evangelizing this entire space of creative tech using platforms like TechManch is not just kind of come here and show you some stuff which remains here, but it actually goes back to consumer experiences which we are building along with the top CMOs in the country. On this very stage, I have done some marquee experiments along with CMOs, like what Rahul was mentioning, was one of the experience which we did, which was on immersive gaming, an e4m Group M gaming conference, wherein me and Burger King CMO Prashant, we came on the stage, we were all geared up with a lot of sensors on our body, and we created an immersive gaming kind of an experience. Let me take you back in the times. Going by my perception, you would think something will pop on from the roof and you will be like on some kind of a time machine journey, but that's not the case. I'm going to play a dumb video. Not so dumb, like a 2D video. My son started calling everything that's 2D really, really dumb. Oh, hold on. Can you pause it, please? My context is usually very, very long. What do I do? Okay, super. So one of the things which we demonstrated at the conference last year was the power of holograms. How can we get real life holograms to pop in through a simple QR code? That's what I demonstrated last time, which is one of the tech capabilities called WorldCap, which is what I'm partnering with Dale, and we are building that capability for India. So I got a chance to kind of demonstrate it. So let's see the AV, or what we did last year at TechManch, and let's also hear it from the Britannia Industries CMO, his reaction on this particular demonstration. And let me talk more then. Let's go. Okay, that's the audience who could just scan a simple QR code and pop my hologram in real spaces and have a dialogue with me. You can pretty much place it anywhere. Today, we'll show you a live demonstration of a consumer-facing asset we have created with one of the celebrities in India. So we not just evangelize using forums like TechManch, but actually partner with our clients and work towards actual deployment, which fascinates consumers. Who creates that ultimate wow, which is what this cluttered marketing has to do. Modern day marketing with 5G speeds, everything that's 2D is going to transform to 3D, like Dale said in his keynote earlier this morning. So if we are today walking with 10 Mbps and watching a lot of content on our phone on 4G highways, 200 million people, including me, and so many of us in the room have now elevated to 5G super highways, walking in with a lot of speeds. Speed is not here to watch videos. 5G is here to do some heavy lifting on computing. And that's what we are looking at doing. The demonstration which I did last year, 5G had a minuscule base. Today, we are sitting at 200 million. And we thought it's the right time to launch this tech stack in India and give it a generative AI plugin. So let's hear it from Amit, one of the perspective which he gave in last TechManch. Let's play the AV, please. Okay, that's me walking up to him.
How many places can one be at the same time? And with something like this, a brand's representative can be in many places all at once, having a live conversation just like we're doing. So imagine a brand ambassador for the brand. They could straight be in someone's home or could be in many homes at one go, having a live conversation. It's just fantastic and quite unimaginable.
Absolutely. So that was a Beambox. Amit Doshi came alive. I was talking to him about the experience which I demonstrated. And I was talking to him how a brand can leverage it. 1 year down the line, we worked towards multiple campaigns with Britannia Industries using the power of creative AI. And one of our most recent deployments, which is with India's ex-cricket coach, Ravi Shastri. Let's just play the AV, where you can scan a simple QR code on the pack and pop him anywhere in the physical spaces and have a runtime conversation with him. That's the exact tech which I used to create my own avatar, which is what I used to record a promo for e4m right now. Okay, let's watch this.
As fit as a cricket ball in a bowler's hand, my friend. Ready to play a game of golmaal with me today?
like you've been bold and googly, aren't you? Just like a slow ball on a flat pitch.
All right, super. So how was it? This is a 3D character of a celebrity for the first time in India, which is powered by Gen AI. You can ask him absolutely anything, and he's going to respond back. And guess what? It's trained on top of the brand guidelines, what we call it, the brand brains, which is what me and Dale are going to talk about at depth. But everything you ask him, he's going to give you a quirky response, keeping the brand ethos in mind and talking more on the subject. So it can be blanket any question. It's going to keep it around the product golmaal, and it's going to keep it around cricket as the core prompt on which it's being engineered. But guess what? You can pretty much place it anywhere and ask any questions. Let's see my avatar, which is what I use to record a lot of promos. It actually doubles up in my life and does a lot of content creation for me on various subjects. One of which I did recently was for e4m, inviting you guys to this particular seminar. Let's play this, and then I will also let you scan the code and invoke it on your phones and have a conversation, not right away, but maybe at a later date. Let's go. Let's play the AV, please.
Hello everyone. Catch me live in my all-new trendy avatar, featuring Gen AI with real-time conversational capabilities on the 19th of July at the TechManch. Let's get creative with technology and explore the future of innovation together. Excited to see you all.
All right, let's get that mobile phones out now. Let's scan this QR code. I'm going to pop in right there on your phone. You can place me pretty much anywhere. Be kind to me. And ask anything, not right away, because I think I have a timer right here. Priyanshi's looking at me like this. All right, so I mean, in real sense, the conversations now on generative AI is moving from LLMs, the large language models, to LAMs, large action models. And you are seeing a lot of these multimodal AI experiences which are kicking in. And all of this in some form is also going real time. And it's also gone real time for so many people in the audience now. I can hear that welcome music of my hologram popping in on your phones. All right, super. With this, I would like to invite my first guest. That's my very dear friend, Anushri, and my ex-colleague at WPP. Together, we share a similar passion on AR. And can we have the mic for Anushri, please? Welcome, Anushri. Thank you so much for making time. Again, today is the day of nostalgia of what we did last year and how we made those demonstrations of tech which we are evangelizing come true. An actual demonstration of these technology for consumers are already up and running, and this is just the beginning. When you blend tech with creativity, you end up achieving mind-blowing results which are consumer-facing. I think me and Anushri, we started the journey back in Group M. She was in our agency then, maybe a decade back. We used to go to Platinum Guild of India, and we used to present a lot of these tech stack together. I still remember our first app, which I would say the industry's first app, Precious Platinum application on which people could do some mind-blowing try-on stuff in those days. We're talking about 10 years back, right? And both of us used to be like super excited about this. So tell me now, Anushri, how is all the knowledge which you gained in the agency where we were like one of the early ones evangelizing this space, how has it helped you over the years? And any memories you want to share with our audience here? Is it audible for you guys? Take mine maybe.
Of course, it's immensely helped. I mean, those were, incredibly formative days at Group M. We were a bunch of kids exploring new tech on all our clients and super excited that we had a partner, we had a skill set, we had an enthusiastic team, and Group M provided that collaborative environment, which could kind of, give the necessary push to bring those new ideas to life. And that truly has gone a long way because, I've been able to kind of make that as a solid foundation for myself in my journey at Platinum Guild, in form of whether it's exploring newer tech, whether it's continuously engaging tech and being at the forefront of it. I think it's been incredible.
tell me something about the Platinum Guild of India, like how technology and the brand is so seamless. Not just the virtual try-on stuff which we did, but there's so much more which is doable. Can you guys hear me? Can you? No. First tech failure. Emerging technology, leaders like tech keeps failing. All right, she has my question. Please go on.
Yeah, so of course, immensely rewarding journey at Platinum Guild. And like I said, we've been at the forefront when it comes to technology. We've always looked out for solutions that have enhanced our marketing efforts towards our consumer, made them more relevant, made them resonate more. And, to give you a little bit of context, we are in a gold-dominated culture, right? It's a gold-dominated category. And platinum is the new kid on the block. So it's a very new age metal. It's but about 20 years old in the country. So we are in the stage of build, right? And we talk to a really, really young consumer. So given that, I think technology is just something that we can't, look away from. It's a natural fit for us. And it really helps us tick a lot of boxes at a multiple objective levels, right? When it comes to jewelry. To give just an examples of a few. If I were to talk about design, and design is really core when it comes to jewelry. Design is the key purchase driver when it comes to decision making. And technology really allows us to kind of romance design, right? So Precious Platinum app that we did like a decade ago was an intervention in that direction to say that here is platinum jewelry. Here is a wonderful showcase of beautiful looking pieces that are very new to the Indian consumer, but hey, they love platinum. And so what could we do to really make it engaging, fun, personal, as well as, come alive in a way that they've never seen before, right? So that was towards design romance and the objective of showcasing design. And there are many more, like, building a connection, building familiarity, given that this is such a young metal in the country, given that, we need to build education for this metal. And the storytelling that technology allows us when it comes to talking about craftsmanship, talking about detailing, talking about meaningfulness in design, talking about emotions that come with this metal. Building those connections are made possible, and the most recent intervention that we will kind of give a hint of is a move in that direction, where we've been able to bring alive the magical story of this metal in a way that one would not have imagined.
Is it audible now? It's audible? Okay, perfect. Super. Absolutely. I think in the last decade, we have seen complete transformation. And as we see India now, we have moved from, I think when we collaborated, we were pretty much on the 3G, 4G kind of bandwidth. And now we are talking about 200 million people. A lot of them are your target audience who have moved to 5G superhighways, which really allows her to take those marketing solutions a notch ahead. Like if you remember, OnePlus CEO, when he launched OnePlus as a device, people could actually invoke his hologram and he talks about the product variant. But it took audience a huge application download on his phone to invoke that. And what I did last year was a simple QR code scan. And here you have a full-blown avatar of me or real me popping in for a live conversation. That's what speed does to you. So with 200 Mbps or say 1000 Mbps, how will marketers go out there and create stickier destination? Modern day marketing is what we are going to collaborate now very soon. Next week, I think first week of August, we are launching a campaign together, which is one of its kind AR industry first experience in the luxury segment, especially on the jewelry segment. So talk us more through it. And if you could give us a glimpse into what we are creating, that'll be lovely.
Sure. So like I said.
And we're not going to share it in the public forum till it's released.
Yeah, please.
So guys, no pictures, keep it to yourself. And she's going to come back to you first week of August with a full-blown campaign. We guys get to experience it.
Yeah. So like I said, right, education is critical. Building familiarity for platinum is critical for us, given that it's such a new metal. And somewhere AR has helped in storytelling, in really bringing alive the story of platinum in a sensorial way. And you'll see it when I say sensorial in the glimpse that we put across. We've been able to the idea is that this consumer who likes immersiveness, who's really, everyone's fighting for his attention. How do you get him to engage with something that is maybe to him at this stage so peripheral, but yet there is love for it? And so how do we tell this story of this metal in a way that connects, in a way that leaves an impression, in a way that is memorable, and it does the job for us. So I think I'll let the glimpse do the talking.
All right, let's just play the AV, please. Not an AV, but more like a screen shared experience. A quick 15-seconder should do. Thanks for that.
Welcome to the Platinum Experience. Come along on a mesmerizing journey back to the stars, about 2 billion years ago, to the origin of one of Earth's rarest wonders. Imagine witnessing a cosmic ballet.
All right,
Welcome.
this goes live on first week of August for consumers, and we are hoping it's going to really mesmerize them, especially in this category. It's going to be one of its kind experience. Thank you so much, Anushree, for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. May I now request one of our most sci-fi leaders. I totally look up to him. We've been collaborating for the last 2 years. That's my friend and a very, very amazing sci-fi leader. I couldn't get enough of him since I met him now. A couple of hours. We've been just chatting.
Yeah, we
welcome,
met
Dale.
online, actually. It wasn't a dating site, but it was in February 2022. It was a WhatsApp group called the Metaverse Movers, which WPP set up to try and connect all of our innovation leads around the world and start a community. And
Absolutely.
yeah, just more than 2 years later, we're now meeting face to face. He's a lot fitter than I imagined. I believe it's due to all of his hula hoop exercises, which he does wearing his Vision Pro, by the way.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for accepting our invite and for coming to India. Means a lot. We are here to learn. First question, which really, like you spoke about communities. I mean, I've been with WPP system for more than a decade now, but in the last 4 years, the kind of community exercise which WPP is running, which allows us to seamlessly collaborate with the best of the best at WPP Global and gain like the top-notch insight, like what I've learned from you, and come back to the drawing board, get a community created in India to speak your language and get all these fancy use cases going. One of that is WallCap, which you saw, how we demonstrated it. And now we pretty much made a life for a client in the form of a 3D asset. But very soon it'll be like actual humans like us, popping on top of a Coke can and performing some great storytelling for the brands out there. Yeah. So how do you see that collaboration and where is it going?
Well, I think it's, if we look at WPP's transition over the last several years, we've really been looking to simplify the business. And so you've obviously all witnessed a lot of mergers, and we move towards having as few companies as possible, but as many as we need. And in that exercise, I think it really is ultimately to service our customers. Our clients are seeking simplicity. They're seeking access to the latest technologies, and they're seeking partners who not only understand the new technologies and how they work, but have the capabilities to deploy them on their behalf. So that I suppose they have a partner that they can hold the hand with and walk into the future with. For us internally, I think it's just really important that we align. And so WPP Open was created several years ago as almost like an intranet, if you will, alongside another service called Inside WPP. And what we try and do is really provide access to information, access to all of our talent around the world, regardless of which business in the group you sit. And so I think as we're accelerating forward, those communities are starting to really develop now at this point. And as we start streamlining the way we engage with our partners, the way we engage with our agencies and create, I suppose, a conduit for our agencies and our clients and our partners to engage with each other, what you've just shown is, I suppose, some evidence that that is starting to work really, really well.
Absolutely. Like Dale, we've been discussing last year when our global CEO came in and inaugurated our Creative Technology Experience Center, because I think this is our philosophy that technology alone cannot make that dent what a brand is looking at. It has to be creativity clubbed with technology, and that's going to make all those meaningful work to consumers, right?
Yeah.
Now, in this journey with our Creative Technology Experience Center, which enables a lot of show and tell, we have hosted 200 plus of our clients in our Experience Center. And we keep talking about it. And in your keynote, you were also mentioning about test and learn, which is what the need of the hour. You meet any emerging technology leaders, they would always push you to try out a lot of new stuff out there. How do we ensure with all our partnership that clients fail cheap in this journey, even if an experiment fails?
Well, it's a difficult question. What we can say is, I think the cost of not trying something and having your competitors do it is possibly far higher than the cost of failing and gaining some valuable insight through the learnings, right?
Absolutely. And lastly, on WPP Open, our leaders have been talking about WPP Open, and all our clients want to know, is it like a tool for our internal audiences, or is it open to our clients? And what role would the brand brains, what we keep talking about, would play in the scheme of things? What can client expect from WPP Open?
Well, so I think it's important to understand how WPP Open works and what it really is. It's effectively a marketing operating system. No, it's the right answer. It's a marketing operating system, and really what it is trying to do is to codify the marketing process, right?
Yeah.
And so what it is it's a central tool that looks at the full marketing pipeline, and within it we underpin it with everything that an ordinary operating system might have, right? So security, roles and responsibilities, et cetera. And above that, there's this data layer, whether that is WPP data, licensed data, clients data brought in via APIs, or public data. And on top of that data layer, we have what we call our proprietary AI brains, right? And at this point, there are 4 brains. The key one that I think has gone to market right now is our brand brain. And then there's this layer where we actually work, the user interfaces, right? And so that is where clients, as well as our teams, as well as WPP and potentially partners, can log in. And depending on who you are and where you are in the world and which clients you work on, your roles and responsibilities, the content and the functionality that is exposed to you within that platform, and the access to the clients that you work on and the various data is all put sort of front and center, so that you can run through the workflows in a structured manner according to how the client's workflow is actually set up. So this isn't a tool that is saying this is how things work. It's highly adaptable. It can be hosted on any of the cloud platforms, whether it be Google Cloud or AWS or Microsoft Azure. It is already currently integrated with pretty much every single large language model that exists, everything from OpenAI, everything from Anthropic, the Claude models, or the Google models, etc., across all modalities. So text-based models, image generation, as well as audio generation, like 11 Labs. And so where these brains fit in, a good way to think about it is we can call in a way to interface with our data through the large language models. And those are then filtered in a way by these brains, so that when you're generating content, it's not generic content being generated by a large language model. So for example, if you were to go and create on ChatGPT, create a Coca-Cola advert for me, it'll create a Coca-Cola advert, but it will likely just be a generic advert. It's never going to be able to replicate the Coca-Cola logo in a precise way that a client would sign it off. So this is what the brains do. We fill these brains with all of the client data, whether it's tone of voice.
Apologies, we're running out of time, and my apologies for that question, because that question deserves a 1-hour answer.
Yeah, so we could have a conference just to answer that question.
WPP Open Conference.
What I would suggest is that you reach out to Niraj and you reach out to our teams in India, and get yourselves a demo of WPP Open, because I think trying to describe it without having something to show is a little bit difficult. But what I can tell you is that it will definitely enable you to create content, to get efficiencies in media, and to get predictive scoring on your content and predict how it's going to perform before you actually spend a single dollar on any channel.
Absolutely. So marketers in the room, if you are looking at AI solves for your brands, we have got it covered. Come to WPP. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much, Dale.
Cool.
Thank you.
Niraj.
Dale, I'll request you to be on stage for a minute, Neeraj. And a big thank you to Anushri as well. Neeraj, a minute more on stage. May I request Nabajit Nath, Head of Sales Bliss, to join us on stage to present a memento to Neeraj. A big round of applause for such a detailed presentation, because the topic is such. So, may I request Anushri to please also join us back on stage? And a quick photo op right at the center. Dale, please be a part of the photo op as well. The fantastic three joining us on stage for a quick picture, please.
You guys want to engage with my avatar? I'm running a show outside. Please join me.
Thank you to Dale, Anushri, and Neeraj for a fantastic presentation. And right here. Thank you so much, Mr. Nath, for doing the honors as well. With this, ladies and gentlemen, yes, thank you to our next wave feature speakers for that forward-looking discussion. But now it's time for yet another fireside chat with two eminent speakers. And the topic is the power of purpose, values-driven marketing in the digital age. Well, let me introduce the two. They absolutely need no introduction, because we have with us Mr. Suresh Narayanan, Chairman and MD of Nestle India Limited, leading operations across multiple nations, recognized as the people-centric CEO and awarded the best CEO FMCG by Forbes. His visionary leadership has garnered global acclaim. Under his guidance, Nestle India has excelled and excelled and excelled, earning prestigious accolades for governance and excellence. Join us as Mr. Narayanan shares his insights honed from our distinguished career, inspiring purpose and innovation at TechManch, and the fireside chat. Who else could we have got on stage? We've got with us Dr. Anurag Batra. Big round of applause as the two stalwarts join us for a fireside chat for the finale. Over to the two gentlemen, please. Can we give them a thunderous round of applause, everybody? Zordar taaliyan.
And those buzzers can go for a break. But good evening, Mr. Narayanan. Thank you for making time and coming to Bombay from Delhi. We're starting the session a little late, so my apologies. Please give Mr. Narayanan a big round of applause. He was also the chairman of our jury for the IDMA Awards. He gave time, he gave his name, and we split the jury in two in Delhi and Bombay, but he was the chairman of the overall jury, so thank you for that. You came back to India in 2015. You took charge of Nestle India. Since then, it has just galloped. You were able to turn around Nestle, steady Nestle, be consistent. And at that time, early in 2015, the moment you arrived, you had to deal with a challenge, which you successfully surmounted. There was an issue with one of the major brands. And today, Nestle India is at almost 260,000 crore market cap. I checked in the morning, it was more than 250,000 crores market cap. It's a company that is growing. There's been consistent leadership. What helped you do that? I know our session is about purpose, but I want to find a segue into purpose. That's why I'm asking. 9 years in counting, growth in counting, consistency in counting. What made you do what you did?
Thank you. Thank you, Anurag, for having me here today. And, I was just reminiscing as I was listening to some of the speakers. In an age of bullshit jobs and technology, I think purpose takes on even more meaning. And I think one of the, if I were to, and pardon my being very non-tech, because I'm not a very tech guy, and still believe in some of the old school values that have brought us up. And one of the fundamental of that is that come hail, come sunshine, there has to be something that drives you as a human being. And that something is called a purpose. Something is called a value. Something is called a behavior. Something is called something that you put as your North Star, that you will not allow it to be violated under any circumstances. So I think what faced me at that time was, and people attributed a lot to my leadership. I think it's an exaggeration. I would say that what was important was the ethos and purpose of the team. And the team fundamentally belonged to an organization where respect was at the center. And because respect was so important to us, respect for ourselves, respect for each other, respect for diversity, respect for the future, and an overall value system where decency, humility, honesty, and ethics mattered. I think these are the combination of purpose and values that helped me keep my own sanity and also formed the bridge of communication with my team in terms of authenticity and transparency on what we needed to do as an organization.
Again, you were born in Bangalore. You studied in Delhi. Not many people know that you got through into IAS, right?
I didn't. I would have aspired to.
You aspired, sorry, you aspired to get into the IAS. You didn't, and now a career of almost 4 decades.
Yeah.
And you did work for Levers too in the early part of your career. How do you define, I'll come to Nestle's purpose in the brand. How do you define the purpose of your own life?
See, if I can, I defined for myself my own purpose when I first took a job and worked under a very difficult circumstance that I had to actually shut down a factory. My first assignment was shutting down a plant. And when you're 21, 22 years old, if that's your assignment, it's a pretty grim start. It wasn't a bullshit job. It was very much a job that had to be done. But I said to myself, I said, if I can come out of this and create a positive impact on people, that should be my life mission as something that I would like to do. And always trying to make an impact positively on people by being on their side and not being in front of them. That has always been the way I've looked at leadership. It's called in modern day parlance servant leadership, which is where you seek to serve rather than be served. I think I found this to be hugely satisfying, hugely enriching. And as I today face the evening of my career, I realize that the good wishes and goodwill and the gratitude of hundreds and thousands of people whom I've had the privilege of interacting is probably far more than the value that I have created for organizations or that 2,60,000 crores that you talked about. I mean, those are all facts and numbers. But I think in this age and this is where I really appeal to the young people. In this age where technology is becoming a threat, guys, human beings cannot be a threat to themselves. And I think that's something that I would like you to reflect upon. If you allow yourself to become a threat to yourself and to others, then I think you have a bigger crisis on your hands rather than AI trying to eat up a couple of jobs or a couple of professions.
And I'll come to the purpose of a company, of Nestle, of brands, and how can purpose be brought to action? How do you define purpose? How do you measure that you're doing well on the purpose that you set out on? But let me build on what you said. You said a person becomes a threat to himself or herself or to your. Why don't you build on that? You're obviously referring to certain kind of behaviors or the focus on oneself first,
I think you realize, especially in a crisis, and I don't know, by the blessing of God or by the hand of fate, I have had numerous crises to deal with. So I've become a much hurt soldier in all that I've been through. And one of the core realizations that has dawned on me after many years is that managing yourself is more than half the problem in dealing with a crisis. I think as leaders, we fail to deal with ourselves. Uh, when the Maggie crisis happened, or when any of the other things, when COVID happened, for example, I was cut off from my team for extended periods of time. And it was very difficult because you were expected to lead an organization of 9,000 people with no idea whether you will be alive tomorrow or not. I mean, the disease was so virulent, it could have killed anyone. And yet you have to provide hope, support, and uh, uh, a future prospect for people who are themselves distressed. You see that distress, and yet you have to remain calm, because that's what leadership is all about. I mean, if you start quaking and if you start shaking and if you start falling apart, your people around you are going to fall apart too. So I believe that three things become important. One, the focus is not about you. In any difficult moment, if you take the focus on you, the person, and the impact it will have on your career or your reputation or whatever, I think you're on a very, very slippery path, because you'll start doing all the wrong things, because the right things that influence your career will be the wrong things that could get the organization or the group of people out of difficulty. The second is managing your emotions. I think managing your emotions, some of us are born the way we are born, and we are calm by nature. I'm usually pretty calm by nature, because one of the characteristics that I picked up from my mother very early in my life was never take yourself too seriously. She never took herself too seriously, and she always used to laugh and joke. Even when she had cancer, she was the only woman I know who used to actually laugh about it, saying that God has given this kind of gift to me. So that kind of feeling got into me as well. So I think managing yourself and managing your emotions. And third, focus on consequential impact on people. Again, I quote my grandmother, my maternal grandmother. When I came back and went to seek her blessings during the Maggie crisis, I asked her, and she was I think a middle school educated woman of the old days, fiercely independent, but also fiercely committed to various causes. And she told me, she said, my only lesson to you in management, take care of your people.
And they'll take care of everything.
They'll take care of everything. So I think, these are simple lessons, but when we become so obsessed with who we are, what people think, if I'm here to try and make an impact on you, I think I'm making a big mistake. You can see me through in 2 minutes, right? Saying, yeah, this guy is a bloody fake. He's coming and telling us all about this, these things, but actually what he does in life is something that's totally different. So I think authenticity, transparency, mooring on a cause. I was recently, a few days back, visiting Akshay Patra in Bangalore. I think one of the most fantastic organizations that I have witnessed in my life. They called me to talk about leadership. I said, how can I talk about leadership to people who are so evolved that you can teach the world? 2.2 million kids being fed every single day across 72 kitchens. Dirt poor kids, fed nutritious food with absolute top class quality standards. I head a food company. I know a thing or two about quality. The food served out of those kitchens are the best hygienically that you'll find anywhere in the world. So I think if people, and you don't work in Akshay Patra for making a career. You don't become vice president, senior vice president, director, and senior director. You don't even get salaries which are comparable to the corporate world. And yet you have people who have been partners in large accounting firms, who are working at companies like Amazon and Lever and various other places, coming and doing it. So
purpose binds them together.
I think it is that purpose, and the job of leadership is only to point to purpose. All that I do all day, if I pray to the God or one thing, let me not get into someone's way because it will be destructive to them. And secondly, remind them of who they are and what they represent. And I think if you keep doing that, success happens, things follow, and you remain happy.
Clearly, your purpose is to be able to. You talked to servant leadership. I read about it first time 30 years back in a business school. And it's true today also, where you put people first. And of course, the organization and the brand and business will prosper. Now, what is Nestle's purpose in India? And how would you say Nestle India is doing on the purpose it has set it out there?
Look, I think Nestle's purpose, which is unlocking the power of food to positively impact the quality of lives of the current generation and generations to come, is the word. But what is the thought behind it? The thought behind it was 165 years ago when Henri Nestle saved the life of a child. Switzerland was desperately poor, can't believe it, but it was. And he put together a combination of wheat flour, of milk, cereals, and gave it to Werner, a child who was dying. The child survived, and he gave it to more children. And end of it all, the person who was heading that canton or that village told him, you need to run a business model because you'll go flat broke. I mean, as it is, you're a relatively modest person of modest means. How long will you keep doing this? So he set up a company in order to make this product for children. And he said the highest quality of milk, the highest quality of wheat, the highest quality of every ingredient that goes into making it is what I will use. That has become the life pattern of the organization in three ways. Number one, a focus on food quality and safety. Number two, a focus on partnerships. We are an agriculture-based company. So food quality and networking into the agricultural partnerships is a key part of what we do. And third, creating positive impact on communities. I'm very proud of the fact that as a company, I deal with more than 100,000 farmers. And these 100,000 farmers, we have dealt with them for the last 50, 60 years. Even during COVID, my only request to my team was collect every drop of milk that these farmers give you. They're all farmers from the Punjab. Some of them call their house as Nestle House. But the reason why we did so was trust is at the center of what an organization stands for. If you walk away in difficult times, then I think you walked away from a relationship for good. So these are the three tenets of the organization, which have got executed across brands, across businesses. Today, for example, in a brand like Nescafe, which is creating exciting moments in coffee, we run a program called the Nescafe Plan, working with about 6,000 farmers in Coorg to produce sustainable coffee. We give them plantlets which are of the best yield, the most resistance, and as a consequence, more than 60% of the coffee that we procure is sustainable coffee. So every time you drink a cup of Nescafe, be rest assured that it is sustainable coffee that you're drinking. And the farmer is paid between 2 and 3 rupees and 50 paise more to produce that sustainable coffee, because he's sacrificing something to produce that coffee. Different ways of engaging brands, different ways of building purpose, but purpose has to be built into the brand and purpose has to be built into the operations. Only then will purpose be sustainable in the organization.
It has to be core to the organization
And
part of the strategy.
And your employees have to feel it. I mean, when my people go and visit the Nescafe Plan, or when they visit Moga to the farms, they have a deep sense of pride because they say, wow, this is what this company is doing. We don't talk about it. We don't, you're giving me the opportunity today, I talk about it. But we don't take out, advertisements and brochures and booklets saying, what an organization we are or what we are doing. We are sometimes, I guess, a little too self-effacing. And therefore, we also get ourselves into trouble because of that. Because we are self-effacing, so somebody decides to give you a whack and we take that whack.
Yeah, I don't know, I told you who I met yesterday morning before I flew to Bombay, and he's a friend of yours, and you met him in 2015, and you met him and another friend of his who was running the other company, two companies that matter. And he was praising you and saying exactly the things that you're talking about, both as on a personal level and a professional level. When I meet people, I came to get some advice and wisdom, really look up to them. But coming back to purpose, how do you measure that you are true to your purpose? For example, you talked about the Nescafe Plan. What has happened to the lives of the farmers? What has happened to the community? Is there a way you keep track? Or you're talking of these agriculture ecosystem in Punjab, in Moga? What has happened to them? So are you able to measure, improve?
We keep track of the income levels and the improvements in prosperity because we are in touch with them every day. So we know how their lives are improving. The farmers in Punjab, you know that state very well. It's a state where honesty, integrity, and trust makes loyalty happen. We have stuck to farmers for 50, 60 years and they have stuck to us. Means something we must be doing right for them. Today, we are investing in reducing the carbon footprint because cows generate methane, which is not good for the planet. So we are trying to do our best in terms of biodigesters. You see an improvement in their lives. They're getting a little bit of electrification of their homes. The fireplace is being now run with biogas. What would have been run with wood and other stuff, making it
I saw it in the e4m Do Good Awards, the entry, and I saw the testimony of the farmers. I saw that video.
Yes. So I think we measure this impact. The last one I would like to do is we constantly seek new purpose. I mean, you in Bombay are a little bit insulated from the forces of extreme pollution, but in Delhi we face enormous pollution. I'm very happy and extremely proud that in a few months' time we'll be commissioning a biomass boiler in Moga in the Punjab, which will actually use stubble waste as briquettes in order to produce steam. Thereby, about 7 to 10% of the emission, the smoke emission
is reduced.
Will be reduced.
Brilliant.
So, I mean, it's our little contribution. I mean, it won't suddenly make you kind of oxygen dense, but nevertheless, it gives you a little bit better breathing than what you would have done yesterday. So I think these are ways in which we believe that we not only generate a positive momentum for business, but we generate a positive momentum for the organization. You know, my organization is 80% millennials and Gen Z. I have one of the lowest attrition rates in all the industry. And people keep telling me, yeah, but this Gen Z will run away. I said, nobody runs away. Everyone wants to work for an organization that is decent, that has purpose, that has something going and does something for society and for the community.
Brilliant.
That's the job of leadership to do. And that's what I'm paid to do.
My last question before I bring in the audience. Again, you worked outside India, you worked in Asia, you worked in Europe, you worked in the headquarters. You now again work back in India for 9+ years. You'll complete 10 years in a couple of months. What do you see around yourself in terms of organizations that have taken a higher purpose, and has it shown it in their, it has resulted in better shareholder returns? And how does it compare with what's happening across the world? In the morning, I talked about two of the things that you talked about. I talked about ESG and sustainability, how that has become a part of every leader's raising the consciousness. There is Earthwise, which has, been launched by Anujita to be able to measure that. I talked about the fact about kindness in the morning, and I've been the recipient of your kindness, both at a personal and professional level. But tell us, where does India stand vis-a-vis where purpose-driven organizations are also able to deliver better shareholder returns and contribute to community at the same time?
Look, I think, I can say study after study that I have read on organizations that combine diversity, purpose, and sustainability as part of their goals, and they follow it consistently over a period of time. They tend to give at least a couple of 100 basis points better on return on any financial parameter that you can think of. I mean, I pride myself in an organization where half my board, I'm a listed company, half my board are women. 60% of the workforce in my newest factory in Sanand in Gujarat are women. 13 of the workers in that factory are disabled. They have either hearing impaired or motor impaired. All this makes an impact on the performance of the organization. People notice that here is an organization willing to stretch itself. I'm looking at now how I can get in more LGBTs into my organization. Who's going to take care of these people? I mean, if corporates walk away and say, look, it depends on some foundation to take care of it, I think it's very sad. So as a leader, I think I have to have that sensitivity to see what best the organization can do. But on diversity, one of the principles that we have used very clearly is diversity is on merit. Diversity is not on quota. It's not on whether you wear a trouser or a skirt that you come into the company. You're worth it, and therefore you're there. Because I think it's important for the woman to also feel that I am worth it, and therefore I'm in this organization, not because there's a stupid quota that says 50% have to be women. So I think there are enough reasons to make organizations, and if you look at it, Anurag, you know better than me, I don't believe any organization has failed because of miserable strategy. By and large, strategies, people know how to work out. If they don't know, they'll find people to work out. They collapse because of toxic leadership and toxic cultures. Look around you, the companies which have collapsed. High value companies. They collapse because the leader thinks he's Nero of Rome, or can do anything to anybody in the organization. And this is how the unwinding starts. So the fundamental role of leadership is to get back some of the ethics and purpose into organizations. And in fact, when I talk to business school heads, I keep telling them, you focus so much on strategy, so much on operations management, so much on AI, so much on digital, but this much on ethics and value systems, which is what will make the difference between an outstanding organization and a, pardon my use of the term, bullshit organization of the future.
Thank you, Mr. Narayanan. Clearly, he believes in what he is doing with conviction, and that's what really he brings to play every day at Nestle India and all the roles. We have the good pleasure of having him here. We could take one or two questions. If there are any questions, gentlemen, there, can we get the mic fast to him?
Right here. Check.
Sorry for
You
my
can stand up.
croaking.
Any other question? So raise your hand so that we can get the mic in advance to you.
Sir, hello.
It's not working. Give us your name and what you do.
Hello. Hello.
Can't hear you.
Hello.
You can take mine.
Check.
Thank you. Sir, Ramesh Bhojwani from Mehta and Vakil. First and foremost, many heartiest congratulations on Nestle completing 100 years. It is a milestone which will come only once in a lifetime of the very lucky few, and that too under your leadership of such high ethical values that you have steered Nestle through thick and thin, through the troubled times.
Thank you.
You referred the Maggie debacle which had happened. I believe that Maggie debacle was for nothing wrong at Nestle, but was a created one. But you handled it so beautifully, and you brought to light the simple values which your mother taught you when you were young in countering that crisis. So it is essentially, very rightly said, a leader is like a ship, a captain of a ship. He leads the organization as expounded by you, or he drowns the organization with negative action. Sir, 100 years successfully done. Just not a question, but just your thoughts on the strategy or on the roadmap for the next 100 years.
Very good question. Thank you for your very, very kind words on the company and the 100 years of existence in India. I think it is truly something that we cherish. The next 100 years will be, if I were to project, probably the better 100 years than what we have been through now. We are looking at new businesses, new platforms. One of the things that I'm personally very excited about, is a joint venture that we are announced with Dr. Reddy's for health science products. And, one of the products there is a product called Thicken Up Clear, which is a product used by people with dysphagia, that's people who can't swallow, post-cancer patients. Typically have that throat cancer patients suffer from that issue. What was even more touching for me was when old age homes started ordering for it, because old people also have this problem of swallowing. As India ages, these are the kinds of products that we need in order to keep our elderly people going. So I think there is a lot of products and heft that the company has to be able to launch such businesses. On the other hand, we also have businesses like Nespresso, which is the champagne of coffees, as it were, which will also play its part. We are looking very aggressively at the whole pet care business. We are globally one of the big players in pet care. Pet ownership in India is rising every single year. And I think if I were to say in a very simplistic sense, I look at my successors having a much more exciting run with products and benefits to the to consumers than what I have been through. But that's how organizations need to evolve, where the next generation of leaders are better than the previous generation.
So Tasmay, you have 3 breaking news, 3 new product lines announced, but already. Thank you so much. Any other question? Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody has a Tasmay edits exchangeformedia.com, Rahul. Neeta, you want to ask a question? Neeta was here
Hi,
right
sir.
now.
Thank you so much for this wonderful chat. So many insightful points. I have a simple question, long before hook steps and influencers, instant noodles, we know Maggie, and instant coffee, we know Nescafe. It's almost synonymous. So how did you create that brand recall before all these technological advancements happen? Since long time, this has been the trend. When we say noodles, we naturally mean Maggie. So how was that created? What is the strategy behind it? Is it a lot of marketing spends only, or is there more to it?
No, look, I think if I were to take Maggie as an example, why was Maggie launched in 1983? What was the insight? The insight was not that Indians love instant noodles, because Indians were eating parathas and puris at that time, and there was no fast food chain that was around as well. But one of the insights was that when children came back from school, they were full of excitement and they had to get the energy before they went out to play. Those are the days in the 80s when children still went out to play. Now they sit on Xboxes and do God knows what, right? So the world has changed. So they used to go out to play. So the mother used to make instant noodles, add some vegetables, add some paneer, and give it. This caught on, and Bus 2 Minute became the kind of moniker as far as instant noodles is concerned. Cut to 40 years later. Today, the question is not Bus 2 Minute. The latest campaign of Maggie is celebrating relationships. We don't have physical or emotional contact with people in our own family. How many pictures do you want to see of dinner tables where people are looking at their mobile phones, or kids who come and take the food and go back into their rooms to watch whatever they're doing? So the campaign is Risto ke liye keval 2 minute. So just for your relationships, right, to have 2 minutes. So a grandmother does the trick of getting everyone together to make a bowl of Maggi noodles. The second thing which I think worked very well was Maggi is the one example in India of a mass customizable brand. You can eat Maggi in your way. I have, since I've been here for a while and seen the resurrection of Maggi, people have it kacha, people have it burnt, people have it boiled, people have it their own way. In a house, I know that the husband has it one way, the wife has it one way, the kids have it another way. And it's possible. And then now there is this new phenomenon called Pahado Wali Maggi. When you go to the mountains, it somehow tastes. People have asked me, what makes it taste different? I don't know. I don't know the scientific reason why it tastes different, but it tastes different. He says 15,000 फुट में बैठे हैं और एक bowl Maggi noodle साथ में हो, so it looks like heaven is in your hand, right? So I think, and because it has always been happy moments for people, therefore it has grown to be the icon that it has become. In fact, I used to jokingly say that if Maggie was a candidate for elections, she will win more votes than any other politician. I mean, by far, by far.
I think if there's one more question I can take from the audience rather than me asking if there's. Okay, Neeta edits impact for us. So Priyanka, I'll allow her the last question and wrap up.
Am I audible?
आप ये ले लो. I think you should swap the mics.
Hi, I'm Neeta. And so you've been kind enough to give me an interview more than once in my career. So thank you for that. And in one of those interviews, you mentioned that you're very uncomfortable with the turnaround MD tag. You know, every interview, every discussion, you know, you've generally been asked about, you know, the big Maggie debacle and how you kind of managed to steer it on the right path. Now, after 100 years, I want to understand what is it that you want to be known for as an MD, as a chairman of Nestle?
Look, I think I know it's a very appropriate question to ask me, right? Because all of us are bottles. I would like to be known by a doha. बड़ा हुआ तो क्या हुआ जैसे पेड़ खजूर पंथी को छाया नहीं फल लागे अति दूर. So if I can be accessible to people, if I can help people, if I can be of service to them in any manner that I can, maybe with my time or maybe with my energy or maybe with my suggestions, I'll be very happy. That's all. I mean, to be known as a good human being and to lead a happy life are the only two goals in my life. Only two goals. Nothing else matters to me, or nothing else should matter to me. But unfortunately, Neeta, in the early stages of one's life, you still have ambition and in your fire in your belly, and you still want to be something. And then you realize, right, after all this, that kya mila, kya khoya, kya paya. And kya khoya is sometimes more than kya paya, right?
Thank you so much. I just want to say that Mother Teresa asked someone, someone asked Mother Teresa, what is the purpose of life? And Mother Teresa said, the purpose of life is to have a life of purpose. I think Mr. Suresh Narayanan epitomizes that. In my personal interaction over 8.5 years, I first met you in around 2016. I can say every word he's saying, he follows that. He's accessible, he's responsive, he's proactive. In spite of being the giant in the corporate world, he is. And I was with a peer of his yesterday morning, though he's much older than me, he's a friend of mine, and I look up to him. And I was chatted with him over coffee for 2 hours, no agenda meeting. Just, he lives in Vasant Vihar, so before I headed to the airport, I met two of my friends who are older to me. They're both your peers, and they both have worked with you, spent 2 hours with them, and they were both praising you. So whatever you see of Mr. Narayanan in stage or in office is who he is in personal life. So really, one of the most important things that you said is leaders have to get out of their own way. They have to be able to control themselves. They have to be able to, as long as they can live a disciplined life and a life where they can enable other people, I think everything else will follow. And I read this quote 3 months or 4 months back, and it said that if you want to succeed, be a person very hard to displease and succeed not in terms of material terms, but being easy on, today we have so much stress. So thank you for being who you are. Thank you for giving time to industry initiatives. Thank you for giving your time to us. Thank you for chairing our IDMA jury. Please give Mr. Suresh Narayan a big round of applause for really being kind. If I had to say one word, it would be being kind. So thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
I'd request the two for a quick picture at the center, Dr. Batra and Mr. Narayan. Ladies and gentlemen, he was referring to 80s, 90s kids, but we are those kids right now sitting at the TechManch conference. What a moment right here. I'd request Dr. Batra also to hand over a memento to Mr. Narayanan. And yes, that brings us to the end of E4M TechManch Conference 2024. We hope you found the sessions very valuable and very insightful. Thank you all the speakers, our panelists, our attendees for making the conference a big, grand, huge success, and have a great evening and travel safe. And yes, don't forget to use the hashtag E4M TechManch. Thank you. Thank you so much, Arjulal, signing off on behalf of the entire team. Until next time.